All right, all right, all right. I think I'm live. Hey, Zen friends. Welcome, welcome. Happy Thursday to you. Hope you're having an enjoyable day and having a blast. And I'm excited, as we always are, to see what messages come through from Spirit this evening. And we are ready to go. I know we got coffee loaded up, don't we, Leslie? We are ready to go. Before we get into everything, I like to start off by taking a big breath together. If you want to join me, we just take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as we feel comfortable, and slow exhale out. The purpose is to slow our roll, to come out of the future, come out of the past, come out of the chaos of the outside world, just to come to right here, right now, in this big bubble in our heart full of unconditional love and joy. And we can come to this wonderful place. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more energy here in a momentito. But let's start off first with a big deep breath in. So if you'd like to join me, let's do it. Big deep breath. Here we go. Feels so good, don't it? And then we will bring in the singing bowl. As we do, we'll hit it 3 times. And each time we just allow that beautiful, unconditional love energy just to emanate, radiate from our hearts and through all of our emotions up into our minds, all of our thoughts and our stories and our beliefs, through our entire body, into every cell, every organ, our blood, our joints, moving through our energetic system, all of our chakras, our energetic meridians, out to our auras, filling us completely up, and then flowing out to the outside world, letting it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. After the third gong, I will bring in the magic feather. We'll shoot out some more energy out to the world, allow it to fill all of the areas of authority across the world, all the humans who are in positions. And it's more the position that we're filling, not the human, like if it's like the president or Congress, like United States, and we have our Supreme Court, all these places that hold power over decision making over humanity. We are sending it across the world to every country, every tribal leader, wherever the spirit, we descend it, allowing it to fill up those positions with unconditional love energy, just to flood it. Because when it does that, whoever is in that office, if they don't want to raise their vibration to match it and they're in lower vibration, then they need to get out. They can't stand it. That's just how it works. It's not our intention. Well, kind of, because we want it to be full of people with higher vibration for humanity, for the world, not for selfish reasons and, all the shenanigans and all that kind of stuff, right? So that's what we're going to do if you want to join me in doing that. And something we can do, of course, to immediately raise our own vibration is to focus on gratitude. Something that we're grateful for right here, right now, in this moment, immediately begins to raise our vibration to a higher level. It opens us up to receive messages from spirit and magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So talk about a win, 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 win all the way around, right? So it is helpful. So let's do it. We'll begin. Remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Put that over here. See, is that the air conditioner just going? Sounds louder than normal. I wonder if I have my fan left on in the other room. I think that's what it is. I'll be right back. Hold on 2 seconds. Nope, it wasn't. It just sounded like it was louder than normal. Interesting. All right. Well, sometimes I leave my bedroom fan on and it sounds really loud over here. But it might just be extra air coming through today. It is almost 90 degrees Fahrenheit today, so nice warm. Yeah, it's talking to me, right? All right, hopefully you guys don't hear. If you guys hear it, let me know. I'll close the vent off there. It just seems like it's a little louder than normal. Maybe my ears are more open today. But welcome everybody. Hello. Happy to have you here. Hope you're enjoying your moments. And if you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your brother Z. We're here to spill the tea. So welcome. We have a great group of Zen friends, huge hearts, great senses of humor, of course, which I so appreciate. We have a great time. We love to laugh. We love to keep high vibration, support one another. And I appreciate you guys so much. So there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome. If you want to know all the process of the readings, how it works, all that information is down in the description area of the video. And donations do get first priority. If you want to make a donation, you can use the Google Pay at the bottom. Not Google Pay, the the little cash button thingy down there. Super, whatever it's called. Why did I suddenly went blank? But it's down there at the bottom. Super chat, is that what it's called? Anyway, but over on my or you can look at the down in the description area, and I have my Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay down there. I don't have any set dollar amounts, so whatever you are able to give is up to you. But how much you give does depend on how deep we dive into those. So like $1 donation is like ankle deep, and then etc. We'll dive deeper according to the dollar amounts. So that's how that works. If you make a donation of $5 or more, you get kind of like a spiritual piece of cake, which we're finishing up using this Citadel. It's kind of a archetype kind of ish deck. So you get a little extra with that. And then if your donation's under $5, you get like a little fortune cookie. These are little smaller cards. We're using the 54 coping skills. I'm going to have trouble talking tonight. But that's what you're going to get with that. And tonight we're going to be using this tarot deck, the Whispering Tarot. So if you're interested in it, you know what it looks like. If you want to order it anywhere, wherever you procure your tarot decks or cards. So it's a beautiful black and white, which obviously I like black and white, right? Very crisp deck. There it goes. Now the air conditioner shut off and now it's all quiet. So we do have those, and that's kind of how the process works. I do post a pinned comment at the end of every stream listing all of the readings completed with timestamps. So it has your name and timestamp. So if you ever come back after a stream is over, you can find it, click on it, takes you right to your reading. I do mention in that pinned comment if I get to free readings in the session or not. And so I do come back in the morning if I don't finish everything in the evening. Starting next Wednesday, I am going to limit my session times to 7 hours. Last night, I hit my first 9 hours and 43 minutes, my new record of consistent stream. It's like a marathon, right? But I do need to start balancing a bit more, and so 7 hours is what I'll do, and then whatever I know, whoa. So whatever, I have left over, donations or free readings, I will come back in the morning and finish those out, but I do have to balance out so that I can, continue doing my daily walk, and, every other day, I kinda go to the gym too to, try to build muscle. It's important as you get older. You have to do these things. Enjoy it. Get into the habit now while you're young. Then it's not you don't have to create a habit later. But, so I'm gonna do that starting next week. So I appreciate you guys, with all your support and all of my little spiritual mamas out there who were, telling me, "You better balance, brother Z. You better take care of yourself," and all. I know. I hear the messages all the time about balance that Spirit's mentioning to you guys, and it's always nailing me between the eyes. I'm a recovering overgiver in codependent relationships, so I get it. I get it. I know I'm working too much. But I enjoy it, and I am so glad for the opportunity to be able to do this because who knows how long we'll all be on the planet. I'm not predicting anything. Don't panic. I know you have to be tarot when you're a tarot reader, right? You never know how long we're gonna be here. Hint, hint, everybody, get ready. No, it's not. Uh, so don't worry. If I knew anything, I would tell you, trust me. I'd be saying, "Gird your loins, world, here it comes. Here comes the aliens," or whatever it may be. But that is what, we kinda have here. I kinda got off track. Let me see. So I talked about the pinned comment and all of that. Um, yeah, so that's the big things there. So last night at 9 hours and 43 minutes, that was all donations. I did come back on for almost 2 hours for a free reading session. So if you had a free reading last night, then here is the link for that. Um, so, there's this wonderful, uh, I'm sorry, I don't know why I was gonna say wonderful, but I do, uh put a pinned comment at the end of those too, so you can always, look at those. I also have a free podcast called The Easier Path, where, of course, humanity, this little, wonderful yeah, it looks like it's kinda acting up here. Sorry, I'm texting my host just to see if she's having trouble with the modem too. Might need to reset it or something. Alright, I think maybe we might be back okay now. So I think we are good. Can you guys hear me now? Can you see me now? Can you see me now? Yeah, it looked like it was spinning. Okay, so far, yes. All right. We'll keep an eye on it. Let me see here. Let me just answer my host real quick. All right. It's been a couple of weeks since we did that, so should probably do it in the morning. That might help with it all, but especially with as many long, sessions I've been doing, it might be, loading up the modem. You have to refresh it every once in a while. But I think we're good for now. I'll keep an eye if I need to reset it. So thank you guys for letting me know. At least we didn't start readings yet. So let me make sure we're caught up here. Are we all caught up to date here? All right. Yeah, right, yeah. Usually, she had it on her calendar to do it every Monday, but, she does have ADHD. And I love her for it. So, I should put it on my calendar to remind her that it's on her calendar. That's the way it goes. Alright, so, I was gonna say, I do have a free podcast too, if you haven't checked it out. Here is the link for that, and, yeah, I think that's the big thing that we have going on there. Alright. So, let me move this over. Yeah, don't we all? I know we all probably all have a little bit. In fact, let me write it down here. If I don't make myself a note now, I will forget. So I will do that. Let's see, does she answer here? Yeah, she says she's gonna set an alarm on her phone for tomorrow. All right, seems good. Yeah, because it happened last night at the somewhere in the middle, and then like on Sunday too. And I meant to mention it then, but we shall take care of it. So thanks for your patience with all that. Let us get caught up on all the lists, and then we'll get into everything. And yes, I will hydrate, Leslie. I know. I got my juice and I have coffee, but I also have my water, so we're gonna be good. So we're gonna hydrate. Okay, so let's get back up here to where I was. Had my little trophies here. Oh, okay. I see what you meant, Leslie. So no, not on the feed. Second donation. Actually, I think you were first. So you're number one on the list once we get rolling here. And I got your question. So we got you there. And then Lady J, thank you for being a new subscriber and new to the channel. You are number 17 on the donation list. So we've got you there. And of course, and then Beatrice, I think you said 3 times. Oh, no, I see 2 on my side. I have a total of 4 donations for you, just in case. So I feel like you only need to have 1 more. I have questions for all the others. So, and I'll give a quick update on the list where everyone is, the number before I get started for donations, so you guys know where you're at on the waiting list. All right, so we did those. All right. And then we got Nicola Jackson in the house. Hey, good to see you. Hello. I don't see a question from you yet, just in case you put it there and YouTube decided to uh, keep it hidden from me. They like to keep secrets between the two of you guys sometimes. All right. And then Kat Marie, we got you. You'll be number 18 on the donation list. So good to see you. 85 in San Diego. That's not too bad for Southern California, is it? I was there visiting once and they had the Santa Ana winds and it was hot. Oh my god, so hot. All right. And then we've got Yada Who. Yada You. That's who. And I do have, I think this is your donation over here. NZ PayPal. It sure is. Make sure it has. Okay. And then you wanted a general reading. It says it right there. So we will get you. You'll be number 19. I think I told you that already, but you will be number 19. So we got there, and we got Aniha in the house. Hey, good to see you. Yes, take care of yourself. Thank you. I would definitely will. And yes, Debbie, oh, I know I'm working a lot. I'm going to take care of myself. I'm going to balance myself. Yeah, our souls would be here regardless, having a blast, right? You're very welcome, Debbie. Oh, I appreciate you. All right. So we had all that. Okay. All right. Very good, Kimmery. Nice little message there to Lady J. Okay. I think the rest of this is everyone just saying, we can see you, we can hear you. All right. And then, okay, Aniha, I do see you there. So we'll get you on the free readings. You'll be number 8. Whoops. There we go. On the free reading list. So we got you on there. Uno más. Oh, there it goes again. All right. I'm just gonna reset. I think it keeps on spinning, so I will be right back. It'll spin for a sec, but I'll be back. All right. So I think I'm back. Yeah, let me see, make sure that it's showing me back over here. Let me see. Let me scooch ahead here. Come on. Okay, I think I am back. I think I am back. Let me do a little test. I can see myself on my iPad. There I go. I am live. Should have a little hand puppet. Doop, doop, doop. All right, that should fix it, but the timestamps will be off the rest of the session. So I will fix all those after the end of the session once we're done. So it'll be off by 30 seconds or so. All right. Thank you guys so much for all of your patience with all that stuff. We're not even in a Mercury retrograde. What's going on? We did Venus did go into Libra today. Oh, it's not matching? Maybe have you tried going out and coming back in? Is anyone else having where my mouth isn't matching the sound? I might just need to start a new session. Now that I've got everything on my little cheat sheet, I can back out and come back in and start a whole new one if it's acting up. Cheers to technology. We're grateful for it. Okay. So Leslie, maybe try going out and coming back in, see if that fixes it, please. And that way I can make sure that we're all good to go and that my sound is matching my voice. Okay. Is it happening to anyone else? Is it matching? You're fine on your end? Okay. Thank you, Debbie O. Thank you, Aniha. And then Leslie, it should hopefully reconnect and be good. So, okay. Let's do a big cheers for your patience and for all your love and all your support. I'm so grateful for you guys, all the thumbs up you give, all the donations, all the participation in the chat, the comments you make, watching my podcast, all the stuff you do helps spread the Zen love. And I'm so grateful. We just finished celebrating 2,600 plus, and now we reached 2,700 plus. We'll be having another celebration coming up. It'll be in a few weeks though, because I got to finish all the readings that I gave away. Because I had, how many did I have? I had 9 on Monday, and then I had 4 weeks. That's 8. So I had like 17 total readings that I gave away. And so we're going to catch up and finish all those up. And then it'll probably be maybe September. Maybe we'll do it then. We'll see how it goes. Good here too. Thank you so much. And thank you, Leslie. So it's good for Leslie too. Got to watch my drink here so I'm not spilling it. Yeah, no, I haven't done the list yet. Thank you, Chelsea. That's what I need to do before I get started. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Much love to you. Thank you for being part of the Love Tsunami. And I'm so glad. Salute. Hydrate, hydrate. All right. So for donations, Leslie will be up first. And then we have Beatrice will be number 2. And then Mamacita will be number 3. We got Debbie O is number 4. Sudeshna is 5, 6, and 7. We got Lauren Smith, number 8. Chelsea, you're number 9. Lauren Smith is 10, 11, and 12. And then May is number 13. We're back to Beatrice for 14, 15, and 16. Lady J's number 17, Kat Marie 18, And Yahoo is number 19, where we're at. And on the free list, I just have a small list. I got Mini Heal up first, and then Kritika is number 2, Debbie Ellier number 3, Butterfly number 4, Bay number 5, Cancer number 6, Ruby G number 7, and that's Sneha. My font is so small in my chat. When I copy and paste it over into my list, I can see it clearly. So it's not Aniha, it's Sneha. Is it Sneha? Is that how you pronounce that? But you're number 8 on the free readings. So we are good to go. It's okay. I'm nearsighted, but it's far enough away that okay, good. So yeah, anyway, you don't need to know all that stuff. All right, so we are good to go here. So let's get started and see what Spirit has here for you. And see what we got going on. Oh, I got top chat. Let me change that back. Gotta do that to live. All right, so we are good. Now I think we are really all set up. All right, so Leslie, my dear, you are first at 30 minutes in after all our little technical problems. We are good to go here. All right. So you'd like a message from Dad and Joe. All right, we'll see what we have going in here. I wonder if we want to do some of the Talk to Heaven. I have some other decks. I just haven't found them yet. I need to sort through all these black little bins back here in the white ones. I have tarot cards and oracle all over the place. And yeah, I used to have them all organized by angel and spirit and themes and animal spirit cards, but they're all put together. So that's one of the projects we've got coming up here. All right. So what we'll do here, we got the Spirit Messages Oracle. So we'll pull a couple from here for them. We've got one for Daddy-O and then one for Joe. All right. So we've got those. And then we've got some of these Talking to Heaven by James Von Prague. They like to talk through these. So let's take a look here and see. Okay. We've got one for that and one for that, right? Just one of each. All right. Let's see what we have. So first of all, for Dad, from Dad, we've got here Study. I like this beautiful butterfly, blue butterfly energy coming in here. And it says, Spirit has its own way of letting you know that it's time to study again. I like that. Such a dad thing. Are you studying? Did you do your homework? From time to time, it's important to go back and learn, whether that's learning old things in a new way or learning something totally new. This is an opportunity to expand your mind. He is being funny. Go do your homework. Then you can have some milk and cookies. So this card is your sign that capital Y, capital E, capital S, it's time to commit to a period of new learning and study. Your father is telling you how vital it is to never stop growing and challenging yourself throughout life. Your ability and desire to work toward a goal will not only expand your mind and consciousness, but also help you grow as an individual. New learning and study comes in many ways and forms. For example, you may want to enroll in an evening course or take time out of your busy schedule to attend a full week's workshop, whether it's something purely practical or more spiritual. So he's here to say the moment is here and you're ready to expand your mind. So whether it's a book you've been meaning to study or that class you wanted to go to, start today and remember this card as confirmation that the timing is right. Then watch the ways in which your life changes and grows with new learning. By expanding your mind, a whole new direction or path may unfold with boundless opportunities. So if you don't have one of those in mind, like if you don't have a particular course or something, then I feel like they're gonna bring one across your path that you're just like, "Oh, I love it," kind of energy. So, I feel like he's letting you know that. And then he also has, "I'm just a thought away." Beautiful little card. Did you guys used to have a dog? Feel like there's a dog up there with him too. Yes, I'm watching the dog. He says, "Please don't think me as gone because I'm not. I'm here, right here. Please don't think of heaven as up in the sky because it's not. It's right here. Yes, I'm happily busy with learning." So he's doing his own learning and helping, but I'm also happily willing to be right by your side the moment that you need me. And of course, they are always right by our side. They can be a billion places all at once. All of our former communication barriers have been lifted, and I now understand and hear you perfectly. I hear your thoughts, and please don't worry. I don't judge them. I don't judge your thoughts or you. My heart is now completely open to compassion, and I understand and love you like I never could before. That's why I'm with you the moment you think of me. And of course, like I said, they're always with you every second of every day. And all you have to do, sometimes they will touch your thoughts to have you remember them as well. So I like that. So that's from Papa. And then from John, right? Joe, not John. It's because it was John Holland. That's what I was thinking. So Joe. So from Joe, you got receive. You are a kind and loving soul who constantly reaches out and gives to others. But now it's time for you to learn how to graciously receive. Just as with the ebb and flow of the tides, the art of giving and receiving is the natural law and order of the universe. So, uh, of course, so Joe is giving you this card at this time because he sees the love, strength, and guidance you give to many, but now it's long overdue that you allow others to give back to you. We know and understand that you may struggle in the art of receiving, even though life is one big continuous circle of giving and receiving energy. As a soul, you are an energetic being composed of an intelligent source of spiritual energy that guides you on your path toward happiness, prosperity, and well being. Let others feel the joy in giving to you the same happiness you feel when you so generously give to others. I know I'm being a big overgiver. It's been a long path to be open to receiving from individuals. My host is a huge overgiver, so we've really learned to allow each other to give to each other without, you know, deferring. Oh, you shouldn't. No, you don't need to do that. Now we're like, thank you. That's what we practice. So we want to give something to one another. It's thank you, not oh, you give so much to me and blah blah. No, thank you is all I want to hear. But it's beautiful because when you realize the joy that you have in giving to others, we cheat people out of that if we don't allow them to give to us, right? That's the thing that I had to realize is, you know how much we enjoy giving? We cheat people out of that feeling if we don't allow them to give to us. So I like that. They also need to give back to keep balance. So you might have asked a question on obtaining something in your life and not accepting or receiving from others could block the flow of abundance in all areas of your life. It may take a little while for you to practice this, but when someone gives to you, just a kind thank you in return is all that's needed. There you go. Keep the natural flow going and watch how the universe gives back to you for your highest good. The more you learn to accept and receive, the more the blessings in your life will appear. Shazam, right? So I like that. So that is that. And then he says, tears cleanse the soul. like that beautiful little heart made of tears. There we go. So Joe says, when you cry, I'm even closer to you, hugging and reassuring you. Sometimes you feel my presence and sometimes not. However, I want you to know how beautiful you are when you're vulnerable with your heart fully open, feeling your raw emotions. Tears are a way to wash your soul of impurities, such as fear and worry. It's a healthy means of releasing painful feelings. So I'm very proud of you for allowing yourself to cry. I know that it's difficult and you want the pain to just end, and it will, I promise. Just know that your heart heals faster as you allow it to experience all of these feelings. Don't try to stay composed or hold back tears. Oh, man. Yeah, it is starting to do that again, right? Ugh. So I'm not sure how far it got before it do that. I'm gonna keep an eye on it more closely. They must be having something go on with the internet. Um, but maybe I'll have to grab all the chat and step away and have her clear the cache on my computer and do that if it continues. It just started a couple days ago. It's been good for a long, long time. All right, looks like it's okay for this moment. Frustrating. All right, I'm not sure if we got how far we got. I'll just start from the beginning with tears cleanse the soul here. It says, when you cry, I am even closer to you, hugging and reassuring you. Sometimes you feel my presence and sometimes not. However, I want you to know how beautiful you are when you're vulnerable with your heart fully open, feeling your raw emotions. Tears are a way to wash your soul of impurities, such as fear and worry. It's a healthy means of releasing painful feelings, so I'm very proud of you for allowing yourself to cry. I know that it's difficult and that you want the pain to end, and it will. I promise. Just know that your heart heals faster as you allow it to experience all of these feelings. Don't try to stay composed or hold back tears. Cry if and when you need to. People will understand. And if they don't, then that says much more about them than it does about you. Because God gave us the ability to shed tears for a healing reason, and it takes a strong person to cry. I like that. All right, I think we made it through that. Yeah, I'm back. I went back to the beginning of that one. Hopefully that's the one that it happened on. I'm trying to keep an eye on it. Maybe I need to lower this so I can see it when it starts to spin. There, it's more in my view here instead of further up. Craziness. All right, and then so those are the messages, and then you get a fortune cookie from the Citadel. So let's take a look here. See what we got here. Oh, good. It's about time. Put on that song, that movie that makes you cry, that you know, and just watch it. Let it flow, right? Yeah, because you got the queen. Hey, determination and sacrifice. Let's see what that brings in here for you. Number 44. Page 44. So the throne room is an austere affair lined with tapestries and portraits of past rulers. At the far end, the throne commands attention. It represents power and the sacrifice made by those who have sat on it. Occupying it now is the queen, sitting tall and proud, ready for a day full of difficult decisions. But this is a position that they have worked hard to reach, and they will not shy away from the responsibilities that have come in the wake of their ambition. You've left a lot of things behind in order to get where you are now, but regretting your decisions will only tarnish the glory of what you've achieved. There will be more of these challenges in the future, so come to terms with the fact that achieving your goals is worth all of them. The reversed meaning, the queen indicates situations where a sacrifice has been made, but nothing has been gained in return. No matter how much time, focus, or energy you have put into a task, nothing has turned out as intended. You may need to reassess your approach or accept the fact that sometimes there is no equivalent exchange, at least not that we see, right? So that is what we got there. So that is your fortune cookie there, the queen. Hey, I know, right? So I like that for you. So that's what they got. Leslie, thank you again for your donation. Sorry for all the interruptions. We'll keep an eye on here and we'll make sure. I've reset modem. I'm going to clear my cache on my computer too. Make sure we have everything as smooth as we can. So, right. All right. So let's do a couple more shout outs here. We had some more people come in. So we got Justine. Hey, Justine. Good to see you. We'll get you on the donation list. You'll be number 20 on there. And there is your question. We got you on there. So thank you for that. And we've got Honored in the house too. Good to see you. Got you there. And here is your question. And here too. Okay. All right. So we got those. Thank you, Chels, for letting me know as well when it showed that I had stopped. You know, I tell you. And we got Bird Girl in the house too. You are very welcome for your lovely reading. And we'll get you on the free reading, which will be number 9 on the free readings there. Capsule, I know. Thank you, Chelsea. I love it. All right. Oh, I know. Yeah. 20 donations already. It happens, you know. If you guys don't know, usually in the morning, it depends on how late I'm on, but usually somewhere between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m., I actually create the evening session. And when I do, um, the chat is open immediately and people can start putting their free readings and make donations through the super chat, this is super chat, or even through all the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and all that. You can make donations and get in line early, as well. So if you ever do that, and I do put out as soon as I post it, I post on my social media and on my YouTube channel page, the link, you know, with a little live readings, a little thing, so that you can know that as well, right? Not knowing would make my brain melt. Yeah, you know, as you get older, it comes to terms as well. We come to terms with it. So, yep. So I think I am all caught up here, and let me just check one quick thing here. And I think, did I get all these? I did not. Let me just give all these a like from earlier because they had erased. And we've got all those. And I think I got everyone else. Make sure. Yeah. So I think we are good. All right. So let's get back to the live chat here and we are good to go. Hey, Blueberry. Hello. Hello. Good to see you. Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, you won again. So very glad. Thanks for the cheat code. You're welcome. Yeah. It's available. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So, maybe I need to let people know that more or no, shh, right? Only mention it when people are, like, amazed at how many donations there already are, right? That's the secret. Oh, very good. Well, I'm glad you found it, Blueberry. So, excellent. All right. So I think we're running good again. Hallelujah. We'll keep an eye again on the little screen there. Yeah, you definitely won once in the weeklies, and then you won in the final one too. So I'm so glad. All right, let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. And we will do this hoarding the secrets. You're so funny. All right, let's get back into it here. All right, we got Beatrice at 4938 for your first one here. So, Beatrice. Yeah, I know. It's my Capricorn rising. Organization, spreadsheets, and lists. That's me. All right. So, Beatrice, thank you for your donation. And you want to know why has he stopped or taken longer to view your story since posting the guy a few days ago? All right, let's take a look here. All right, thank you. How did you know, Chels? Yeah, they are color coded. Stop. All right. Yeah, Beatrice on the bottom here. Excuse me. We've got the Page of Cups coming in here. Page of Cups is, because of the new love that's there, coming in there. And that's not the Page of Cups. That's the Four of Cups. Sorry, I was looking at the Page of Swords. I need to focus. Page of Swords, which is the clarity, you know, that's come in with this. We've got the Four of Cups. They're a little bit bored of social media with the Four of Cups on the bottom, with that coming in here. And let me see what these other cards are because it kind of feels like I don't know, this Page of Swords just feels like they're trying to look in a different, like use their mind in a different way right now. Let's see what these. You got five other cards. Let's see what these are. Yeah, we have the Tower. So this is burning down the tower, the Eight of Swords, the Four of Pentacles. Yeah, it's like they're focusing in on something here because the home energy of the Four of Pentacles, the Eight of Swords energy coming in here. It's like they're trying to work through something. Let me see, does this have anything to do with what was going on with you there with the new picture? Because they've even got the Five of Swords, which is an energy of conflict, right? Conflict between the head and the heart. But we've got the Justice card in here too, which is the balancing of the scales and having to do with relationship energy and conflict with relationship. I'm just getting this overall energy that I feel mixed emotions, and maybe this is why I just feel confused, right? I just feel confused with their energy, and it's like the boredom energy kind of feels like I'm just kinda done with looking at social media and looking at other people's stuff, but below the surface, there's that inner conflict with relationships that I don't feel like he understands, that it's there, right? Yeah. That kind of we had that before, right? In your reading. Um, when they had that caveman, "Grow, grow, 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 grow," but I feel like they're just kind of like I'm taking a break from social media. I'm in a I'm just kinda tired of all the drama and stuff that's out there, but I do feel it bothered him more than he's giving it credit for, right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly right. So, it does feel here like, I'm just kinda focusing on other things because I feel like they kinda are backing off with all of this energy, but it does feel like with that tower card, that's the sudden movement away, and I'm just gonna kind of mind my own business, and they're like, "I did burn down the tower, so let me give you space in a way, and let me give myself space in a way," and they are happy for you, but like you said, it did do something inside of them where they were like, "Why is it bothering me so much?" And, and so they're just choosing not to look so that they can't be feel bothered, but I do feel like they with the justice card, that is them, like, wanting to understand why they're thinking that way, not feeling that way. "Why am I thinking this way?" Right? So, yeah, but definitely, I do feel like a confusion kind of energy where I don't know why. Why is this bothering me? Why is it bothering me? I just, um, again, I have no, like the mind is, I have no reason to be upset, but why is it bothering me? Right. Right. Oh, Chelsea. Yeah, you're so funny. So let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here too. Yeah, see, this contain the feeling, don't suppress it. But that's what I feel he's doing is he is keeping things and he's suppressing it. Because it says your emotion doesn't have to spill everywhere. Close your eyes, picture your feeling as a color or a shape, and then imagine placing it gently in a soft box. You're not throwing it away, just holding it safely. And this is a soothing card. Practice emotional containment. Contain yourself, woman. Yeah. Mm-mm. Um, Not yet. I don't feel that here. Um, I don't feel like he understands because he's not those are feelings, and we're talking about him in his head, right? Men are weird. They're in their head, not in their heart. So they're going, "Why does this bother me?" They feel irritated, but it's not but they're not connecting with their feelings, so they don't have regret or disappointment. They just have irritation. It's the mind, activating and feeling, you know, there's this, like, agitation, and they're like, "Why is this bothering me?" And because they haven't got down here, right? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of women do. Sometimes, though, we you can be so much in your heart, you're not in your head, uh, and and that's the whole thing, right? You can be balanced more, but when people go into fear, and it'd be interesting that, um, women tend to go into the flight a lot, and men tend to go into the fight, and there so maybe the fight goes mind and, flight goes heart. Yeah, 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 a lot of us are delusional. The man in a woman's body. Yeah, I get it, I get it, I get it. So, I feel like they're more confused, on why is this, but the heart is trying to send them, information, but it's shut down, so all they're getting is the irritation coming through, but not definition of emotion is kinda what I'm feeling with that. So, um, I feel like they're just more of that kind of energy. But yeah, it just feels kind of like a confusion kind of energy. Yeah, I don't wanna be in there. What would he feel if he allowed emotions or that's a big if, kind of energy, or what is his heart trying to tell him, right? I know I'm getting where they're coming from a lot, Chels, but this one is really confusing because I literally feel like I can't it's like ADHD energy coming in. I can't focus on you know, on one thing. It's like I keep bouncing all over the place and it's like his mind is, being activated kind of energy that's, popping in there. Um, yeah. Do you mean that one for your 3rd question or your 2nd question? You can feel confused by proxy. Yeah, okay, very good, yeah. 'Cause it was actually it just went through twice, at least after the little sirens and everything I did. Yeah, the last one, okay. Yeah, so I'll put that in there for that last one, that's number 16 there, so we can kinda, we'll look into that here. Yeah. Go, go, go. It's not a slot machine. Dial, 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 dial. Alright. So let's give you your fortune I already gave you your fortune cookie for that one, right? Mm-mm. Yeah, we gave that other one because that kind of represented kind of his energy that he was getting. He's suppressing his emotions, so he's not feeling any, which is interesting. So, I need to get out of his emotions. It was like I mean, out of his head, he's just, like, confusing. I'm like, "Wow." He's just but I feel like expectations. There was a gnat wanting to have some beet juice, but it feels like he's got a lot going on. But I don't feel like he's understanding why. He goes, "Why is that upsetting me?" And he just doesn't wanna go look at your channel or look at your profile in all those postings. He's like, "I'm happy. I'm the one that chose, so why am I upset? This doesn't make sense." So I feel like he kinda got thrown off the loop a little bit. So we'll see when we see some of these other ones here, when we get down there. All right. So, I think all these were you guys, right? Yeah. Yeah, so that's good. Good stuff. All right. Yeah, it's like it's for the first time, it's, like, bothered him, the probably the quickness feels like, "Wow, already? I thought people pond over me a little bit," He's like, "Wow," you know? And there's other things too, like, are you playing games or what is this? What is that?" I feel like they're yeah, poor ego. It is a little inner child that is like, "Oh, I thought, you know, all the little childish things that just come flying in. All right. Yeah. All right. So let's move on here. We got Mamacita at 103.42. Oh my gosh. With all these problems we've been having, we're an hour in already, and we're only on number 3. All right. So hang on, everybody. Now, this one's a deep dive. We've got 9 questions. So thank you so much, Mamacita. So buckle up, everybody. And we appreciate your donation. Happy Thursday to you as well. Appreciate your donation, and we'll see what we got coming in here, right? Oh, yeah. I didn't take that as towards me, Chels. Poor baby. Oh, I know. Boo boo boo. All right. So, Mama C, you are up. And why did D the Scorpio tell his friends about our upcoming trip to the Cayman Island? Oh, nice. Yeah. Let's take a look here. So why did he talk about it here? Interesting. With this on the bottom of the deck, we've got the 5 of Pentacles. And that is an energy of, you know, it's a fear of being left behind, being not enough, being abandoned, kind of energy below the surface. But I feel like it's an energy more of trying to show their worth to like his friends, right? Like, look, I'm going to the Cayman Islands, da 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 da, not like that, like I got ice cream, you ain't got no ice cream or anything like that, but more of a an expression of his worth, trying to define himself by the outside world things, which is what we do till we start defining ourselves by our inner love. So, the things we get to go experience and so kind of a statement of their worth. Look, I'm worthy, kind of energy. We got the 9 of Cups and the 10 of Swords. So kind of this dream come true kind of energy. And the 10 of Swords is about, like doing not like in a way, the 10 of Swords is like I'm sick and tired of trying to be what everyone else wants me to be. And look what I'm doing. I'm doing something, but on the same underneath the surface, he thinks he's being a rebel and going, look what I'm going to go do. I'm living the dream. And but at the same point, under the surface, he's still validating himself by the outside world, whether it's a trip or, someone we're with or dating or, a job we have or possessions we have or whatever, people, situations, or things are how we're taught to define ourselves. But I feel like he was just, a little bit of expressing that, trying to feel good about himself and celebrate himself a little bit. Yeah. And we have here, he's been down for a while, it feels like. We've got the 5 of Cups, feeling a little low, wanting to have a change happen in their life with this Hierophant energy. And with the 7 of Pentacles, it does feel like it's something that's been going on for a while, something that's been slowly getting out of it. But this Wheel of Fortune energy, it's like this came at the perfect time. And that's why I feel like he complains a lot when things are not going well. And I feel like he wanted to also vocalize when something's going good for him. So I feel like that's why he wanted to tell his friends. Also, in case he disappeared, they would know where he was. Scorpios are suspicious. They're not trusting. So maybe that was it. But so that's why I feel he told his friends. And then you want to know, what was his friend's energy when he was telling them about you? All right, let's take a look here. Just overall, because it'll be different by individual, right? But let's see what the general consensus was. Yeah, 6 of Wands. They were like, "Hooray, hooray, good for you," celebration, kind of energy. They also were like, "Ooh, Empress, beautiful, sensual, divine feminine energy." They really, they were commented on, what a hot mama C is. But they really were like, "Oh, nice," kind of energy that comes in there. So I feel like they like that. Let's see, that was the bottom of the deck, and then, what else do we have here? Oh, the Knight of Wands. Oh, yeah. Movement of passion energy. They're like, "Oh, you dog, you," So, guys. They can get that way with the bros, the friends, you know, just like, uh, "If the island be knocking, don't wait, if the island be rocking, don't be knocking." So, they were giving him a hard time. And then the Hanged Man, this is seeing things from a different point of view, um and they like this, that, "This'll be good for you," because I do feel he's been down with this other energy, and I feel like his friends are saying, "This'll be good reflection for you to get away and, enjoy, the your adventure." Yeah, 8 of Wands. So, again, a lot of passion, energy talk here, and the Justice card. That's coming in here too, which the Justice card is a, Libra energy, which is that energy of rules over the house of relationships. And so there's this, seeking clarity, and they were like, "So is this something more than just passion? Is this relationship?" You know, kind of stuff that's coming in here. So they were started to, depends on the individuals, of course, but we like that. Yeah, and then again, the Wheel of Fortune. They're like, "Wow," just jealous that he gets to go do this, and he's like, "Dang," So very much the guy stuff, but I feel like there was like one at least that was this energy of, let's, find out, is this turning into, is this a relationship, kind of thing coming in? Because I feel like they were like, "You better snatch that up, or, um, get out of the way," kind of energy. So I like that. All right, and then, number 3 is, what was D the Scorpio's energy towards you after helping him with his resume? All right, let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. Oh, that's good. All right, so after you helped him with his resume, what else? All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, the bottom of the deck, we have the 2 of Cups here, so they really like that kind of energy underneath. They were just like, "Wow," um, they like that kind of feel of doing things for each other, kind of energy, with the 2 of Cups coming in there. Let's see what else we've got here. Yeah, the 10 of Cups, joy energy. Again, relationship. They're like, "Damn," you know, uh, I just feel like they do have that kind of energy going. You have, like, you have so much to offer, you know, uh, and so I definitely feel like there's this energy. um I mean, 2 of Cups and 10 of Cups is both relationship energy that's coming in. Let's see what else we got here before I open my mouth more. Yeah, because the 4 of Cups, they were bored with the type of relationships they had before, and it's like you're offering a different type of experience than he's had before. It's almost like I almost feel like he feels like he dated girls, but now, he's hanging with a woman, uh, difference, not like age-wise, but maturity and ability, and, um, they're just like, "Wow, what a difference it is," between, being down here and being up here as well, so I like that, and then what else here? Got the Emperor and the King of Wands, yeah. Both of these energies, both the Emperor and the King of Wands are all about get out of your head, get into your heart, make a plan, take action, dude, take action. You know, it's kinda like there's this energy of, um, I need to I need to get my life going because I feel like they were just kind of inspired by who you are and what you do and your abilities, your intelligence, all this stuff, and they were just like, "What am I doing?" I'm just kind of I don't wanna say like they were yeah, we got the 8 of Cups on the bottom and the 2 of Cups again, you know? There's this energy, I mean, the 2 of Cups is again that appreciation, like, wow, the stuff that you'll do for someone. The 8 of Cups, it's interesting, this energy of a little bit of fear that and this is what happens with overgivers, we know this is overgivers, not so anonymous. This is what I was telling someone earlier about. Maybe this is what we, will name my channel. I'll have to create a separate channel because when we overgive, and other people don't feel like they can keep up, it makes them it almost turns into like a parent-child relationship instead of equal, and they want a partnership, but I feel like with this energy, they're starting to feel like, "Oh, wow, you're doing all this stuff, and it's making me feel like it's like a mother calling around trying to get something for their son to do, they started to feel that out of balance, kind of energy, um, so be aware of that because, a little bit here and there is alright, right? But if we start doing it, it becomes parent-child, they will go outside the relationship to feel the givingness that you feel in giving to them. So, it's important to keep that balanced just as an awareness, um, energy. But let's see what else. That was the bottom of the deck. What else did he feel here? Yeah, the 8 of Swords. He feels like beliefs and things are like pulling away thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. It's almost like they were feeling here, um, like some doubts that they have on themselves, feeling restricted, that your belief, them seeing how you were putting yourself out there for them, that they were like, wow, you believe in me. It made it easier. It makes it easier for me to believe in myself in an energy there. So I like that. We got the 2 of Pentacles, the Chariot. Yeah, I feel like they were impressed here with how you were balancing things and also, this energy here, with the Chariot is, movement, action, action. It's the 4, uh, rules over the 4 horsemen, and there's that energy, this movement that comes in, and they're like, dang, I say their energy was like they were impressed at how you're just choo, 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 choo. Like, "How do you do all this?" They're just kind of in awe a little bit of your organization and your ability to, bring things together. So they really are kind of, um, like, I was gonna say hot after your mind as well. They're like just like, "Wow," you know, "Damn," right? So good energy there. And I feel like they're going, okay, they're kind of stepping up here with this Ace of Pentacles. They're like, you're getting me this opportunity to do things. Now it's up to me, the King of Wands, right? They're like, you're opening the doors, but it's up to me to walk through and up to me to make the impression. So I'm gonna do my best to make this worthwhile because that King of Wands again is that energy we had with that in the Emperor before, which is all right, I'm inspired. I'm getting going here. Like, wow, you're doing so much. I need to up my game. I need to, not drop the ball. You're doing so much. I don't want this to be wasted effort. I want to make the most of it. And I love that. I love that kind of energy coming in. So that is for that. And then number 5 is, will D the Scorpio land a job at Applied Materials? Right. So based on current energies. Is that it? All right. We've got the Hermit card and the Two of Pentacles. We also have the Hierophant on the bottom. These energies, I feel like there's other opportunities that are more in alignment. And oh my God, that's such a corporate thing. So no, he doesn't. I was like, why is it coming through like this? We just don't feel like we have the opportunities available for you currently, with your experience and da 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 da. I was like, wait, that's a no. I've been away from corporate life too much. It took me just a second to get back on that bike though. So, I like that. So I do like this, you know, that they let him down easy though, and just say, we'll keep you in mind for the future. We just don't have a position that matches your experience and stuff at this time. So I don't feel like Applied Materials they get there. But Samsung and Amazon. Ooh, okay. So Samsung is number 6. Let's see what comes with that. All right. Now we have the Queen of Wands on the bottom of this one, which there is a possibility for them to get a job there. We do have the Five of Wands, which is a bit of conflict energy. And with this energy I'm getting, I don't know if it's a sales, like they offer him sales kind of at Samsung. Um, Something that feels conflicting to them, to D. Like, it's like, "Oh, I don't wanna be in sales," or whatever it is that they wanna get in, because that's what they're reminding me. Because whenever I didn't wanna be in sales, because it's a long story, having to do with my dad being a salesman, and I didn't wanna be like my dad. I wanted to be different, as a rebel, Aquarius rebel, I wanna be different. So I got into customer service, and if ever they tried to bring sales into it, I was like, you know, hissing energy. That's what I kind of feel like a little bit here, that they feel like there's something about it that they're not really, like, D's not super impressed with it, but he's willing to learn, the King of Swords, and willing to keep his emotions to himself. So I feel like they do offer him something. It's not really his ideal, what he would like to do and enjoy doing. It's not like what his heart is excited about. Um, so I feel like that's that one. And then number 7 here is Amazon. So let's take a look at here. Will he land a job at the Amazon jungle? All right, with those. Yeah, we got the 8 of Pentacles there. So I do feel that, is working, doing the work. And I feel like that is, we got the Lovers card and the 3 of Pentacles. This feels like more there, um, what they feel comfortable with. And I feel like Amazon is where, based on current energies, is kind of where they end up going to. Something about creation and building with their hands, doing something with their hands more. They like hands-on. Oh, okay. They like hands-on, more than, um, maybe sitting behind a desk, being on a phone. I feel like they like the physical activity and going and doing things kind of energy, and being in the part of the machine, "Let's go, everybody," not, kind of feeling like you're off and pocketed away, um, attached to a computer and a phone kind of energy. At least that's what's coming in with that. So, that's number 7. Number 8, you wanna know what will be D the Scorpio's energy towards you moving forward after all the kind gestures and acts that you recently did for him. All right, let's refresh those energies and see what we got here. So, what is D the Scorpio's energy now that we've done these things? Is that it? All right. Yep. So we've got the 5 of Swords. Underneath that, we have the Hierophant too. But the 5 of Swords is a little conflicted. We'll see what it is here. Because it's like, because we have the difference between our heart and our head always, right? Our heart is the emotional side, which is like, I want to give too. And the mind is like, this is a win, 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 win. This is all these things that you're doing amazing, amazing, amazing. You know, if Scorpios can keep score lower vibration energy, it feels like. And so they might be like, wow, I owe you, right? They might be keeping that in their head, but the heart is like, I just want to be able to give back too. And that goes back to that 8 of Cups before, where they're like, what if I can't keep up the giving like you can? Are you gonna dump me and leave me behind? Because I can't overgive like you can, They have that kind of fear and that stuff underneath the surface. That's the bottom of the deck. Now you've got 2 and 3 and 1 cards. Instead of 1, 2, 3 or 3, 2, 1, you've got 2, 3, 1. It's almost like there's this message of we leaped way far ahead in doing things like we would do in a relationship, skipping the courting, the first phase. We just kind of jumped a grade into second and then third, and then it starts over. And then we kind of are going back and covering some bases that we normally cover in the courting period of the first part, right? So let's see what that is. The first 2 cards here, we do have the 7 of Cups and the Justice card. Yeah, so they're kind of a lot of different emotions around relationship energy and the out of balance scales, like we talked about. So they kind of feel mixed emotions around it. Like, I don't mind, receiving a lot and all this wonderful stuff that you want to give, but I want to give to you, but I don't know if what I have to give is something that you even want. Kind of energy that's slipping in here a little bit, right? Oh, it's been skipping a bit. Thank you, Chels. Okay. So I'm not sure where it skipped there, but so we got the Justice card and the 7 of Cups, which is that energy of being out of balance, a bit, and that they're wanting, those mixed feelings again, that you can give so much, and they're like we were talking about before, that it's, you know, this, um, uh, the 8 of Cups of that you will end up leaving if I that you may not want what I have to give kind of energy. Um, And then you go into these other 3, yeah, because the 3 of Pentacles, this is being true to our authentic selves, no expectations, kind of energy, and, um, with the Full card, just possibilities, no expectations, no, you know, um, intentions, just enjoyment, see what's unfolding, and again, this 2 of Swords, energy is kind of coming in here. There's a little bit of a battle between their head and their heart. Their heart wants equalness. Um, the mind doesn't mind receiving things. It's the heart that kind of feels like the fear of not being enough, not having enough, being left out in the cold, being abandoned and left behind kind of energy. So, they it goes back to just focusing on the joy and kind of friendship energy, that's here, and I feel like it's because it becomes too much for them is their energy where they're feeling right now is they have this, "Maybe we need to start over and, have it be equal," you know, equal people instead of it's almost like a reset. Instead of it turning into this like parent-child that we talked about, it's like resetting it back to one because it's like, in a way, they start losing their dignity when we start to become their parent, their mother or their father kind of energy, and it's like, yeah, we want equal. We don't like it when we're the one that feels like the freshman in school, right? We wanna feel like the senior, or at least, juniors together, right? Or seniors together or freshmen together, but not feeling like we're the lower classmen in a way. And I feel like that's what they're struggling with a little bit. They love all the kind gestures and they appreciate it and all that. Um, but there's something that's starting to bubble in there where they're starting to feel like, um, control or feeling caged kind of energy, and I feel like they might just kinda, like, step back a little bit to rebalance and come back in as equals instead of feeling like, one person's higher than the other. So, interesting energy there, but Scorpio makes sense. And then what was their energy towards you during the last 2 days that you spent together? Alright, let's take a look here. Alright. Yeah, I mean, the World card, victory, wonderful, abundant kind of energy that comes in with all that. Um, that there underneath the surface of that, we do have the 6 of Pentacles, which is my codependency awareness, right? The scales of overgiving, just awareness that was bubbling there, below the surface, but, the big thing is the World card, that's the major arcana, like, wow, kind of energy that's coming in there. Um, and then you have 3 cards here. Yeah, they've got here they like this feeling. They had the Hermit card, the Hanged Man card, and the 10 of Wands. I don't know if this is introvert. Are they an introvert? Does too much external activity drain them? They might be an outgoing person, but I feel like they might be an introvert because with this Hermit, of course, and the Hanged Man is like being in a cocoon, needing to have time to see things from different perspectives, and the 10 of Wands can either be a ton of energy that feels like a burden, and then switching it into energy that feels like gratitude too. So it kind of feels here like maybe they're a little bit of a hermit, and they enjoyed it with the World card, but something to maybe consider is they might, you know, too much too fast might be a lot for them, and, balancing the energy can help. Um, Not that they thought it was too much, I think they just needed, you know, to um, recover from it, you know? So if it was a great 2 days and now they're kinda, like, pulled back a little bit, they need a little bit of recovery, and then they'll return as well. Yeah, I feel here. Ace of Pentacles, abundance, abundance, but there's this fear, it's like the Tower card, is this gonna burn down? It's almost like they're someone promising to take you to Disneyland or Disney World, and you're like, "But people have always canceled on me before, and when I get excited about something great, it falls away or is taken away," and I feel like that goes back to their childhood. So they really enjoyed it with this Ace of Pentacles again, but then there's this, "When's the other shoe gonna drop?" kind of energy that comes in with this a little bit too. Isn't that how it happens, you know, when we have childhoods that we've had these, promises and, things that, get torn away, then you start to believe that you start projecting the past into the future, right? Um, yeah, and I like this. The Knight of Pentacles, this is like they like this journey, moving slow, moving forward slowly, and the Seven of Wands is about being true to their authentic self, not dimming their light, not asking permission to shine, but not defending what they want, but being themselves. And I feel like that's the big thing is, that they appreciate everything that you're doing. And it's a good reminder just to go, yeah, I don't need to become their mother or their owner and put them in a cage and put a leash on them, unless they're into that, but I don't feel like that's where they're at right now. But it looks good. I feel like, they're not used to someone so strong. Whoops, smack as you smack it around. But, but I feel like, um, again, sorry, I got distracted when I was smacking my microphone. So they, you know, not used to being around such a strong person and personality, and much less in a female with their experience, it feels like from their standpoint, and it's like they're just, you know, kind of adjusting to it. They're just like, "What is happening? You're, like, too good to be true. When's the real you gonna come out? When's the other foot? When do the fangs come out?" Right? It's like the movies, "Oh, they're beautiful and everything," then here comes the fangs and, you know? And so they're kinda like, "This seems too good to be true," and so they're kind of, like, hesitant and to go all in because it does seem too good to be true. Interesting. Alright, well, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in. You got the twins, self-protection and dual natures. Interesting. Twinsies. Let's see what we got here. Page 144. A quiet courtyard, the soft murmur of a nearby tea shop, the call of songbirds, and a blazing argument shattering the peace. Uh-oh. The twins were born at the same time, but they couldn't be more different. The first a dreamer, charming and surrounding by friends. The other more worldly, but dogged by life's injustices and feelings of inadequacy. Each twin feels the pressure to measure up to their sibling, but that pressure is entirely internal. Neither is judging the other, only themselves. This card relates to a specific relationship in your life. You and the other person are bound together, but past traumas are blocking your ability to make this a harmonious relationship. Be kind and take time to reassess your behavior. Are you really being fair to the other person? How are you continuing old habits or resentments? There is kindness in acknowledging that we're all human. Reversed, the relationship isn't with another, but with yourself. What was in balance is now off kilter. There's that scales again. The two sides of you are warring, making it hard to make decisions, or perhaps you're struggling to balance periods of manic productivity with sluggish demotivation. It's time to bring your energy back into balance and work out a happy medium. There you go. Like we were talking about in the reading. I love it. So, the twinsies, but you're the good twin and they're the evil twin, of course. No, but there's the working of that out. So hopefully that helps, Mama C. Thank you again so much for your donation and many blessings to you. All right, let me take a sip. We'll catch up on the chat here. I know we had quite a few come in, so let's catch up and then we'll get back into the readings. Thank you guys for your patience here. All right. So we were up here. There we go. Poor baby. That's cracked me up, Chels. All right. Trust me, if I'm offended, you will know. I know it's hard to tell with an Aquarius because Aquariuses normally don't communicate. They just disappear. So I get you. Got to keep an eye on us. All right. So Beatrice, I got your additional donation. That'll be number 22. And like this, and 23. I don't wanna read yours and get distracted and get caught up in them already. I wanna read them fresh, but I'm tempted. All right. And then you've got so 2 more. You got, number 24. Ooh, or you said ADHD. You're like, "Go, go, go, go." Mm-mm. You're so funny. So that'll be number 25 for that one. All right. Let me get all those in here. All right. Got all those together. We'll get that a love and a like too. Oops. All right. Oh, there it goes. Now it let me. Okay. So we got those. And then we got April. Hey, April. Good to see you. Get you on the free readings. That'll be number 10 on the free readings. Cat Mia. Hey, hey. What will happen? All right. We got you. You'll be number 11 on the free readings. And then Chelsea, for your free question, you'll be number 12. Got you there. Yeah, very corporate. Oh, PTSD from job. Oh my gosh, right? Oh, breathe. All right. And then we've got Donna Marie. Good to see you. And yeah, and then we got, whoops. There we go. You be number 13 on the free readings there. Whoa. There we go. Okay. And Chels, thanks for letting me know about the weird stuff happening. Ooh. Okay, that's not here. All right. And then we got Sean G in the house. Hey. I do got your donation that came in via Zcash app. You'll be number 26 on the donations. So I got you there. And your question is probably here. We got Helen Hummingbird in the house too. Hey. All right. Oh, here's Sean's question. Let me get that in there. All right. Okay, we got that. Yeah, childhood one's fun stuff, right? And then Helen Hummingbird, I see your question there. And that'll be number 14 on the free readings. Sorry, this will take just a moment. I had a very deep dive donation. Usually I'm up on the chats more. This just takes me a little bit to kind of jump in there. And we got Celestial Nebula. Oh, Mamacita's passed. All right. Hang in there, my dear. We'll get a message from her for sure. So, Celestial, you'll be number 15 on there as well. She's already around you, picking on you. I'm sure you'll probably already notice, you know, flocks of seagulls and butterflies all around you. All right. All right. And then Jamie G, you are here as well. Thank you so much. You'll be number 16 on the free readings there. And then ASAP. All right, got you there. Yeah, no problem at all. I mean, if it's acting up, I don't know why. So maybe it's just the heat, something going on or something. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? All right. And then Lady G, thank you for your additional donation and welcome to the world of um, having questions triggered by other people's readings. Tends to happen here. And do you happen to live in Southern California? All right, we'll give that a love and a like. Thank you for your additional donation. I didn't know if did I just tell you? It's we're 27. All right, let me see. What is this here? Okay, that's an advertisement. I thought that was from somebody, but no. That's just someone trying to get me to click on stuff. No, I'm not gonna do it. Okay. That's right. We're just gonna let the energy flow and everything's just gonna go well here. All right. So I think I am now caught up. So we will jump back in and continue our adventures. All right. So up next, we've got Debbie O. Hey, Debbie O, my Texan friend. We got you here. 147.23. Here's your timestamp. Thank you again for all your donation. And do you want to know whatever comes up? And then also from the peanut gallery. Hey, Debbie. Good to see you. The reason I said that, Lady J, we have like I think it's like 5 individuals. It's 4 or 5 individuals that have a lot of the same kind of experiences with the same kind of men, acting the same way, getting the same kind of readings too, which we were like, "Is it the same person?" They were like, "No, it's definitely different people." But it was just so bizarre. So that's why I'm like, "Oh, are you in Southern California?" Because they're all I think almost all of them were in Southern California. So it was funny. Like, maybe it's a local thing. Maybe it's something. Maybe it's in the water. Living on the fault, San Andreas Fault. You live on the edge all the time, right? All right. So, Debbie O, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know? Let's see what we got here. All right. That's it. All right. So you've got 3, 2, 1 coming in here. And you've got on the bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Pentacles, which is a new opportunity coming up here. Let's see what this is about. You have 3 cards, 2 cards, 1 card. So it's a countdown to this new opportunity. And let's see what this be about here. Yeah, so you've got the Knight of Pentacles. Oh, you're in North Carolina. Oh, Northern California. Okay. I thought I saw North Carolina at first. Northern California. Okay. Maybe it's a California thing. We'll have to see. But we do have the Knight of Pentacles coming in here, which is like, it's the slowest moving knight out of them all, which means there's something that's been going slow and giving you an opportunity to work on things, which is what you've been doing, the 7 of Cups. You've been learning to feel your emotions without judging them, and I feel like that's what you're learning is even the low vibration emotions are, uh, of the creator. They're not bad, they're just different, they're heavier, they're uncomfortable because 'cause we're used to higher vibration because that's what we're made of and where we come from. So when we feel lower vibration emotions, it feels different, it feels uncomfortable is a good word because it does feel it's like being on a planet that has heavier gravity than we're used to. You walk around feeling "Ugh," when we're in that lower vibration, right? And I like this little baby. Got the little sun card coming in here, which is your inner child, your emotional inner child. So you've really been getting to know your emotional inner child quite a bit, spending a lot of time with them, transforming a lot of things, right? And so, there is this energy of, you know, realizing like you said, it's very painful, the feeling we have, um, and, we've got this energy of, um you know, realizing that the feeling of pain comes from the prick in our heart when we go into fear. That's that anxiety when we start to feel like our heart tighten or we feel like pierce, right? Those things are fear starting to kick in. It's like, why am I feeling anxious? Where is this coming from? Oh, stranger danger. Our spidey sense is going off because we feel like we're going to get attacked by a saber-toothed tiger out of nowhere, right? Um, but, there is that energy here of that you're learning that, you're stepping into that. Things are going slow to give you this awareness to where you can step out of the pain and you get to the fears and you're learning to calm yourself and step out of the fear mode and you're stepping out of the old cycles of suppressing the emotions as you're allowing your feeling to do it, right? So I like that, right? Yeah. Yeah. Fear is fear. Fear is false evidence appearing real, right? I mean, we can it's like our mind doesn't know the difference between what's happening in front of us, a memory that we're remembering, or what we're watching on TV. We start going, "Oh my god," and it's like, it's the TV. The monster's not gonna come through the TV, but our mind's like, "Ah," and it doesn't matter when it happens, it's when we remember it, it's when we bring it up, we experience it all right. But that's what you're kinda learning here with all this is that you're, really, becoming aware of that no emotion is bad, just different, and that, pain is something that we're feeling because of our fears, not because of what happened out here, but because of the story that we've attached to it that activates a fear, and then we feel it in our heart, this, thing that happens, right? So I feel like that's what you're learning right now. You're still in the midst of it, obviously. If you're still in pain, it's okay. It doesn't need to be like, "I need to get out of it, I need to get out of it." It's like, sit in it, learn and you're learning tools to release the pain, to release the fear, and, it'll be worth it in the long run. But that's the Knight of Pentacles. It's moving slow to give you the opportunities to do that, to raise your vibration so that all that can be cleared out or a majority of the big things are cleared out before you meet, so and so. No, no more tears. No, tears are healing, right? Absolutely. Tears are releasing energy. And, when we feel emotional, we've been told, of course, we're taught when we're younger, right? Um, to not um, cry, to suppress, or we'll give you something to cry about, right? um, so that's why we're like, oh, I don't want to cry because then they're going to give me something to cry about, right? Um, so it's like, yeah, I'm going to allow myself to cry, allow myself to be angry. Don't hurt yourself or hurt anyone else, but you're allowed to feel the emotions, and you can do things to express it as long as you don't harm yourself or others. You can throw a pillow across the room if you need to get angry, or bawl into a pillow if you need to, or even don't even bawl into a pillow, just bawl out your window, your back door. Let it out. Or scream, right? Whatever you need to do, because our inner child was so suppressed, it's time to, vocalize it and allow it to come forward. So I like this. Yeah, you're learning the Five of Swords, the Page of Pentacles. So you have these heightened opportunities. Your worth is changing. The battle that you know, this is helping you with is your inner worth, the feelings that you had. Um, this battle that's here is this battle of your mind trying to define your worth by the outside world, and your heart going, no, that's not how I'm defined. And then the mind goes, yeah, it is. This is what we were taught. And then the heart's like, no, no, I'm defined by this love. And the mind's like, no, you're not. And like, oh, yes, I am. And there's this battle going back and forth. But as you start to question all the facts that your mind is bringing you, you're realizing that's just rumor, that's just opinion, that's not real. Especially in the legal world, right? We know that opinion without anything to back it up is just hearsay. So it's just hearsay. And we do that. Expectations. Aha, got him. May the little gnat rest in peace. He was asking for it. They know. I have an agreement. You can fly around, but if you come within my airspace, you going down. Yeah. Yeah. And then you have the King of Pentacles. Yeah, and this again is all about, this is the journey of self-worth, and how with the Ace of Pentacles, this is looking at your self-worth in a different way. And so you're on this amazing adventure, to undefine yourself and unattach your worth from the outside world in the past, and connecting into the present, the now, with the universe's eternal unconditional love, and realizing you're priceless. You're not retail on clearance, you're priceless, and there's no stickers. You can't put any stickers on me, right? All right, so that's for the big one there. And then we'll hit the peanut gallery. This one's going to be a little quicker just because we went so deep into that first one there. So let's take a look here at from Papa, from Mama, from Chuck Chuck, and from Spirito. I know that's Latin, right? All right. So let's take a look here. Oh, the gnat. I gave the gnat many chances. Sitting on my juice glass. Ugh, how rude. Overall theme, Six of Pentacles. Oh, and you have the Knight of Pentacles too. So, kind of continuing from this other part of your journey and your adventure of self-worth, the Six of Pentacles is about overgiving, the need to overgive, kind of energy. And Papa, of course, saying here, you know, um, there's this beautiful energy you have with the King of Wands where you're clearing the throne room, including us, the representations of us anyway, these loud, he's saying, and he's pointing at the others too, the loud voices in the throne room with you that are telling you, from the past, the shoulds, the supposed to, the need to, the blah, 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 telling you what you're worth, who you're with, defines you, what you're doing defines you, what you have and what you own and blah, 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 all define you. And they're like, yeah, kick us out of there, because those little mini me's of us, they didn't know what they were doing. They were just regurgitating what they were taught. who, by their parents, who were taught by their parents, who taught by their parents. We didn't have any idea what we were doing. So don't, you choose you. You get out of your head and into your heart. You connect with your self-love with that Ace of Cups, and then you realize that you are priceless, that you're not defined by the outside world, and that you don't have to give so much to deserve so little. You deserve one to one. You don't have to work hard to receive a little bit. You get to, you know, abundance and love, and everything can come to you easily and effortlessly because you deserve it. You don't have to earn it. Just because of who you are is that you deserve it. So that's Papa. Mama smacks him. No, she doesn't. Yeah, and she says here, yeah, the 5 of Cups, the sorrow, the energy that you're experiencing, focusing on the spilt cups. She's like, it's good to understand those things with the King of Swords, which is stepping out of you know, the emotions and seeing things from that higher perspective. She's granting you this beautiful Ace of Swords from the King of Swords, who's the master storyteller. And she's kind of reaffirming, this is the cards that said, in the previous portion of your reading here was, it's not what's happening out there that makes it feel sad or makes us feel anger. It's the story that we put to that. What we make that mean about us is what triggers us to go into fear. Thus, and the two expressions of fear of fight or flight is anger or sadness. Most emotions spawn from those energies. And numbness is like the freeze, but even the numbness is like, I'm gone, I'm not there. So that I consider that still flight, just for the record there. But it's like your mama is saying, you have the power to change the story of what that means. And so when you have an emotion that feels, identify what the emotion is, like, this feels like abandonment, you know, and what's the story I put to that? Why am I creating that story that means I'm abandoned? And when I question the story and go, okay, I understand why I put that story to it, but do I want to keep that story? Do I want to reframe that story? Or do I want to release that story and write a new one? That's your power. So Mama says, boom, boom, boom. And then Chuckaroo says, what does Chuckaroo say? Yeah, he's like, you are the empress. You're the ruler over your own kingdom. Your self-love is all you really need. But you can want, but all you need is your self-love. You are so much, you're the love you've been looking for, and no one can give you that except for you. And then you can fill up and overflow, and then other people can bring that here too, right? Yeah. Well, you did the best you could at the time, right? And that's where we give our kindness and going, if I knew now what I if I knew then what I know now, yeah, but we didn't. And that's when we give ourselves grace, because everyone does perfectly with the information and the conditioning we've grown up with, our experiences up to that point, the energy we're in and the energy that we're around. We always make the perfect choice with what we know at the time. With new knowledge, yeah, we may make a different decision, but that was back then. Yeah, I was so young, just a young little lamb going to the slaughter. But you have the full card too from Chuck, which is, let all the stories go, brand new, the full card. It's like, in a way, it's, you know, letting go of all the expectations of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be. Set yourself free and look at life as an adventure instead of, sometimes whenever we're feeling heavy and low, it's because we've got all those expectations of, I should be here, I should be blah, 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 healed, no emotional trauma, no mental trauma, no physical trauma, no spiritual, energetic trauma. Well, that means we're dead. So let's lower the bar, and go, okay, as humans, we're going to have some things going on in our lives always until we're on the other side, right? But then it's like, but we don't need to achieve all these things. We can just and look at adventure that there's no right or wrong, just different choices and get out of that self judgment. And then we get out of judgment of others too. But he's like, it's like the message from Chuck is it's time to stop judging yourself. And I like that. He's just matter of fact, little Bubba. And then Spirit has here kind of the same message with you got the 5 of Pentacles, which is the fear of not being enough, being left behind, abandoned, left out in the cold, left behind. 9 of Swords is the nightmare and insomnia, all those expectations, that we worry about. And it's like, yeah, when we define ourselves by the outside world, yeah, we're gonna feel like we're less than because the impossibility of all the expectations of the outside world, looking for permanency in the non-permanent, looking that we have to control things that are outside of our control, and so spirito is saying, that it's okay to let go of all that stuff and come back to you. Remember who you really are, and that this is everything that you need. You don't need, you know, to define yourself by relationship situations and things. You define yourself by here, you release all those attachments of your definition. That's freedom for you. So I love that. So good stuff, good information. Oh, you like that too? Honored? I like it. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. And you got the Citadel is the wise one. Look, he's pointing right at you. Tradition, order. Did you ever watch Fiddler on the Roof? That's what just came to mind here. Tradition. It's a good one. So a fire burns in the hearth, a russet fox slumbering before its warmth. Peace hangs over the room like a blanket, and by the window, the wise one consults a book and crushes a handful of leaves into a bowl. Though others may be wilder and more experimental, the wise one acts on the knowledge learned from their predecessors. They know the way things have always been done. Organization and rhythm rule the day. It's time to suppress that creative streak and accept pre-established convention. Take the time to study those who have gone before you. There's plenty to be learned from previous attempts. The greatest knowledge is derived from the experience of those who've done this before. I love it, especially those from the other side, right? The reversal is conforming to social structures provides a reliable basis for development, but you may be feeling particularly restricted by the rules you've embraced until now. Go ahead and break the mold, but do so sensibly. If you're going to embrace an unorthodox approach, make sure that whatever you do is the right thing for you in this particular moment. I like it. Break the rules. That's what your peanut gallery is saying. Break those rules. Be a rebel. We support you. We were the ones that you would get in trouble with, so now they're encouraging you to set yourself free. Freedom. All right. So that's what they have for you, Debbie. Oh, and then I'm not sure if you probably heard earlier, you're number 3 on the free readings once we get those. If we get to those tonight. We shall see. But cheers. Thank you so much, my friend. Oh, it's so good. Your peanut gallery is a hoot and a half. All right, let's catch up on the chat up here. So I did those. And Chelsea said you did a screen share of swapping on guys on Tinder with your best friend who's in Arizona, and she was shocked At the lack of options here? Really? Interesting. Maybe they're not on Tinder, right? That's interesting. Wow. That's interesting. Wow. Yeah. So, well, let's take a look here. Let me check my emails real quick here. Oh, didn't want to do that. Stop. Okay, there we go. It's bad. Maybe it's spirit blocking you from people. You're like, yeah, I say, do what you love and you'll meet someone doing what you love, like motocross, right? Go do motocross. And then you'll meet someone that's doing motocross and they're like, damn, girl, what are you doing out here? And you're like, leaving you in my dust. Yeah. But that's the whole thing is when we're looking for love like a job, then we end up hiring people and putting them on a written warning and, you know, firing them and having to go through it all again to hire someone to fill that position, right? Um, yeah, yeah. That's all right. That's just one. There's plenty out there, right? You're like avoidant. Well, that's all right. They can try to get away from you on a motorcycle, but you can catch up, right? Knock them over. Don't do that. All right. Let's continue here. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. All right. And then we got Anna in the house. Hey, Anna, Anna, good to see you. Whoa, simmer down. There it goes. So, Anna, here is, you'll be number 28 on the donations. We'll give that a love and a like there. And we got Maria P in the house too. Maria. You'll be number 17 on the free readings. And I just got your first PayPal here as well. So you'll be number 29 for your first one there. I maybe sense more coming. There's usually a duo or trio sometimes. No expectations. If you ever do just do one, you're fine. There's no expectation on that. Just I'll look out for it here to get you on the list. All right, and then Anna, here is your question right here. Okay. 2.0. You're funny, Anna. All right, so here's that. In this one here. Okay. Yeah, you definitely could, right? Oh, job application. Hinge requires like a job application of questions. So the men are actually serious are on that. Or it's AI, right? These days, you never know. That's why I'm all about, doing things that we love to do, not looking for love. And then you bump into someone that's doing what you love too, and a spark happens, and then you organically grow a relationship because you have similar interests. And, it's not like, you know, because when you're trying to hire someone for a job, they're gonna put their best foot forward, lie about what their experience is to get the job, and then you find out later they lied. What are you gonna do, fire him? Sometimes, then you gotta go through the whole process again going, "Oh, I don't wanna go through all that. We'll just keep him here. We just won't give him a raise." Oh, I love that. Very good. Very good. Alright, so I think I've got everyone on the list here. Alright, and Blueberry, I just got your email for your, free reading too, so cheers, cheers. Thank you for that. Right? Yeah, experience, who cares about smarts if you don't have street knowledge, right? That's what I'm saying. So cheers. Okay, I think I'm all caught up. Let's dive back in. Since I've only completed 4 in 2 hours, lordy, we're gonna be here till 5 a.m. I'm just kidding. I won't stay that late. I will have to cut it off at, like, 9 hours, I think. We'll see. Alright, so Sudesh is up. Some of these are shorter ones, though, we'll get in here. I've been having deep dive ones, so, some of the smaller donations will be faster reading, so alright, so Sudeshna, thank you for your trio of donations, and number 1 here, this is for you've applied for a few job openings today at 2 companies. You got Highland and EY. So when any of these applications move forward, what will happen? Will you get the job? All right. Highland, what will happen there? And EY, what will happen there? All right, let's see what we got going on here. Just FYI in the bottom, we still have a battle going on between your head and your heart. Enough said, you know that. I've told them, I go, she knows the story about the heart wanting to take somewhere, the head wanting to go somewhere else. She knows. But whenever they put it there, I just have to tell you it so that you just a reminder. So there you go. So Highland, will the application move forward there? You got the Queen of Pentacles. That's an abundance. That's a yes. So with Highland, you will have that application move forward. What will happen? Two of Pentacles. There is a balancing energy, a juggling energy here. So it does feel like options, choices that come in with that company. And will you get a job there? You do have the Knight of Wands. So there is action and movement energy that happens there. And I feel like you will have 2 options, like they have 2 different ways that you can go with that place. Um, and of course, if you have a choice between 2, let your heart lead the way. Close your eyes and open your heart and go, "Heart, which one would you like out of these 2?" You know, treat it like a 2-year-old. Would you like this or that, right? So it's like, here we go. Let's go that direction, right? So we like that. And then for EY, will it move forward? You got the 6 of Swords, the Ace of Cups. Wow, yeah. So here's your heart going, yeah, yeah, yeah. They like this one for you. The 6 of Swords is movement, so there is movement forward in that one. You've got the Magician. What will happen depends on your energy with the Magician card here. So if you're focusing on gratitude for what you have and have had and kind of surrender, not any fear, lack, need, want energy that comes in there, that will keep things slow from happening. But when you focus in on your energy, on the higher, then things can move forward. But I feel like the energy right now kind of leads you to not being hired at that job with this 5 of Cups, which is sorrow, and the 7 of Cups, emotional confusion kind of energy coming in. So I kind of feel like there's that energy um, of not so much there. But with the Magician, I feel like that can change. It feels like maybe you're in a bit of not that you would ever say this, but kind of like, damn it, why am I not getting um any responses from these applications? And I understand we can get into that, but if you renew your hope and hand it over to the creator, you know, then then things can go smoothly, and EY can be a possibility. You know, that's there with that Magician card. All right. So that's for that one. Let's see what your fortune cookie says for that one. Looks like you got your other 2 cards here already too. All right. So for this one, you've got shake your arms loose is the coping energy here, which stress locks in your joints. Give it permission to move. Stand or sit upright. Shake your arms and hands like flicking off water. Oh, there you go. And let them go floppy. Exaggerate it. Smile if it helps. And where it says smile, smile if it helps. Just let go of energy. So there you go. So that's good. All right, so that's for that one, Sudeshna. I'm glad this is, like, historically on YouTube for forever, right? All right. So that was for number 1. For number 2, we've got 219.42 for the second one, so thank you for your additional donation. And so today, you received 2 calls from an HR from a company, and you picked the first call, and they told you about some opening you don't have qualifications in, and you didn't pick up the call the next time. It was from a different number, but from the same company. So, should you call it back again? Right, let's see here. What if you call them back again, what kind of energy comes in there? Is your destiny pulling you in that company? And should you look forward to opportunities there, and what will happen? All right. So, if you call back again, let's take a look here. What kind of energies do you have here? Yeah, I mean, you got the 3 of Pentacles, which is a creation energy, can be abundance energy, but especially with the sun that's coming in here. There is a bright light. There is this energy here. There's even like collaboration with that 3 of Pentacles. There's even with the Moon card and the 6 of Cups. When you were talking about um, like fate, destiny pulling you somewhere, 6 of Cups and the Moon card represents past life energy. So this is interesting. Let's see what else it says here. Because this says, is your destiny. You have the 6 of Pentacles. There is this balancing energy, this victory energy. What else do you have here? Opportunities there. I feel here we have the 7 of Pentacles, which is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. You would need to let go of some expectations of what you think it's supposed to be, should do, should be, need to be kind of energy. You got another victory energy with the moon energy behind here again. So there is this movement forward energy that comes in here. And you got the Queen of Pentacles here too, which is abundance. This is a lot like the first one on your first question that was there. Kind of the same energies, but this one feels more, there's more destiny, more fate, more past life connection energy, which tends to bring it in here. So I would say with this energy here, I would call him back again and just see where it goes, but pay very close attention, you know, with that, you know, that energy of, you know, the energy that's there of, you know, making sure you're focusing in on the higher vibration, letting the expectations go kind of energy that's there too. So let's take a look here. So I feel like that's good. The Queen of Pentacles seems like abundance if you go that route. So interesting. So you got a couple of opportunities there that are coming in. And for this one's fortune cookie, what would you tell a younger you? Stay out of IT? No, you're like, our past deserves kindness, not critique. Picture yourself at age 10 or 14 or 18. What do you wish someone told you back then? Say it now, write it down, let it become part of your healing. Because this is a reflection energy. Heal by offering the words you needed. I like it. So that is for that one there, Sudeshna. So many blessings to you. Let me just do a couple quick shout outs here. We'll go on to your third one here. We got Livier Vagata in the house. Hey, good to see you. And we got Dason too. Did you get your past questions done? So from last night, because it was just last night, right? If it was Sunday, I did that night. But last night's I think you did. I think I did a general for you. Here's the link to that one last night. I did it this morning. So that's the link to the one this morning. If you go to that and then you open the pinned comment, you can see your timestamp. Click on it, take you right to your reading there, Dason. Or anyone else that had a free reading last night that I got to this morning. All right. Yeah, I had a wonderful, what was my record? 9 hours and 43-minute and 22-second session last night. Still didn't get to any free readings. So thank you for your patience. I'm waiting till this morning. All right. So we're back in it. We got Sudeshna, number 3, 22506. Maybe. I know we had some problems at the beginning here. So these timestamps are probably going to need to revamp them all after the session is done. All right. So, Sudeshna, you're currently trying for job opportunities in the technology data analyst. Should you continue looking for jobs in data analyst technology? What's the energy if you do that? So let's take care of the energy. Oh, there we go. And then what about energy around learning automation testing? Okay, just the one. All right. Or any other technology. All right. So for data analyst technology, you have the Sun card, which is one of the most abundant cards. So, if you're kind of kicking it still in the IT world, the Sun card seems good. The King of Wands is saying that it's not so much what you do, but the energy behind with what you do things, the King of Wands. Because, you know, if we're focusing in on gratitude and higher vibration, we can be successful at anything. If we're focusing on fears and need and want and lack and that energy, we can suck at anything. I like it. So there you go. But Sun card is a positive energy for data analyst. What about automation testing? Got the Three of Pentacles. That's a little bit less small accomplishment energy versus the data analyst. And then anything else that comes in here. They're like nothing in IT because they've got here, of course, they're bringing in, remember, if you follow your heart, it's about changing things. The Hierophant is the master of change. They're like, the third option would be to change something completely to follow your heart. Even have the High Priestess, which she goes away, connects with the higher realms, looks behind the veil of the mind, but gets into the heart, energy there. So I feel like they're saying stick with the data analyst. If you're going to stick with what the mind wants, then that's the more abundant thing for you on your path right now. And the other automation testing is kind of low success, not as much in comparison to this other. And then option 3 is follow your heart, to where your heart is drawing you somewhere else, right? And then your fortune cookie is, when do you wear a mask? It says, we all adapt, but sometimes masks stick. So when do you pretend to be okay when you're not? Who are you trying to protect, them or you? And what would happen if you were just honest today? You probably would get fired. You're like, I hear that. This is a reflection card that says, notice where you hide and why. This is good stuff. It's like therapy. Although I'm not a licensed therapist, see the disclaimer in the description box below. All right. All right. So let me grab here. Livier, thank you for your question. We'll get you on, and you're number 18 on the free reading list once we get there. Chelsea said, "Wait, I saw you like the Intra sent you 3 hours ago, and I saw it at 3:30 AM." Yeah, which would be so that would have been 3:30 your time, which would have been 4:30 my time? 4:30 AM? No, I was in bed. I think I went to sleep around 3 AM, and I woke up at well, I think I went to bed at 3:30. Yeah, I went to bed at 3:30, so that makes sense. Maybe it was 6:30 AM, and, but no, it was like 3:30 AM is when I was going to bed, and so I was checking my Instagram real quick before I was going to sleep, and that's when I was like, "Oh, yeah, that's right, you sent that thing." That's when I was finishing up. So, that would make sense. So, yeah, a night owl. But next week, I'm gonna shut down at midnight and try to get my butt in bed by 1 AM so that I can wake up with 7 hours of sleep at 8 AM and get my walk in and, or go to the gym and have balance, and then do my if I have any, you know, uh, makeup sessions, do those. So that's kind of the plan. All right. I know I'm blabbing a lot tonight. I don't know what's going on. All right, let's continue on. So, Lauren Smith, you're up, 23105. We will try to focus. Maybe I need to borrow some of my host's ADHD meds. All right. So, Lauren, thank you so much for all your donations. So we've got you, and then we'll go to Chelsea, and then we got 3 for you here. So we're having Chelsea's the cheese on a Lauren sandwich. All right. So, how are your ex and the girl he's seen doing? Will it be a long-term relationship? All right. Cheers, cheers. Let's take some coffee here. So, I know. I swear I'm in a parallel universe. Okay. And will it be a long term? Just this one. All right. So, how are they doing here? Yeah, we definitely have a 7 of Wands type energy, which is this energy of wanting to be true to our authentic self. I'm just being me. I'm not dimming my light, not asking permission. I'm not defending who I'm being. I just want to be me energy, which that generally means someone doesn't want to be caged. Someone doesn't want to be changed. Someone doesn't want to be told what to do, right? So we got that energy there. Let's see how their relationship is. So we got the Page of Wands and the Hangman. So, oh, I know. Oh, darn. Gosh. Lord. So, we've got the passion with the Page of Wands. And the Hangman is a bit of cocooning, a bit of pausing with forward movement, yeah, well, I guess it's not her. And so there's this, kind of things are just kind of, kept from moving forward, just, passion, energy that's bubbling right there. Let's see what this is here. We got the Knight of Cups and the Four of Cups. Yeah, it feels like any kind of romantic forward movement is kind of with the Four of Cups is kind of uh reached this plateau of no growth in it is what that Four of Cups would mean, you know. So We got that. We got the Two of Wands and the Empress. So, the Empress energy that's there with that Two of Wands, there is this going back and forth energy. And, when we have the Two of Wands, sometimes, I mean, it can be, I'm this and I'm back, and I'm this and I'm this. Like light switch on, light switch off and on, off and on, off and on kind of energy where I feel like the fire is there. Like there's passion and then there's a withdrawal from passion. Then there's passion and then there's withdrawal from passion kind of energy, right? Oh, well, that makes sense. That totally would make sense with all this wands energy and that any kind of emotional energy kind of just, plateaued. Let's see what else we've got here. The 5 of cups, the star card, you know. It's like the dream come true. And that makes sense. The star card is Aquarius energy, which is air sign energy. So it's like the mental dream come true equals sorrow. The 5 of cups, which is with not a whole lot of high vibrational emotion, more low vibrational emotion that's there, right? So, we definitely have that here, right? She is like that. Her passion is on like a light switch and then turned off like a light switch. So it's like she opens up and is passionate, but then really, she has this need to want to feel emotional energy. She doesn't know how to receive it, but it's not there, which is a problem, because when like, our example of I mean, sorry, the energy is if my self-love is like this, no matter how much love I wanna give out, it just drip, drip, and no matter how much love someone would wanna give me, it would be drip, drip. When we don't have a big flow of self-love, then we go it's like the energy wants to go somewhere, it ends up going to the fire, to the passion instead of water. It's like, "Okay, well, if I can't be expressed through the waterways, then I'm gonna try to express and feel things in a way through passion, through fire." And, um and women will automatically have that connected to be it fire becomes bland after a while if there's not water added it. They want steam, not just burny, burny fire, fire. Men tend to be okay with just fire. They don't need emotion, but women want steam, right? Um, and that's what I feel like why she turns on and turns off is because she turns on, enjoys the fire, but then she's like, "Where's this feels bland. I'm done." Meow, and then turns off the and doesn't have the drive for a little bit and then turns it back on and then turns it back off, right? Examples, when you interpret, it just helps understand the reader more. Yeah. Mm-mm. Yeah. He probably makes her feel comfortable to feel that way because yeah, yeah. So, yeah, I don't feel like because he's not capable of giving emotion because he's like this, right? All he can give is like a drip, and all she can receive is a drip, and then she's like, "That's not enough," That's like, um, someone bringing you a thimble and going, "This is all you can have of that," and you're like, I think you need to keep that. You need that more than I do," you know? But that's what even though she thinks, "I don't want emotion. It's okay, I don't." It's how she's built, She can't help it. She may not understand, like, how to get it, um, in, into her heart. Um, it's almost like a Chinese water torture drip. Drip, drip, you know? So we're gonna call it from now on. Yeah, and it's alright, you know? Um, and then so we've got the Ace of Swords with the Eight of Cups. It is kind of this energy here, you know, with this, you know, Eight of Cups is walking away from a relationship that doesn't serve. And I feel like with the Ace of Swords, this is underneath it. I feel like they're both it's becoming apparent that this isn't going to be long term. I feel like it's already on their minds, like you were saying, to split up there. The will it be a long-term relationship? Still undecided with the Emperor. You know, this is like they have to get out of their head and into their heart, and then if they yeah, like, that's the only way it would end up being a long-term relationship is that they can get out of their head and into their heart, make a plan with their heart, put action behind their heart. Yeah, so that's a big if, though, when it comes there. That's why this Eight of Cups with that Ace of Swords, they're just not in that place, you know, he's not in that place right now to open up his heart kind of energy, right? And then he gave relationship treatment, and she probably wanted more, and he was like, "Yeah, uh-oh." The 7 of Wands energy would be, you know, I wanna be me, I don't, you know, I don't want to have intentions or try to be changed or ruled or confined. Let's just see where things go, you know? And that's how it kind of starts out. Even, you know, and we have that all the time. It happens with men and women, you know, gay, straight, whatever, where, you know, people have the best intentions of like, "No, no, I just" like the mind, because I had my 4th relationship, I just got out of a 3-year relationship, they had just got out of a 7, and we were like, "I do not wanna be in another relationship." We agreed with our minds, but with our hearts, like, before we knew it, I was either sleeping over there or they were sleeping over at mine. We were like, "Oh my god, we're in a relationship." Our hearts were like, but the thing is, they wanted to sleep with other people, and I knew that, but my heart was like, "What?" And then it's like your heart gets engaged. It's like there's a knife. It's like a climbing thing, like an ice pick on ice. You know how they use ice picks little in things. It doesn't pull out and go back. It rips out of the heart. It feels like, right? And so that's the kind of energy that, you know, can happen where we don't realize it. But there's also the opposite where we um, we think that we're not going to want something, and then emotions start coming up in one person and not the other, and then that causes a problem there too, right? So, so there we go. Let's see here. Yeah. So even though things have been said, then we start reading into things, yeah. Right? Honored. I like it. Alright. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in there, but yeah, I kind of feel like, um, people have the intentions just to, you know, let it be casual, and then someone does something that doesn't fit their definition of casual, and then so they read into it and assume, and then, you know, all kicks in there, but, it's all our journey, all our adventures, right? Yeah. We got the patron for your fortune cookie here. Mentorship and finances. Oh, interesting. Let's It's page 76. Let's see what we got here. So, amongst the chatter and music of the salon, one voice rises above the others, confident and companionable. The patron has achieved a certain level of success and prosperity and makes it their business to know everyone around them, particularly those with talent who might just need a little extra support to fulfill their potential. The patron indicates that a period of mentorship is beginning for you. Either someone is due to enter your life offering support and advice, or someone is looking to you for guidance. Whether it's you or someone else who is taking on the role of the patron, focus your energy on this new union as it will bring a period of stability and empowerment to the both of you. Reversed, it says, while you're busy looking for that mentor figure in your life, others might be using that as an opportunity to take what they want from you. Not everyone has your development in mind. No matter how smooth a talker they may be, chances are you have more to offer them right now than they have to offer you. Know your own value and don't let yourself be taken advantage of. A boom. Shazam. So there we go. So that is what we have for that one. And let me catch up on the chat here. I love that cookie too. All right. So let's grab this. So honored. Thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 30. Whoops. Hold on. Yep. Okay. Just checking, make sure I didn't get any emails too. So you are number 30. Yeah. All right. Give that a love and a like. I think I read all the way down to here. Yeah, love that guy, but he pisses me off because my friend's exactly like him. She'd let me get run over as long as she could keep talking to her crush for a second longer, right? Pattern, yeah. You're so funny. Yeah, your second one is number 30. Your first one is number 21. So we'll be getting there here soon. If I stop reading the chat, right? Yeah. All right. So actually, Chelsea's up next. So Chels, you are up. We got 47, 41 here. So thank you for your donation. You asked, Lauren inspired you. How is your ex, not the one you asked about last night, LOL, and so how is your ex and the person he's seen doing? And are they both happy in the connection? You put the power of Lauren compels you. So cheers, cheers. So we'll dive in there. Hey, Sean. Hey, you are number 26. Yeah, I know, right? That's good stuff. So let's take a look here. So, how is your ex and the person he's seeing doing? All right. And are they both happy in the connection? Him, her, and is it what other T can we know, right? All right. So, how are they doing here? It feels like things are going all right. We got the King of Cups, which is a balance between head and heart. It's a compatible energy. We got the Queen of Pentacles, which is abundance and fullness, birthing energy. That's coming in. So we got a king and a queen. We have the Hierophant. They are growing. They are, you know, seeing things differently, going through evolution, changes, but it doesn't feel like it's um destructing things. It feels like almost with those energies that it's constructing. So so that's good, at least so far for them. So are they both happy? Is he happy? We got the 9 of Cups. Yeah, like a dream come true. Whoa. Witch, she's a witch. And how is she feeling? 9 of Wands. Like she's trapped and behind a wall. Yay. Well, we'll find out more here about what that means. Um, it's like she's trying to break through something. Um, so he's happy, but she's yeah, but she's kind of feeling like she's trying to get past something and she can't, at least with that energy there, that's coming in. Yeah, well, that makes sense, with that kind of energy. All this 9 energy would be the, hermit, avoidant type of energy that's there. Maybe she feels locked out, kind of energy. Let's see what else the other tea that they're willing to give us here, right? Are there secure women out there? Are there secure humans out there? How secure are you looking for, right? Uh, and are they people we'd be interested in? I don't know. I'm totally secure. You should start a new website, right? Totalsecurerelationships.com. All right, what else can we have here? Yeah, we have a little bit of 5 of Wands, so there's a little bit of conflict energy that comes in here, you know? So, I do feel like with that hair font, they are learning, they are growing here. Let's see what is happening here. Yeah, they're gaining clarity. It's slow movement, but they are learning. The Justice card is, that Ace of Swords is giving them clarity about relationships, seeing the difference between what her expectations are on her side and what his are, and kind of weighing them and realizing they're different and, how we can balance those out. So, with this conflict and with this, movement, the slowness, it feels like they're growing there. And they got the 6 and the 7 of cups underneath the surface, which is, we got this energy. And even under the bottom, we had the Queen of Cups, which is there's a lot of emotional energy, even past life energy going on here. So it feels here. I know, right? That's where he learned expectations. I imagine he had those from, 7 to 14 years old. You might have just, brought, uh, attention to it. "What are those?" "Oh, yeah, I didn't even remember I had those, thank you." But I do feel like these 2, that they do have past life connection energy with that 6 of cups and Queen of cups. They got a lot of different emotions that they're experiencing from past lives that they're kinda working out together too. Um, but it feels like slow progress, but nonetheless progress that they're having, learning about expectations of each other and seeing from the different that there's different sides of the scale, which like an avoidant and an anxious attacher would have different expectations. I need connection. I need space. Ooh, two, two huge conflicts that come in, right? So I feel like that's kind of where they're at and what's going on with those young whippersnappers. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here too. You get one of the coping skills. Say it out loud to the air. Unspoken feelings get stuck. Spoken ones move. Say what you feel right now out loud, even if no one hears. Whether it's I'm exhausted, or I feel alone, or I don't know what I need. Let the sound leave your body, and that's relief. Because this is a soothing card. Express before emotion becomes pressure. Ooh, I like that. So that is that one there. What is that? The woman being an avoidant attached is fascinating. I didn't know that they were a thing. Yeah, not normal. Um, but it depends on the trauma that created it. Because we talked about like the avoidant and the anxious attacher come from the same trauma of rejection and or abandonment, right? And the anxious attacher is to not be abandoned again. I strive so much more for a strong connection, overgive, do whatever I can to please, please, please don't let me go again. Whereas the avoidant is this connection hurt me deeply. I'm not going to rely on it. I'm going to avoid it because that's dangerous. So it can be an abusive relationship, especially from a female standpoint. A big abusive relationship growing up can make them not want to attach, but make them want to avoid. So it's probably more physical trauma. Is that what Spirit's telling me? Again, I'm not a licensed psychologist or anything, just what Spirit is saying. Feels like it's more mental, not even mental trauma. It feels like physical trauma because I don't want to physically be near someone. I need to be away. And that emotional connection before that drew me in, it's like, no, that's a trap. I get drawn in and then bam, kind of energy. I know, fun, right? Yeah. Yeah, it is. I have it on my podcast idea list to have a podcast about avoidant and anxious attachment and kind of talk about some of the things we've talked about in channeling from spirit. So very interesting, right? All right. So let me see here. Honored, we have a additional one. Thank you so much for your additional donation. And you're like, I like that. I'll have what they're having. Same question, inspired by Lauren. Let me see. Do I still have access to that up here? I already deleted them. I think those are gone. Yeah, those are already starting to fall away. So let me just from memory here. It's like, how is my ex and their current relationship? Are they happy? Will it be long term? Okay, we'll look at that. Oh, well, yeah, definitely welcome back. I love it. Yeah, you're so impressionable. You're a unicorn. I'm so grateful. So grateful to have you back, Honored. Let me give that 11 a like since I've got you on the list there. You have number 30 and 31 in addition to the other one we'll be getting to here. All right. So, yeah, we'll get back into Lauren's here. So we've got 3 for Lauren up next here. And these are a couple shorter ones and a longer one, so we'll dive in here. Welcome back, Mr. Carter. All right, Lauren, 25924. Yes, come on. Try that again. There we go. There it is. Mm. All right. And do you live in Southern California, Honored? No. Wait, no, you weren't the one that's in Northern California, right? It's funny because one of the other ones that was listening before, you were born there. There was someone else that was living on the East Coast. Maybe it was you. Was it you that mentioned this before? But you were born there and then you're out on the East Coast now? I'm like, it's it's a curse. Maybe Southern California was created on an ancient Indian burial ground that has a curse. All right. So sorry, Lauren. Your first question, I mean, your next question here. Was it his intention to pursue you, but then when he felt the way that he did with you, that he didn't with anyone else? You tell me if that's true. I like it. Um, did he get scared? And then does he just want a casual connection with someone right now instead? All right. That's good because they were talking about that. So this is good. We can get this here. So so was his intention to pursue you, just to pursue you? So he wanted to pursue you for like a real relationship, right? An emotional relationship, because a fire relationship is real to them. So, we like that. um, and then what did he feel? What he felt with you? Did he feel with anyone else? Did that scare him? Was that scary? And does he just want a casual connection with someone now? All right. Yeah, it kind of comes all down to us here with the Four of Pentacles. You know, it's a kind of a blanket thing about life that we all are taught to define our worth by relationships, situations, jobs, career, all that, and things, bodies, bank accounts, that possessions, right? And that in our pursuit of all that, we don't know what we're doing. It's all from the mind. We have all this opinion that's given to us. And then they're like, it's like someone giving you a library of books and then they're going, all right, go enjoy life. They shove you out and you're like, we don't know. None of us know what we're doing from a human standpoint. We just got all this contradictory information flowing through our brain and all these emotional experiences from all these different people, and none of it makes sense. And or yeah, a lot of it doesn't make sense because we have bits and pieces and we haven't been able to sit down and read all the books and we don't know everything. We're kind of just going, wait. And it's not on computer. It's the old card catalog where you have to like search and go, where's this at? I don't know. Let's go try to find it in this, in this library. And so we're all walking around figuring it out as we go along, right? He loved the card catalog. So, there's this, energy like that, with the Four Pentacles that, you know, not everyone knows what they're doing. They're doing the best they can with what they are aware of from this giant library, and what they've been able to put together through trial and error, through praise and punishment with the energy that they're in. And if we're in fear and freaking out, we're not even accessing the library. It's like a crazy, scary movie where we're running from, Chucky and Freddy Krueger at the same time through the library, trying to escape to get out of this, whatever we're feeling, to feel safe again. And then when we're calm, then we can go back to the catalog and try to research and understand ourselves until we hear something. What was that? you So all of that on the bottom of the deck. Let's see what else we got here. So was it his intention to pursue you for a romantical relationship? It's interesting we got this 9 of wands because I don't they don't know how to have that, here's this avoidant energy, um, just trying to be themselves with this history of all relationships burn down, right? All relationships burn down, right? And so, there is this, um, just trying to be themselves, just trying to create something. And I don't even feel like they had intentions, it's almost like they are like, I'm gonna do the best I can, we'll see how this goes kind of energy, right? Um, because with a history of things burning down, every time I build a tower, it burns down. It's almost like practical magic. I can't wait for the second one to come out. But the family curse, right? Every time they'd get married and fall in love, they would die. That's almost like the tower. Anytime I build a relationship tower, it burns down. It's like, but I really want a relationship tower. Maybe this one is different. Maybe this one won't burn down. This one looks like it might be built differently than the others, right? We'll see. Do I smell smoke? I don't smell smoke yet, right? No, all along, history. It goes back to childhood, right? When we're looking at when we're looking at what's happening in our adult life, we look back from 21 and under. Emotionally, 7 and under, mentally 7 to 14, physically 14 to 21. Everything in our life is an echo from that period of time. Anything that's cyclical, anything that's a pattern, originated there. So anything that happened after is an echo, reinforcing that because of our belief, because of what our energy is focusing on, we're inviting it in, right? Yeah, right. So let's see here. We'll get back to this one here. So did he experience something with you he didn't with anyone else? We have the Ace of Wands, the World card. So the Ace of Wands is a new type of passion, of energy here, and the World card is an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. That would say, but I don't feel like it was well, this is interesting because I don't feel like it was an emotional, like a quote emotional experience, but it was with that Ace of Wands. 'Cause it was passionate energy, but there was this emotional, uh, like an emotional pulse that you put out, that they were like, "What the hell was that?" 'Cause they didn't feel this emotion. Oh, this is interesting that they didn't feel the emotion from the inside out. They felt your emotion from, your emotion that you were putting, that it moved into them. They felt this emotional pulse that came out, and they were like and their heart felt it and was like, "What was that?" Because they didn't have that. I got goosebumps all over. This is interesting. This is like a new awakening to things because I feel like this brings a lot into a lot of all of your experiences, right? Doesn't that resonate that they felt something that they were like, "What the hell?" You know? And there's this so it's like an EMP, but it was an emotional, not electrical, emotional, magnetic pulse, energetic an EEP, an emotional energetic pulse that and they were like and their heart felt it, but it was from the outside in, not the inside out, and that's why they were just like that's why it was unique and different. Wow, this makes sense. So did that scare them? The 7 of Cups, it activated a lot of different emotions inside of them. Oh, it created an echo of emotions inside of them, right? Um, so, um, say so it scared them rather than like a behavior. Yeah, it's that emotional pulse because it activated emotions within them. 'Cause their heart, they had, like, lulled their heart to sleep. "Shh, shh, 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 it's okay. You don't need emotion, you're okay, you can survive without emotion." And then here comes this emotional pulse that just floods through their heart, and they're just like it's like when we push love energy out into the world, it floods through people, and it the higher vibrational love energy of up above, we sense it, and then it activates, and people are like, it sparks them to want to find higher vibration. The same thing with people who are not used to emotion, and you're an empathic individual, and this, um, floods out, because that means you guys have cleansed and opened up a lot of your emotional pipeline, that you have either a lot of water in your chart where it just naturally flows from you too, um, and or you have a water moon, or you're a water sun sign, I feel like those are 3 big things that kinda just push it out, and and that's what activated there. Interesting. So it did freak him out a bit because it woke up the baby, the little sleeping heart baby got woke up and was like, "What was that? I knew there was emotion. You lied to me. There's emotion. There's emotion," kind of energy that's coming in here. And so they're like, "Wow," you know, there is this, um, confusion, emotional confusion that gets activated, and it's almost like the mind that's been ruling over the heart, keeping it under control, suddenly we give the heart it's like we're a foreign country giving them ammunition to have a coup against their mind. I don't f Can it be both? A special freak? I I don't "Witch, witch, burn the witch." Kind of energy that comes in, right? Yeah, "May, I've been observing, but I can't stay silent anymore." But, a special freak sounds kinky, I know, right? But it is scary for someone who's not wanting to feel emotion, right? And I kind of explain it sometimes too, it's like we have our heart blocked off, they're behind a wall, and they feel safe, and then with that emotional pulse energy, it's suddenly like it's almost like our emotions are a ghost and it appears and they're like, "How did you get in here?" "Ah," and it freaks them out, right? And they're like, "Unsafe, I don't feel safe. I feel scared because I have a wall up, being an avoidant for a reason, because I was abused, either physically, emotionally, mentally, or all 3, or 2 out of 3, or all of it." And when I feel those feelings, that is the stranger danger that goes off, and then that makes us wanna run, right? So that makes sense, at least an avoidant makes them wanna run. So, interesting. Okay. Wow, I love this. I love this awareness. Big, big awareness for us all. Um, so he did get scared. It did freak him out with that 7 then there. Okay, let me finish your reading here first. If I get caught up in there, I'm gonna be here till the same time tomorrow night. I'll read it here in a sec, though. So, does he want a casual connection with someone right now instead? 2 of Wands, yeah, just, fire energy, and, you know, everyone the heart wants, the heart does want emotion, right? The heart is hungry for emotion, and when it gets that little flood of emotion, it's like, "I want more of that," and it's like, "No, damn it," "I didn't want my, kid to have sugar, now they're addicted to sugar," it's like the heart I don't want them to have emotions because then, it comes in, right? They want this, they want more of that emotional energy, right? So, interesting, interesting. Yeah, we went in a deep dive on that one. That wasn't supposed to be a deep dive, but I think it was meant to be a deep dive for all of us. Some great information, that came in there. But let me look at this last question here, and then we'll continue on here. The only way for that to change and is for them understanding their emotions. Like, wonder about him after doing something like working on himself. Like, would it be the same or different? Yeah. So the way an avoidant and also an anxious attacher, how they heal is by turning to their self-love. That's how they answered everything is the internal unconditional love. Because what where the problem or the let's say not a problem, but the conflict, where the conflict comes in is that we're defining our worth and attaching our worth to something out here. Someone's actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, right? Relationship situations and things. And the avoidant define themselves by someone else's actions, and that connection, emotional connection, that whatever happened in that emotional connection, what they did or didn't do, say or didn't say, meant something about me, and I have to avoid that happening because when you open up, that's when you get judged, when you fail, when you get rejected, when you get abandoned. So facing the abandonment energy is what is they have to face and what the anxious attacher has to face, because the wound is all about abandonment, right? It all goes back to the core of that, right? That's where the wound happened. The trauma was when they both were abandoned, and so they have to heal the abandonment and realize I'm never abandoned. This human shrank away from me or, reacted out of fear or sadness, and that had nothing to do with me. And we release that energy when we realize I'm the one who defines me. My worth never changes depending on what's going on out there. When any human does that, that's where the healing happens. We find our worth here. Self-love, self-worth, not retail price, unstable temporary love of the outside world, right? So it kind of transforms when we find our love on the inside. Um, Avoidance, you know, um, they so the way that an avoidant works and kind of the whole relationship, right? So an avoidant is alone. They want love, but love is scary. Connection is scary. They want love. They learn fire and passion, not emotion connection, right? And an anxious attacher wants fire and water, wants emotion and fire and connection, and we draw together. Ooh, look at that, yum yum, right? And then um, the avoidant is like, okay, this is good. This is close enough. I said this is close enough. This is close enough. As the anxious attacher is like, yum, yum, relationship. Here we go. And he's like, yay, yay, this is scary. And the anxious attacher, it's like closing your eyes and you're about to eat a sandwich. You're like, and they yank it away and you're like, ow, where did it go? Where's the sandwich? Yeah, right. Most of us are in the right hand. And And then we're like, "What happened? Why did you abandon me?" That's what we're experiencing. And they were like, "I was afraid that if you ate me, that you would throw me up, that you would vomit me out because you didn't like the way I tasted," right? This is gross, but it is. It's like, boom, right? And it's like, "Oh, that is it," right? There is this energy of, you know, um of that, and so when that first happens and then the avoidant is like, "Oh, no," and it likes it, and it's like Pac-Man. It's like, "No, no, get away from me." The anxious attacher chases, right? And they're like, "You're scaring me. Get away from me. No." Finally, we're like, "Oh," and then we're like, "Fine," and we start walking away, and then the avoidant is like, "Okay, I feel safe now because 'cause they're not pursuing me like a jungle cat." And they're not gonna eat me, so and then like, "Oh, well, I want love energy, and I want that, so hey, 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 you." And you're like, "What?" "No." And they're like, "Hey, I'd like to, I'm sorry, forgive me, I didn't mean to run away. Just please don't eat me," right? And you're like, "Well, okay. Alright, so you're coming closer to me. Well, that's nice. Well, you taste really good. Hey," and then it repeats over again, you know, because we get excited as the anxious attacher. "Yummy, that sounds yummy. You taste good. Let's go," and we think, "Well, don't you know that, this is a relationship?" You know? This is what a relationship is. I consume you and you become a part of me. That's what anxious attachers do. I become your life, you become a part of me. And avoidant is like, "No, get away," kind of energy. So that avoidant will go back and forth and they'll when we're not chasing, then they come back, and then we turn around, we get excited. They chase, and they go back, and they go back, and they go back, that kind of energy. So, you know, um, it's, how it happens, and because connection is what freaks out an avoidant, and avoidance or disconnection is what freaks out an anxious attacher avoidant. So, the stuff that both of them fear are what the other does to each other until and it can learn there's some great people on, Instagram. I'll have to find that and, share it with you guys, but they have a lot of great, um, examples of how you can have how an avoidant and can develop a healthy relationship as they heal. And it looks like, "Hey, hon, do you have a sec?" "Yeah, what's going on?" They're like, "I kind of feel like you've been a little distant today. Are you okay?" And they're like, "You know what? I'm going through a lot. I really need some time to balance myself." "Okay, that sounds good. How about I check in with you tomorrow?" "Sounds good. Thank you. I love you. I love you." You know? "Aw, healthy, right?" Instead of, "Where are you at? Why don't you answer my text? What's going on? Oh my god." Leaving voicemails and whatever, and they're like, "Yeah, yeah," and they become shrink further and further away as we get louder and louder and louder, right? Um, it just doesn't help, the s the situation, right? I got really close to the microphone. Let me close my blinds here. Okay. So, I feel like that's the little mini podcast on on that. Let me give you your fortune cookie here. That one was a public service message for all of us. So, what's a belief you outgrew? Let's see what this says here. Some beliefs protect you once, now they limit you, right? Finish the sentence. I used to believe that dot dot dot. Ask, is that still true? Is it helping or hurting me? And then if it's outdated, let it go, thank it, and release it. Because this is a reflection card. Growth means letting old truths go. And that's kind of what comes in with that, right? I like it. All right, let me catch up here. I think I have some shout outs to do, and we'll do that here. I'll catch up on what you guys said here. I feel like I'm way behind because we had a lot of conversation. Yeah, even way before Anna here. All right. So, yeah, this was born here in California water, making dinner. All right. And then Anna, thank you for your additional donation. Let me see here. Let me check timestamps because I got some emails that came in too, or one at least. All right. So Anna, we got there. You'll be number 32 for your second donation. So let me give that a love and a like. And then we got Chelsea, Lauren, Chelsea. Yeah, for entertainment purposes only. Thank you, Anna. We'll get to your question there. All right, got it there. Okay, and then this was all Lauren and Chelsea and May joining in. I love it. Okay, we talked about that. So we did that. And we did all that. All right. And then Crystal Ray, you are the one that donated. So we got number 33 for you for the donation. Whoops. Yep. And I got that. And it has your questions on the email here. All right. All right. I think I got everything there. Let me just put email here. All right. And thank you guys for your patience with all of this, how long I'm taking to do everything tonight. Luckily, thankfully, thank you, Chelsea, for sending out good vibes. I think we've been going good on our connection here. Hallelujah. Praise baby Jesus. He's my favorite Jesus. All right. Oh, Chelsea said, now that makes me think back to the relationships I ruined. Well, it was growth. It was all school. That's what we were learning, right? And Debbie, oh, you go on the 15th. Yeah, there is something about um, distance without expectation and distance, with expectation, can be something there, but that's something we can definitely ask if you're wanting to dive into that. And then we got Twin Flame in the house. Hey, Twin Flame, good to see you. Aquarian friend, we got you here. Love and like. You're number 34. All right. All right. I love, as I say, saying Chelsea go, how do avoidants have conversations of substance, like about family? As long as it's information and it doesn't turn into emotional expectation. And, that's the thing is if it starts to feel like emotional connection versus mental connection, that's what starts to scare them. If it's fire and conversation where they're not thinking it's anything until they start to pick up emotional energy from the other person, right? Hopefully that makes sense. You remember how a guy in particular would swerve your convo when it got vulnerable. He like pulled the e-brake. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah. And I agree, Debbie. Sometimes I'm wondering, I'm like, I was an avoidant for a long time, but then I opened up in a spiritual place and I opened up my heart. Um, so I do feel like we can evolve from an avoidant and then we can move into, you know, once we let the animal out of the cage, then we might put the animal back in the cage because we got brave and it got scary. I love all this conversation you guys are having here. I'm gonna just make sure here. Okay, so twin flame. I think I said you're number 34 in case you didn't hear me before. Okay. Uninspired, maybe overwhelmed. Okay. All right. So I'm going to let you guys chat among yourselves around those things. I got to get back into readings because I've only done like 10 in 3.5 hours. So I'm going to get back to readings and we'll get moving here for everyone. All right. So, Lauren, we're number 2 for you here. And there is your additional timestamp there. Oh, no, not at all. It's great conversation. I feel like the spirit took me into that, and we wanted to understand that because I feel like it's for the collective, a lot of people here. So I definitely feel that. But when we're starting to get into more personal questions and follow-up questions, I need to get back into the readings, just for the sake of time for everyone. Everyone patiently waiting. So thank you so much. All right, so let's dive into this next one here. So let's take a look here. So did he feel like we could have had a future together and like marriage potential and that scared him? Did that scare him too? Or confused? Right. Yeah, see, 10 of wands, I really feel like they were looking here, 10 of wands, bottom of the deck energy, um, was more, they express themselves through fire because their emotional pipeline is small and clogged, right? And, so there's that energy, that's there, wanting the heart wanting to express emotion, wanting to receive emotion, but it's like the pipeline is so small that they're like, you know, so thirsty for love, but they're like, "Well, I can at least get fire, energy coming through, and maybe there's a little bit of steam in there where there might be a little bit of emotional energy that comes in," right? So I feel like that is kinda that's what they knew, that's all they were able to do because they really haven't had a strong emotional connection for themselves and to others, right? It's safe. It sounds sad, and maybe it is, but if that's all you knew, you don't know any better, you know? If a little child lost a toy, it's sad, but if a child never had a toy, then it wouldn't be sad, but it feels safe to them, and that's why they do it because 'cause they're like, our inner child will choose a hell it's familiar with than a heaven that it's unfamiliar with. And it's like, I know the devil that I have, right? So, you know, we've got that there. Did he feel that you guys could have a future together? 2 of Pentacles. It's like possibilities, this energy of it's the way it comes in is that's something that happens in the outside world. Anything's possible. you know, so it's different, right? Right. Yeah, isn't it amazing, the more you realize, like, it's an alien from a different planet that speaks a different language that comes from a fire planet, not a water planet, and you're like, "They don't understand water, and we don't understand, you know, um, fire as deeply as they do." We've seen volcanoes erupt in our ocean of water, and so we understand fire, but water, oh, water's so good, and they're like, "Fire," and they're like, "Water doesn't exist, it evaporates," on our planet. It falls from the sky, but it fizzles away before it reaches us, so we know water as this thing that's out there, but it never reaches us kind of energy. Isn't that interesting, right? So interesting, interesting. Kids just happen. Yeah, I'm surprised that, um, no one's got as much fire as I'm putting out, I'm surprised I've never had children. Anyway, but there's that, and then what about marriage? Two of Swords, yeah, that's always a story that's out there, that's always an option out there. So very interesting here, right? Um, so it's like, I don't feel like that was the primary, but there's like it's a possibility, you know, because that happens in the world kind of energy. Interesting, right? Did it scare him, with that possibility of that stuff coming out there? No, he was focused on his Ace of Wands. Um, 'Cause I feel that um, they weren't doing, um, a whole lot of looking at the other, like, emotional options. They were looking at it from a fire's point of view, because 'cause they've seen I feel like they experienced relationships that were fire, but not emotional, like between parents and their exes, when they got remarried or had other girlfriends, boyfriends. I feel like they came from like a broken home, but because fire relationships, very combustive, very passionate, but very combustive. And I feel like they witnessed them and go, yeah, relationships can happen, but your idea of what a future together in marriage would be different from their perception on their planet, right? So when we look at that, it's like it didn't scare them because from their viewpoint, they were looking from the Ace of Wands fire energy. And when we have that, those energies, right? So they're looking at it from a different point of view, right? May when do men just freaking grow up to confront their feelings, like how many times to get burned, right? Um, yeah, you're being sassy. And men probably, not all men, but some men probably wonder when women grow up and get a thicker skin and stop being so emotional, right? It's the worlds are different, right? Everyone sees it from their own perspective. And when we realize, oh, we're from different worlds. So, you know, we see, um, I'm speaking as a gay man. We see men as unemotional, you know, and, um, all in their head and all this, but then men also see women as, you know, um, overly emotional and that's all the stuff they say, like, "That's why women can't be president because they get so emotional," and then they have their cycles and, oh god, they'll start a war, and, everyone sees the different viewpoints, and when we try to understand each other, where each other are coming from, it's like 2 people learning, 2 different languages. I think we talked about it before, like French and German, right? How we can learn to speak each other's language, and then we can have communication, and we can learn to communicate with them in their home language, and they can learn to communicate with us in our home language, and we can have peace treaties instead of war, like relationship wars. So, was he confused by all of this? Um, no, and it's interesting, because we have I like how they have like, the Empress feels like Earth, but behind the scenes, she's 5 parts water, 1 part earth, 1 part fire, 1 part air, right? And the King of Cups rules over emotion, but behind the scenes also has swords energy, right? Mind energy. And I feel like the King of Cups thinks he has a good idea about the Empress. King is down here, Empress is up here, right? The King of Cups goes, "Oh, I understand emotion." Mm. 1 cup? You understand 1 cup of emotion, King of Cups, right? But you don't understand 5 cups of emotion, right? It's like their idea of like, "Oh, I know what emotion is," and you're like, "No, you don't." "No, I do." It's like someone that plays with a firecracker and it explodes, and they go, "I understand bombs." You're like, "No, you don't." It's like they understand a little firecracker going off versus an atom bomb, you know? And so it's this misunderstanding, like, we think we understand each other, we assume a lot about each other, but we don't know shit. That's why we get curious and try to get to know someone without judgment, and in order to do that, we have to do it without taking offense at other people's actions and non-actions, words and silence, meaning something about us. Because when we go into reaction mode, there's no conversation, there's just reaction, anger and sadness and revenge versus trying to understand who someone is, where they're coming from. What's it like on your planet? Thinking of them as an alien instead of someone on our planet that's just gone crazy. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie for that one is, and then we'll go into your next one here. In May, you're up after that. All right. Cover and hold your chest. Whoa. Good thing this isn't FaceTime. But it says, gentle pressure on your chest tells your brain that you're safe. So place your hand flat on your chest, press gently, close your eyes, and say, I am here. I am okay right now. And then stay for 30 seconds or longer if it helps. Because this is a reset energy. It helps create a sense of internal safety. Interesting that that's what we were talking about, right? That that's what makes him feel safe, what he's thinking and where he's at. So interesting. All right. So that is that one. I love all these questions. So, Lauren, for this one here, 342.27. Thank you for your multiple donations. I'm so grateful. And thank you guys for your vulnerability too in sharing all this stuff. Because if you guys hadn't, imagine all this community that we have that we wouldn't be learning all this together. It's just, amazing, um, that we're able to learn this from each other, right? Hey, Mamacita, Mama C. Good to see you. Hey, I completed yours already. I don't know if you saw your timestamp. Here it is before we get into everything here. Or I just gave it to you. I know you're probably catching up. Boom, boom. All right. Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right. Sounds good. So you're so curious what freaked him out because he went back and objectively, you swear we did not have vulnerable conversations. Yeah, from your viewpoint, yeah, we never went into anything at all like that. And I'm aware I'm anxious. So I even thought through my anxious brain as an avoidant, and it's just so confusing. Maybe they are different, like a spectrum. Yeah. And yeah, you don't know what you we never know what people see in the mirror of us, right? We never know what, um, people are seeing. All we know is we're a mirror, and if a giraffe looks in the mirror of us, they see a giraffe, a lion sees a lion, an asshole sees an asshole. Ba-dum-bumps. Spirit's getting sassy. But, so we don't know. We don't know what people see, right? So, we only know what we see, what we saw when we looked in their mirror. So, that says a lot. Like when I look back, I didn't see anything. Well, because you didn't have any of that existing inside of you. So when you look in the mirror, you can't see it because you're seeing yourself, but you have no idea what they saw when they looked inside, in the mirror of that we were, right? So that is the thing. So, let's see here what your question is here. I'm gonna take a quick sip. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, you want to know, has his girl made him think of you? Has this girl made him think of you? And if so, what? About what? Okay. All right. And then your first session with therapist today. Oh, I'm so proud of you. Thank you for sharing that. Therapy is so good. I mean, I learned so much um, in the sessions I went. I probably could have went for many years, but I was too cheap at the time. I only went for the standard amount that the insurance paid for. And then I suffered through the rest of it learning independently, which I like learning the hard way, evidently. So you share experience online about therapy. Oh, if you share your experience online about therapy and committing to it and the changes you feel from it, would that impact him? All right. All right. I think that's it right there. Would it make him want to make actual changes? And is there anything that you can say or post that he'll see that would be an alarm bell or a wake up call? Yeah. And this, of course, was back in, I don't know, let's see, 29. So 29 was my first relationship, 32, 33. So it's about 33, and I'm 59 now. So 26 years ago. So I like that. um, all right. So let's see what we got with all of this here. So first of all, has this girl made him think of you? You know, Page of Wands is more he's more in the passion kind of energy that's coming in here. And, this Eight of Swords is more of, I don't know, it seems more that what came up and what made him think is what he in a way, it's like what he's trying to forget, um, with here, because what he's trying to forget is this Strength card, this Leo fire energy, but this is the courage, the courageousness, and for some reason, what this is bringing in with this Leo energy, it's a very powerful energy, and I imagine that's what that feels like, when I'm sitting in that, that big flood, that burst of emotional energy, the EEP, the emotional energy pulse, it feels like power because that is it. Emotions are the most powerful energy in the universe. That's where the eternal unconditional love comes through, right? So it's a very powerful energy, and I feel like what what they what comes up is they feel like, "Okay, this who I'm with now makes me" it's like it's back to the normal, no emotional flood energy. It's like, "Okay." And in fact, because it kinda makes them feel safer because it scared them, right? And it's like, yeah, that lion, "Rah." Here's the lion trying to eat, but no, but it's the emotion, that emotional flow, that pulse, that they feel, yeah, Lauren, this is your $5 donation, number 12. So, this is this pulse energy, and when you made, and what it and this is what they're feeling safe about there, you know, because 'cause they're like, "Okay, I'm back to the normal, I'm back to the energy." I know, it could be for anyone. This is for number 12 and number 18 and number 26, right? Here's your energy, everyone. I'm just gonna start doing collective readings. Yeah, no, May is up next, after this one. Um, but yeah, it could be any of you guys really, right? But this is their, remembering, and it's like they're having that, "Okay, we're back to the old non-eventful, energy," that's there, which is interesting, right? Um, because they're focused in on the wand's energy, they're focused on the fire, not the emotional side, and they like that the non-existence of the emotion, it's helping them let go of that, that fear kind of energy that's coming in there, because it can be scary. It's can you imagine, like, being vulnerable and intimate with someone and suddenly you feel your entire body feel on fire, like in a, not, a passionate way, but, like, literally on fire, and you'd be like, "What the hell was that?" And if you're not used to that feeling, then that would be, that would be, uh, interesting, I mean, it would be like we would have a hard time comprehending it, and we'd like the first time it would be scary, we wouldn't want to, wanna do that, right? Yeah. So, um, yeah, where it was more the emotional energy that scared him, not that you weren't enough of the fire energy. Well, technically, you weren't enough of the fire energy because he wanted what he's comfortable with is 100% fire, no emotion, right? But you were bringing fire and emotion and then this big emotional pulse, and they were like, you brought something that they weren't familiar with, and it was scary, right? And so it was like, "Whoa," kind of energy. So, I get it. Um, so I feel like as we talk more about the fire approach and the lack of emotional awareness, that, it's like, "Oh, wow. Yeah, I get that this wasn't about me, this was about their inability to do that." It's like, yeah, you remember, Chelsea, that what was the thing you sent? Um, Let me jump into it really quick here because it was a post that said, "That man is not rejecting you. He's rejecting the man he has to become to be with you." And that was just the first one there, right? Um, and I'll read it again. "That man is not rejecting you. He's rejecting the man he has to become to be with you." Whoops. Let me turn off the volume there. And that is from Frankie's Therapy on Instagram. I feel like it's so important. And she said, "And suddenly it all made sense. It wasn't my worth he walked away from. It was the weight of his own becoming. Because love asks for growth. It asks for presence, for accountability, for the courage to step into discomfort. And not everyone is ready for that. Some would rather cling to the familiar than rise into the version of themselves real love requires." And here's the truth, that's not rejection, that's redirection toward the kind of love that doesn't fear the work, the kind of love that doesn't run from growth, the kind of love that's not afraid to rise with you. Isn't that powerful? Thank you, Chelsea, for sharing that because holy crap, right? So perfect. So thank you, Spirit, for reminding me of that. I know. It's just like, wow, wow, wow. And if you guys are on Instagram, if you reach out to me, my Instagram is down below. I can send that to you. Um, uh, I think I can reshare it too, but I can forward it to you. Because wow, 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 wow. So if you reach out to me on Instagram, I can send you that because she's great. I looked at some more. So thank you, Chelsea, for pointing me towards her because holy crap. And that's a very powerful one. And she's got tons of stuff on there, and I feel like it's good stuff. You know, talk about clarity, right? So I like it. Yeah, her shit is amazing. All right. So so you're very welcome, everyone. Hopefully that helps. And anyone to know if you share your experience online about therapy and committing to it, would that impact him? I feel like it would. We have the king of not the king, the knight of cups, which is the quest for self-love and the judgment. It's like their higher self would use that as this pull, kind of energy that's coming in there. And is there anything, let's see, would it impact him? Would it make him want to make actual changes? Well, okay. Well, now we're pushing our luck, right? But it would at least it would at least, you know, um, impact him to make him think and make him like, on that because we have the 2 of Wands and the Emperor, which is possible. It's possibilities, energy. The Emperor is if they get out of their head into their heart, then they can choose a path and put action behind it. The 2 of Wands depends on their energy. It's possibilities of it could, you know, that it could influence them. It could help them decide. But I like this here because you can't do anything that would make him do anything, right? We can't do anything to make anyone make changes. We can only the more you try to change somebody's mind and actions, the more they and if we have energy of doing stuff because we want people to change, it more solidifies them, pushes them further deeper into it. It's like trying to pull someone out of quicksand, they sink deeper, It's the struggle of that, right? Um Yeah, right. Because as I said, would it make him want to make actual changes? No. Nothing we do can make anyone, do anything, right? And the energy is, I'm going to instead of intentions of trying to change people. It's I'm just going to change myself. I'm going to, fill up and overflow. And if it helps people, then it helps people. Cuz when we try to have intention, that energy just pushes them further away and they resist more. Instead, we just are like, yeah. And that's the same thing. That's why we send love energy and go, let's fill the world with love energy, high vibrational love energy. Anything that doesn't want to expand higher has to leave the planet. So funny. So we have that. And then, is there anything that you can say or post that he'll see that would be an alarm bell or a wake up call? No. Because look, you, the Queen of Cups, versus the Knight of Wands. I'm a knight of fire. I'm from the kingdom of fire. Um, and the Queen of Cups is I'm from the realm of water. And it's like you can't really sound an alarm in someone else's um house, right? We can only sound the alarm in our own house. And because that would mean, in a way, I know what's better for them. They need an alarm bell in their house. They need to wake up. How mighty powerful of us to think we know what everyone needs in their life, right? You don't know. We don't know what they want. We don't know what their soul wants to experience. Maybe their soul wanted this lifetime to live a life of only fire and feel what it feels like not to be able to connect emotionally, and the frustration and the confusion, and maybe they wanted to experience all that. We don't know. We don't even know what we wanted to experience because we're so veiled from our you know uh from our experiences, right? But we can know, with the wheel of fortune as the bottom energy, that everything that unfolds is for us. Even when we can't see it in the moment, um, you know, that everything that unfolds is for us. Everything we see in the mirrors, we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. We can't even know that we're seeing them perfectly or correctly. We can't know that we're seeing the world because we're seeing the world through the vision of our conditioning, of our energy, of our experiences. And so all of our goggles are covered, um, you know, that energy that's there. So um it's all about this movement we have where we're told, look out here, look out here, look out here all our lives, right? And we're all on this journey of turning our vision inward to where we're like, ah, there it is, the love I've been looking for. And then we fill up and then we watch it overflow out to the world and we see our world change as we change and we see things differently. But it all happens for us. All these mirrors, all these assholes that we come across in our life end up being wonderful mirrors and teachers for us that eventually we can look at it and go, thank you. We don't have to do a deep bow of gratitude. We just can go, thank you. You showed me what I wanted to see until I saw it. And thank you for being such a jerk, uh, and being so consistent that I couldn't not see it, but it is for us because it sets us free. Otherwise, we keep repeating the same patterns over and over and again. But it takes a really special, jerk in our life to really wake us up, right? So the wake up call that we've had is for us. They'll get their wake up call whenever they did it, right? Um, and that's the thing, we predetermine. It's like this is a giant vacation, and we when we arrive, we go, "Hey, I would like my wake-up call on, February 12th of 2027. That's when the wake-up call is when I want it." "Alright, we'll do the wake-up call for you." And then we get born, and then we are unaware of when we want that wake-up call. But they'll get the wake-up call in their perfect timing, in the perfect way too, right? Yeah, they will wake up, and then maybe they are their own jerk, right? Yeah. Yeah, right? And so there's this great awakening that happens, and it helps, when and it's we are taught so much to attach our worth to what people think because it starts off with our parents, right? Like, my last podcast that we had, and for anyone that hasn't seen it yet, it's what they think of me, and we talk a lot about that in that podcast too. But, so, it is that we learn to detach our worth from people's thoughts and feelings, and we learn to let our unconditional love, we let that be the foundation and how that, changes, right? Yeah, interesting, Chelsea, because what if, just throwing it out there, right? This is the kind of stuff that came to me in my shadow work, my freedom work, right? Where I thought, you know You know, because I used to think when, people were cheating on me and stuff, I go, "I hope they get what they get, they get what they deserve." And this is when I was learning about past lives and stuff too, and they were like, "Well, consider this. Maybe this lifetime is you wanting to see the side of being cheated on because you were the cheater in other lifetimes." And I was like, "Oh, good point." It's like, "Oh, maybe this is my karma." But karma, there's no, there's no karmic debt or whatever. We're curious beings. We wanna experience all different sides of things. So, yeah, whoops, got me there. I know, right? I was like, "Good point." Or next lifetime, I get to be the cheater. Woohoo, No. Anyway, your fortune cookie is the walker, which is the unknown, a journey. And that's page 116. So, like their sibling, the pilgrim, the walker is bound to an eternity of journeys. The walker constantly seeks new experiences and the unknowing nature of transition, an air of sadness even on their heels. Whatever they're searching for or whatever they're running from, they haven't yet found their answer. A sense of regret seems to be coloring everything lately, sucking away the joy of the journey. Perhaps you've been forced to leave something behind in order to move forward, or maybe it's the result of circumstances beyond your control. Maybe. Whatever it is, this pain is necessary to a point. Rather than wallowing in this self punishment, shed that regret and move on. Wow. The reverse of this says you've been trying to move towards a new future for a while, but something keeps making you look back to the past. Unlike the upright meaning of this card, this isn't something you can simply leave behind. You need to take the time to really address the problem. Perhaps you're questioning whether you need to move on at all, or perhaps there's something unresolved holding you back. Whatever the reason, it's time to do something about it. Wow. So perfect. That's exactly what you're doing. So I love that. I love that. What a perfect card. All right. So that was that one for you there. Lauren, thank you again for all of your donations. And I don't think, hopefully, I haven't missed anybody. I know we've been having a lot of conversations. Oh, yeah. Mamacita. I got to go back up here. All right. So let me get everyone on here. Let me go down here slowly because I know I'm going to miss someone. I got a feeling. All right. So here, Mamacita, thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 35 on the donation list here. Oops. Okay. So give that a love and a like. Boop, boop. And here are your 2 questions. All right. All right. We got you. Number 35. You never help people with job networking, so you're putting my neck on the line with helping him find a job. The job market is so. Yeah, I know. You're definitely putting it out there. All right. And then I'm just going to kind of skim down here. Oh, you're listening to your reading. That's why you're commenting. I get you. I was like, what are you talking about, Mama C? But now I realize, yeah, we talked about stuff. All right. Yes, Beatrice, I'm 59. I know. I'm in 6 days, that's my half birthday, right? Because if it's February, yeah, 6 months is yeah, because it would be in Leo season. So my half birthday is in 6 days. Just saying, little birthday cake, maybe I'll get myself one. We'll have a little birthday cake here. But definitely thank you guys so much for all the love that you're sharing here, all the support. I love you guys. I'm so grateful. I got so blessed to have such a wonderful group. And I love all the adventures that we're having the same, but also different too. All right. Okay, very good. Just let me see how much of this. Yeah, I like this. Sometimes it does feel good, like you say, Chels, to, you know, just to go, may they get everything they deserve. But then that's something else that happened to me because I was like, I just hope, universe, that they get everything that they deserve. And they go, do you want everything that you deserve too? And I'm like, um, all right, you can apply that grace thing there. Never mind. Thanks for Thanks for nothing, you know? Because one time, one of my exes, I bumped into him at a bar, and he tried dancing with me and everything, and I'm like he was the first cheater of my first relationship. I'm like, "Get away from me. I'm not dancing with you." And then I had gone with a friend, and they drove, and when I got back, my car had 2 tires slashed on it. And then he called me in the morning and said, "Hey, how was your night? How's your day today?" And I was like, "Nice. Thanks for doing that." "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" And I was like, after I hung up, I was like, this fire, I was like, I did this energy that I was gonna throw at him, and then my spirit team was like, I'm like, "What?" They go, "Look what would hit you, because that's not gonna reach them. It's gonna go around the planet, gain mass and speed, and it's gonna come up and whop you upside your head." And I'm like, "Shut that shit down." I'm like, "Nope, that's only gonna hurt me, not anyone else." So it was fun. Oh, chantilly cake, Whole Foods chantilly cake? Alright, I'll write that down. We'll see. We'll see what's going on here. What kind of cake is that? Is it sugar-free? Yeah, boom. Debbie O. Oh, I'm February 12th. Yeah. You're February 8th. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love that. Yeah, actually, so yours, twin flame, your half birthday would be what? 8/8, the Lions Gate. I like that. Yeah, that's okay. We can express our anger. Spirit understands. I hope they stub their toe and step on Legos. Oh, well. Oh, light cake with fruit. Oh, thank you, Debbie. Yum, yum. Fluffy vanilla with sponge cake berries. Oh, yeah, that sounds healthier than, like, German chocolate extra cake. Yeah, do a moon ritual. I love that. Half birthdays. All right. So I think I'm caught up on everything. Sorry. See, I get so distracted. But you guys love me, and I love you. I'll take any cake. Yeah, that is true. I do. All right. So, May, thank you for your patience in getting to your reading, which I know you are. 4:15:17 is yours. Well, 4 hours. But this is a good conversation, so I don't mind. Ugh. Do you want me to move you to last while you're asleep? Cheers, cheers. All right. I should turn that down. So, how did he feel when you asked him if he only wanted to sleep with me? Has he thought about that since? How does he feel about it now? All right. I know. Yeah, yeah, May. You're not alone. We're all holding your hand virtually. We're all together, arm in arm. All right. So, how did he feel when you asked him if he only wanted to sleep with you? Yeah. Night, night, Debbie. Oh, sleep tight. We love you. So, okay. All right. And then has he thought about that since? And how does he feel about it now? All right. Let's see what we got here. I know, right? Ugh. Ugh. It's okay. You can say anything you want about men. I I almost consider myself an alien in a way, so I never take offense. I feel like I'm from another planet. Um, so how did he feel when you asked him if he only wanted to sleep with you? So we've got the 10 of wands, horny. You mean right now? Do you only want to sleep with me? You mean right now? No, let me take a look here. Like a cosign. That's funny. Knight of Cups, an interesting energy there. Um, and the Star card, interesting energy that comes in here. Yeah, alien. There is so the 10 of wands energy, that's there. And I do feel like when you asked him if he like, do you only wanna sleep with me? That Knight of Cups energy comes in, right? That brings up the a conversation of, well, I only sleep with people that I care about, right? And it's like, what did that mean then? The Star card, Aquarius energy, air energy, mind energy. It's like this was a belief they had, but their idea of care, they don't understand what that means. Like, the word care on the fire planet means something different from the word care on the emotional planet, right? On the emotional planet of water, it means water moves and it surrounds, and it's like a one of those water massage chairs. You know, that's what that's what carrying means. On their planet, wow, how funny. That's because I was gonna go, this is like what Chelsea would ask, right? Well, tell me the difference. What would carrying feel like on their fire planet? I heard you in my head, Chelsea. And you're like, well, care on a fire planet is you just don't burn someone as deeply. You are powerful. The power of Chelsea compelled me. You should all you saw the witches of Eastwick, you guys joined together. Imagine what you could do. Um, but there is this energy, yeah, it's you just don't burn someone as badly. That's what carrying is on their fire planet. You just don't burn people bad. Um, yeah, she did cause the timeline to change. I know, right? So, it's interesting that that comes in there, that they did think about that, but compartmentalized, with the star card, and it's almost like because Aquarius is known as the multiple personality of the zodiac. Right, twin flame? Yeah, it's true. We can be different personalities to different people in different situations. A lot of Aquarians can be great actors because they can just switch from one thing to another. Um, and I feel like there's something to do here when he felt in the moment compartmentalize that energy, right? Okay, so you've only said that question twice. So one was confirming we were only sleeping together, and then the other was before our final call when he said, I thought we were friends and had he thought you were that uh and that worked one time and I was like, did you only want to sleep? Did you only want to oh, did you only want to sleep with me? Oh, okay. Yeah, did you only just want to sleep with me, not want something more, right? So the 10 of wands then, yeah, that makes sense with that. I mean, there is passion energy. That's what he knows. He's fire. So, we have that, right? Um, the Knight of Cups, you know, is, that carrying energy there. But the star card, it almost feels like compartmentalized. Like, um, technically from a water planet, perspective, that's all they're capable of, right? Because from the fire, they were like, "Yeah, I was gonna give you the 10 of wands, which is a lot of fire. I was gonna give you that." And your perspective is like, "No, that," and this is showing the difference between the 2 of you guys here, right? Um, we've got this is their idea of a relationship, and this is your idea of a relationship. And so when you go, are you wanting to give me a relationship or to sleep with me?" "Oh, no, I wanna give you a relationship." And it's like, "Oh, good." And you're like, "Well, what are you doing?" "No, this is what I was pointing at." And they're like, "What?" That's the difference between and I love that we have a visual now because that is pretty much it could be, you know, the Knight of Wands, but I feel like, like, I wanna give um a lot of fire, and they're like, "But not," but I feel like they take every interaction with someone almost as independent, energy coming in there. So, has he thought about that since? Yeah, we have the Hanged Man, which is, trying to see something from a different perspective, the 6 of Cups, which is rehashing the old memories, and the 9 of Wands, which has made him think twice about acting forward on their passions, because without making absolutely sure someone knows, and that they're being very clear and that they know the difference, between those things too. So, um, I do feel like they've thought about it since, because whenever they've had interactions with anyone, romantically, not romantically, their idea romantically, passion, right? Fire. See, that's the thing, right? From their energy, that's romantic, but you're like, "No, where's the steam? That's just fire burning kind of energy right now." Um, how does he feel about it now? You know, Ace of Wands, of course, but Ace of Swords, you know, acting on their passions, but with new clarity and temperance. They're not as fast acting on their passions as they were before. Um, it has given them that time. Even the High Priestess on the bottom, it's given them a little bit of perspective, but more so for their mind with the Devil card, you know, uh, because the High Priestess, she goes and to look to see things from a different perspective and looks behind the veil of their mind, and sometimes dives deep into their emotions. But with the Devil card, they're like, "No, we're staying up here. We're just kind of looking at that." Yeah, it's no change. You're so funny. Yeah, yeah, and again, just to reiterate what we were talking about earlier, the thing that one of the big things that I've realized in my almost 60 years on this planet, that thinking that our actions are going to change other people, a waste of my time. Especially being a manager. I feel like, you know, being a manager for decades in corporate life, I literally managed probably maybe 5,000 different people, worked with 5,000 and managed 5,000 different people, and talked to how many customers on the phone. You just realize when you interact with humanity that everyone's so different and you can't control anyone. Anytime you try to make people do something or you want someone to be different, we just we all become more stubborn, you know. When we walk with someone, then we can walk with them and talk to them about our experiences. And if we're not, telling them to try to change them, if we're just sharing, people will pick up stuff and they'll make their own decisions and change, A whole phase, I swear. Green Acres is the place to be. All right. So your fortune cookie here is feel temperature change. Extreme feelings respond to simple sensations. So whenever we're feeling like extreme feelings, we can run cold or warm water over our hands. You can let yourself feel the contrast and say, "This is water. This is me. In this moment, I'm okay." And that's a sensory energy because we can reset through temperature shifts. So it's interesting, right? Yeah, your girl is tired. Yeah, it's a good sensory kind of change. But or were you responding to Chelsea about being a hoe? I know, I know, I know, I know. Okay. So hopefully that helps a little bit. The more we talk about these, I'm so glad I'm still single and that I'm content. I'm like, I'm just like, I'm gonna stay in the basement. Thank you for letting me live vicariously through you all, because I don't have to have relationships. I get to have the wonderful conflict of relationships through you guys' experiences and the growth too. So I love it. Okay, so we did those. Oh, I love that twin flame about the Aquarius there. All right. Yeah, yeah. I have the solitude that you guys live vicariously through, right? I love it. All right. So, I'm gonna take a quick break here. I've been on for 4.5 hours. I just need to, hit the facilities real quick here. Maybe I'll grab some more coffee while I'm at it. And then I'll be back, and then we have Beatrice up times 3, and then we have Lady J, Cat Marie, Yada Do, it's Yada Who. I keep on saying Yabba Dabba Doo, Yada Who, and then Justine, Honored, then we're back to Beatrice times 4. And then we've got Sean G, Lady G again. Wow, we got a long list here, right? Anna, then Maria P, Honored again, Honored twice, and then Anna, Crystal Ray, Twin Flame, and Mama C is where we're at right now. So we got a little line ahead of us here still, so that's okay. We've got hours ahead, so we will get these. Thank you guys for your patience, and I'll be right back. So thank you. I shall return. All right. So thank you guys so much. Much better. Got my little protein drink too for dinner. And okay, we'll get back in here. Make sure we're still live here. Looks like we're running a little behind here. Oh, there I am. Yeah. So I've got my my little tablet must be running a little behind because I'm like, I'm sitting here, but I'm not on the screen. So might be a little behind, but don't know what I just did it, but it's all big on my screen now over here. That's good. All right. So thank you, Chels, for letting me know. And we'll dive in here. So we got Beatrice times 3. So first we got 43505. Oh yeah, this is this the ADHD? Question, right? So these are little short ones. So if there were a lineup of all the women he's gone on dates with that he liked and past girlfriends and asked to choose the top 3, my production assistant, I love it. The top 3 who got away and who he'd want to date again if given the chance, would he pick me? Let's take a look. Whoa, all the cards went flying all over the place here. Don't do it, don't do it. And then at the time, Beatrice, I saw you laugh. I was putting, like, little emojis to know when I had, because I go in and I grab the questions and I keep the list updated throughout the day in case anything happens and they disappear. So I had like 3 police officers, sirens, cars. So that was funny. Anyway, let's take a look here. So would he choose you as one of the top 3 that got away? Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Right. Anything else? I feel like these are gonna kind of be short and to the point here. Yeah, I believe this is a yes because you got the Wheel of Fortune on the bottom, which is like, "We have a winner." So, I feel like that is a yes. We got the World card too, which is, um, a victory energy, and I like this that there's 2 wands, and we also have 2 swords here, um, and Um, no, I really feel with all this energy because the Wheel of Fortune alone is a yes energy. But do you see the 4 of cups? It has, here's 3 cups, right? So this is 3, the 3 individuals, and here is that you are one of those 3 cups. And maybe even in the top 2, because you've got choice, power of choice, and the 2 wands there too, which would be the choice. So I do feel like you're one of the 3 that they would have felt got away, maybe even in the like the top 2, kind of energies. And, and I do feel like it's because it's this energy of, here's the Empress on the bottom, and the Queen of Pentacles, you know, that they're, both of these are the nurturing energy, the emotional energy that comes in. And again, I feel like among the group here, it's that empathic ability that you're so powerful. And I know who the fuck is the other one, Chelsea. It's so funny. So, there is that energy of I forgot what I was saying now, but that is there. So I like that. So I feel like we definitely have that there. Yes. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you, Spirit. I was talking about the empathic energy and that, the energy that they feel is different and 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 unique, and I feel like even though it scares them, like, years later, they're still, like, comparing the experiences going, "That was so different," and all these others, after a while, you start to repeat like, I wanna go back to safety, but after a while, safety becomes boring, and then we think about, what if I would've pursued that, and that was so different? What if, So I feel like that's always there, though they may not ever change, you know? And if they were like, "Well, you can go there right now." "No, no, no, it's okay. Just looking," you know? It's like, "Oh, okay," you know? And I don't feel like they're like we are, where we think about things a lot, and, I feel like theirs are more, you know, things pop up. It takes things to remind them. I don't feel like they ponder, "I really want emotional connection, remember when?" No, it's more, when they're in this moment of, you know, great extreme something happening, that something triggers and they think, and then that's it, passes. It's not like they're, um, in these energies of doing deep dive emotional things until their wake up call comes, right? Yeah. So your fortune cookie for that one is scan for a color, which says train your mind to see what's really there. Pick a color: blue, red, green. Scan your surroundings, find 3 to 5 things of that color, and say them out loud. Breathe between each one. It's a way to calm our senses. Ground yourself through sight. So that's another helpful thing if we're freaking out or energy. We can go like, all right, blue. I see blue on my camera. I see blue on this keyboard pad. I see blue on my protein shake. I see blue in my blue water. I see blue in my calendar. You breathe in between, not like I did it just now, but so I like that. Yeah, something says no therapy happening. Yeah, no growth right now. They're not ready for their awakening yet, right? And that's all right. What's meant for us never passes us by. So if it passes us by, let it go, because if we stop traffic to grab onto a car that's not ours, we miss the limo that's coming for us. We just grabbed onto a little smart car. We want the limo that's coming for us down the road, right? So I like that. Right. Right. It does help. It helps us calm because it gets our mind out of the loop. So I like that. All right. And then for your next one here, we got 44236. And does he intentionally watch them before they're about to expire because he doesn't want you to see he watched it? Well, you give him a lot of credit. That's it. We got Ace of Swords, Four of Pentacles. We even got the Four of Cups on the bottom, which is more of a stagnancy energy. It doesn't feel like it's intentional that they watch it before they're about to expire. It almost feels here like, I catch up on things when I have downtime. That was when, because it was like the way they're sitting, it's almost like, you know, I catch up on things when I'm on the toilet. It's such a thing. That's when you catch up on the most, you know you know? You have some downtime. You can't do a whole lot. Let me go look at the stuff that I haven't looked at. And not just yours, but other things too. I feel like he catches up on the stuff that's older, to try to do that. So that's funny. Oh my gosh. So just telling you like it is, because that's what they're showing me. But yeah, I don't feel like they intentionally, because they don't want you to see it. I feel like they don't put that much thought into things. That's why I feel like you're giving them a lot of credit. All right. Fortune cookie for that one is hum a low sound, which says low humming helps your body settle. So close your lips, take a breath in, hum low and slow for a full breath out. So I can't do it that long. Repeat 3 to 5 times and feel the vibration in your chest or your face, because this helps you reset. It soothes the nervous system with sound. So, some other helpful little things. This is a deck called Coping Skills Cards. So, that's what we're pulling from today. All right. So, hopefully that helps Beatrice there. And then for the next one here, 44530. So maybe, oh yeah, that's right. This maybe one question could be, what would he have felt if he allowed emotions, or so if he allowed emotions, because he was in his head. What kind of emotions would he have felt, right? So what kind of emotions would he have felt had he allowed it? All right. Yeah, what would his heart, yeah, try to tell him, right? Yeah, I mean, we have the 9 of cups, which is, emotional dream come true energy. Like, "This is what I want," is what the heart would say, like, "This is what I want." And on the bottom of the deck, we have the Hierophant, which is see things differently. 3 of Wands, do things differently. And it's like their heart would want them to get out of their mind, you know, um, to change the story from just the Knight of Wands energy, not just passion, change the story, and let go of all the expectations. Get out of the head. Get out of the head, Um, and that's our heart. It's, our yeah, I'm annoying so much, right? But our heart, our inner emotional child develops 7 years old and younger. At 7 years old, our thinking brain starts up and it starts to look at the past and the present to project into the future, and it starts trying to protect us. So it creates all of these, rules, and it actually takes like our heart and goes, we're going to take you into the basement, into the cellar, because we can't be reacting emotionally with anger or sadness, because that gets us in trouble. So, yeah, for safety, right? Exactly. So, it takes it into the basement, and then it starts to create things to avoid pain and things to keep pleasure and reward coming. Avoid, pain and punishment, and then, do things to create pleasure and reward. And so it creates all those things, and it realizes, "Oh," and then that's when it realizes, "We've received a lot of pain with connection, so let's disconnect. Let's keep that down here, and let's just keep this." Doesn't that feel better? And the heart's like, "We're not feeling at all." And they're like, "And your point?" It's like, "Exactly. Thank you for agreeing." It closes them down there, and they're like, hello, excuse me, you know, I'd like to when I'd like to discuss terms. When do I get to come out and express myself? Hello?" And the mind's like, "Hoo-doo-doo-doo-doo, we got stuff to do." And it feels restrictive, it feels small. That's what fear does, right? It shrinks, and it's that small T truths that keep us in fear and keep us don't do things from the heart, do things from the mind. And that's why we kind of are taught to push our heart down as much as we can and live from expectations, the small T truths rooted in fear. Supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's, must be's. And then because we're living under those, we want everyone else to live under those too, right? And it's like, it's existing, it's not living, right? I know. And then you have hold a taste, like of cake. I'm gonna check out that cake. Taste can bring your attention into the present moment. So place a mint, fruit, or candy on your tongue. Don't chew right away. Focus on the texture, the temperature, the flavor, and the urge to bite. And this is a sense card. So use flavor to awaken focus. Again, the we we do these sensory things to bring us out. Wow, so we've talked about sight, we've talked about vibration and sound. Now we've talked about taste as well. So I love that. Different senses, whatever works for us, helps bring us out of fear and help us bring us out of the loops that we have going on inside our head too. Yes. Sounds suffocating. It is, right? Alright, so that is what we have for that, Beatrice. So the next one we have for you is number, 22, 23, 24, and 25, so we'll be around there in just a moment. But first, we will move on here. So, Lady J, are you still with us? So, Lady J, we are up to you. Here's your timestamp, your first one. And thanks again for being a new subscriber. Welcome to the crew, the Zen friends. You're welcome, Beatrice. All right. So you'd like to know how Jay feels now after saying he doesn't see us building a life together. Oh, holy moly. Another one. What is this? I feel like on behalf of men across the world, I'm so sorry. I'm so, so sorry. You know, I tell you. So let's take a look here. And I say that, Lady J, if you haven't been watching, we've had several, I mean, probably almost 10 people that are going through the same thing with men. And we're going to end up writing a book. Maybe we'll write a book together as a collective, right? You're pretending like you didn't hear that. Yeah, April, I'm still on donation readings. Yeah, I'll be on it for a while. I'm on number 17 and I've got 35 on the list here, so we're gonna be a while. But I do post a pinned comment after I'm done with the stream, listing, all of those, and sometimes I don't get to all free readings during an evening session. I will pop on in the morning and complete those. So and you can always check back in a little while too and go, are you still doing donations? So I get it. And everyone, you can tell I'm always posting the uh who I'm on with the timestamp. Oh, Lady J's here. Yay. With if it says D, like this one says D17, Lady J, it's donation. And then when I get to free ratings, it'll be an F that's on there. So that helps too in case. So and Mama C is back too. Can't wait to be sad with the answer. I know, right? Okay. So let's take a sip together. Cheers, cheers, all of the ladies. We'll have to think of some sort of cheer that we do. Right. We're like, maybe it'll be, we'll do shots, right? Do a shots game where cheers to all our man problems. I know, right? We'll be like, every time we talk about you know, a man problem, we all take a drink. I'll be on the floor. I'll stick to coffee. How's that? Shots of water. Oh, there you go. That's even better. Keep me hydrated. All right. So, Lady J, let's jump in here. You've been very patient. I appreciate that. So, how Jay feels now after saying he doesn't see us building a life together. And when we talked about the future all the time before it, did he lie? Oh my gosh. Because that's totally what happens to some of the others too. And then how does he feel now? Right. I know I need to log off, right? It's like, oh my gosh. All right. Bottom, bottom of the deck represents the overall energy of the reading. And we do have the King of Swords. So, this represents someone, they roll over the suit of the mind and air, and all the kings get a second portion. So that's the master of air, airhead energy coming in, but very much in their head and not in their heart energy that comes in with that, right? So, we've got that coming in here. Um, so how did Jay feel after saying that you can't build a life together, right? Yeah, wow. Three major arcana. So we've got the Hermit, which is like I'm better off being by myself, which we agree. You're better not talking to women anymore. Why don't you just go why don't you just go home. Just don't talk to anyone. We'll second that. We have the Death card and the Magician card, which is, this energy here of, you know, like something has to change because I do feel with all this mind energy and all this, we'll see what this other stuff comes in about. Did he lie and where was he coming from? I feel like this is a cycle with them. You like you too. Welcome, Lady J. You're gonna fit right in perfectly with our Zen friends here. Sassy Zen friends. Um, but it is like there's a cycle that keeps repeating, right? And with them here, and I feel like this magician is they don't know what they want, and they think they do, and then they like make this leap, and then they don't know and they get lost, they lose their way. It's almost like, um, you know, they get confused and they don't understand what they want or where they're going kind of energy with all this. So, feel like when they don't know what they want, they kind of are just going with whatever's happening and when they don't know what they want, then it's like their life isn't theirs. It's just being drawn by It's autopilot. Old thoughts, old stories, old beliefs, just on autopilot. They're not consciously living, they're not consciously choosing. This energy is like on autopilot of old beliefs rooted in fear growing up, that when this happens, this is what it means. And then and that's why it kind of feels like almost like schizophrenia in a way, or um, split personality. And that's really how we are. When we're conscious, we're choosing differently from this higher mind, our years of experience. When we're in autopilot, we're back in our childhood, inner small child selves, and they're the ones driving the bus. It's like driving an RV and you're like, "Hey kids, you guys drive. I'm going to the back for a minute." And then they're taking us off, off road. That goes in there, right? This is the first time he's chosen not to be in a relationship, right? Yeah, interesting. And that's a good thing. We definitely like that for him because, you know, the relationships he's had before obviously have been of the mind and not of the heart, right? So let's take a look here. Because you wanted to know when you talked about future and all that, did he lie? No. We had the Lovers card. He had he had the intentions, the mind. He had the way that he normally does it, right? But the 5 of Wands, there was a battle between his head and his heart, and, the Page of Swords is, they're at a point they're trying to seek clarity instead of, doing what they've been conditioned and told to do and trying to live up to expectations. They're in this, like doing what they always thought they're supposed to do, should do, need to do, have to do, must do. And with all those expectations, always sucking the life out of a relationship. Because when we have all those expectations, we end up focusing on what's not happening instead of what is. And with all this Knight, I mean, the King of Swords as the foundation, it does feel as if they were, in this energy of trying to, um, live up to what they thought everyone else was. Um, I had a podcast that came out that's called "What They Think of Me," which if anyone's interested, I'll just post it out there because I'm quoting from it. Because one of the things we talked about in it was that when, like, our life isn't ours if we care what other people think, and, you know, so when we're living this life of concerned what everyone else is thinking, and I feel like they had that strong fear of letting people down, probably their childhood, that's where it all comes from, being high bar, punished for not meeting up to things, so they were like a trying to achieve, and realizing like an all or nothing, black and white kind of upbringing that, you know, they weren't living their life, and so this selfishness that they're having is, this attempt to go, "I want to choose for me." This is the first time I'm saying, like, "No" to expectations, and I'm gonna choose to not be in anything, and I'm gonna try to figure out who I am. It's like I'm gonna put all these expectations aside and try to discover who I am, right? Instead of reverting back to all those other things. So I know it sucks, but for, those of us who they're backing away from, but I feel like they're kind of cutting themselves off from a lot of people because they're trying to discover who they are, and it's scary when you have a table full of definitions that you've taken. People have handed you things all your life, and all we do is we're the only one that can put things on the table, but they hand it to us and we're like, "Okay, that's on there. Oh, this is on here. This is on here. This is who I am. Okay." And then you get to that point and you're like, "I hate who I am. I am confused. I'm a myriad of all these beliefs and all these opinions." And you just take it and you swoop it off and it's empty. And that's the scary part because you suddenly, having been told who you are all your life, you're trying to figure out who you are and it's empty and it's scary. And that's why you ostracize and you hermit yourself because you start to try to discover who you are. You don't even know what your favorite food is because you've always done what everyone else has wanted. Oh, this is what you should eat. This is what you're supposed to eat. This is what you need to, have to, must. Then you go try food for the first time as without opinion to figure out what it is you like and what you don't like. And it's like this whole discovery kind of energy, right? 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 Yeah, we can pull a card here if you're wanting to know. But I feel like this is them trying to figure themselves out and trying to do things differently. Um, which, they could be with someone new because it's scary. And for a moment we're like, well, let me just put this back on the table. So at least I feel like I'm someone and I'm something, but it's gonna feel empty, right? Um, so I don't feel like he lied. I feel like he had the intentions of doing what he's always done and getting what he's always gotten, but he wanted to stop and not get what he's always gotten before. Yeah. Um, and how does he feel now, right? So we've got the Ace of Swords. Feel like he's gaining a lot of clarity. The Ace of Swords is giving us a higher perspective, seeing clarity about themselves. The Queen of Cups, I feel like they're really getting in touch with their emotions. Um, whereas before, Queen of Cups is like the exact opposite of the King of Swords. King of Swords, all kings get a second portion of swords, so they're double the mind. All queens get a second portion of emotion, so she's 2 times of the emotion, right? Because 'Cause you're lame. No, because 'cause you're curious. No, it's not a competition. Everyone go like this, we're all lame because we all wanna know. But and then the strength card here too, you know, he feels he's feeling this courage, he's feeling um, you know, like he's getting to know who he is and allowing more and more of who he is to be seen instead of you know, who not, right? The masks, the pretend, the trying to fit in so I don't get rejected energies from before. Um, we'll do one quick card just to see if he is dating someone, and if you want to know more, we can dive in. I'm not sure what your other question was. Let me see here. Yeah, wasn't your other question? Um, was it you? No, it was honored that wanted to do the other, like the other one. Okay. Yeah. So is he seeing someone else? Is he dating someone else? We have the 5 of swords. Still still in battle between his head and his heart. So I do feel here that would tell me like what they had before. They're kind of going, they kind of went and they were going to try to change, but it scared them. But, we have the 3 of swords. They're gonna do what they've done before and end up with what they've got. I almost feel like it feels like a dodged a bullet, right? Because they're conflicted still, and I don't feel like they were like, "Oh, not you, let me try this person. It does feel like this energy of, I'm going to be a hermit, I'm gonna be by myself, I'm going to, you know, discover who I am and da 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 da. But then they got horny, and 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 then they fell into their old trap of these. I don't feel like I want to be in a relationship to be able to, you know, have regular access to this, but I feel like it's going to quickly, a tale as old as time. You're so funny. Put the wine bottle away, Chels. You're becoming philosophical. You're becoming poetic. But, I feel like you were spared from this, that energy because, you know, it's gonna quickly spiral down to that again, um, you know, because their intentions aren't to be in a relationship. I feel like they're just, um again, it kind of feels transactional a bit more than that other kind of energy because 'cause they're just trying to figure out who they are, energy. Yeah, and that'll be their adventure, um, everything happens for us, Yeah, if you feel like he wants to date them and then they're like, "Well, that's why grandmas used to always tell us, 'Don't give away the milk for free or they'll never buy the cow.'" You know? If no one put out until we were in a relationship, everyone would need to be in a relationship to have, to sex, and that's, you know, I know, you know, uh, women love to enjoy intimacy too, I know, right? But, it's like, well, yeah, right? It's crazy. Yeah, the enchanter. So we've got for your fortune cookie, you do get one of these, to go with your reading. It's called the enchanter. It's deception and trickery. Uh-oh. But I feel like this is more just tricking himself, right? He's fooling himself. Let's see what this is here. You downloaded Tinder. Your whole era. All right. So a flash of flame, whorls of green smoke, and a flock of doves that appear from nowhere. The audience applauds. The enchanter takes a bow. They know how to let's see, they know how to entrance and entertain. And with a century of arcane learning behind them, they never put a foot wrong. But is it truly magic or is it all smoke and mirrors? Says you may be in a situation where you've been forced to deceive another, and whether it was intentional or not, you run the risk of being caught out in your lie. You could back away, hoping that it will be forgotten about or resolve itself in time, but you run the danger of it spiraling out of control. Or you can own up and take responsibility for your own actions. The decision is yours. It's interesting that it's doing this one, right? On the flip side, the enchanter reversed addresses the repairing of relationships after a deception comes to light. You or someone you know may have had the truth of their deceit revealed willingly or not, losing them the trust of others. Now is the chance to work together to reach a state of reconciliation. I feel like this energy, though, I always am asked, but I really feel like this energy, this is like the Seven of Swords energy, which can be like a deceiver, um, or a liar, cheater, thief, but it points back to, this energy of deceiving themselves, right? And I feel like that's the big thing is, you know, they have these intentions, they have these desires, right? And they they think they're gonna do this, but then they don't have the follow through. So they're deceiving themselves. Because I don't feel the energy that they were lying. I just feel like when someone doesn't know themselves, like we talked about earlier, when we're in this library and we don't know everything and we're so confused, we keep, you know, we don't know what we're doing. We just, kind of have an intention of what we're gonna do, but then we don't have the ability to do it. And um and in the moments, we say things like, at what point do you look at it as just who he is versus he's kind of an asshole? I know, right? um, when we realize everyone's expressing themselves perfectly with what they're feeling on the inside, and we don't take their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence mean anything about us, but it's an expression of what's going on inside of them. We live a much more peaceful life, and we understand that what everyone's doing is about them. Also, what we're doing is about us, not about anyone else. And the mirroring that happens, you know, um, you know, um, we keep having the mirrors come to us to show us what we wanna see about ourselves until we see it. When we're looking at what they're doing is happening they're doing this to us, then we get to experience, the melodrama of victim, villain, and hero, which is drama, which is lower vibrational. And we come down here to experience, there's nothing wrong with it, there's no judgment, we all go through it over and over and over again until we're tired of it. And so we can ask the same thing, how long, how many times do I gotta go through it before I see what I wanna see about myself? Because it's all pointing us back to ourselves, right? And when we stop looking at all their actions and all their thoughts and everything, that it means something about us and go, yeah, they're just expressing what's, trauma and fears and things that are down inside of them, that's an expression of they're going through, what they've experienced, the cycles, the patterns, all of that's about them, not about us. But our patterns, like if for me, I kept choosing someone that would disrespect me in a variety of ways. Um, the first 2 cheated, the 3rd one felt like they used me for money and, um, talked horribly to me. 4th one, I would say that felt like they cheated on me, and the 5th one felt like they were trying to fit me in between the important things, and I realized with all that, I was trying to fit me in between the important things out here instead of making me a priority. I realized I was cheating on myself because I was defining myself by all this stuff in the outside world instead of inward and upward. So when we find that we're finding people that are being dishonest, or like we perceive people as being dishonest, or that they aren't being truthful, for me, going through those things, which is kind of what I went through, right? People been not being truthful. It's how was I not being truthful to myself? And there's this beautiful energy this empowerment that comes when I uh, stopped looking at what, well, I looked at the story of what meaning I was putting to all the things they were doing about my own life, right? And it's transformative when it comes in there, right? And I'm like, I get to take away that power. I get to change the story. I'm the story maker of my life. So when someone cheats on me, I'm like, that's not about me. That's about how they feel about themselves. How sad for them that they don't feel worthy enough to choose me because they're choosing someone else. And I am a prize, and if they don't feel worthy, that's why they need to choose something else, because they can't match my energy. They need to choose something on the discount rack, not something in the special section, right? And we get to change our energy, and then our life changes, right? I know, right, Chels? A lot of experience, and it's all good, right? Spoiler alert. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's very, transformative. And that's a lot of my podcast, The Easier Path. I do talk about drama and trauma that I've gone through, other people that share their stories that want me to answer things that give me permission. We talk about some of those. We talk about subjects on how to make life an easier path instead of, a harder path. So, it definitely is a difficult, I don't think I talk about it in my podcast that, human life, I don't feel it can be an easy path because of the low vibrational energy is so uncomfortable for us as our higher vibrational beings, but we can make it an easier path instead of a harder one. And we talk about things like that in there. So, if you guys are interested, definitely check that out and let me know if there's anything else that you want as well, right? Yeah, because we're schizophrenic, twin flame, right? So definitely here the link is always down in the description area. But here's in case anyone wants to link it, that's the playlist link there as well. There you go. Boom. I felt it coming, Lady J. We are connected. I heard you in my head. I need the link, please. Boom. All right. So that's for that one. And then I do believe we have another one. Do we not? Do we have? I think we don't we have? Yeah, we have another one. You're number 27. So we'll be down there in a little bit at the rate I'm going. We're talking a lot tonight. So thank you guys for your patience with all this. So all right. So let us continue on here. And I don't think I missed anyone. Please, let me make sure. Oh, I did. So let me go back up here. Thank you, Spirit. They're like, did you get everyone? I think so. They're like, you might want to double check. And I'm like, oh, sure enough, I did not. So we got here. Uh, so April, got Lady J, Mamacita. Girl cut up. We back. You're so funny. You're sipping boba tea. Oh, yum. All right. Okay. And then, so Mamacita, here is your one more question. Um, so that'll be number 36. There we go. Give that a love and a like there. And here is your question number 3. We'll put that right here. There we go. All right. Yeah, I see Chelsea, yeah, about the intentions in a relationship. And that's the difference, with capacity, like we might find it hard to, understand. And it can do a lot with our own energy. Like I'm very loyal. And if you're loyal to me, I'd be loyal to you for the rest of your life. But it just takes one moment, of distrust and you're gone, you know. So I know I get that a lot, Lady J. If you fall asleep, I'm not offended. It's a compliment. Someday I'll do like a 10-hour video where I talk or whatever so that people can sleep and have a great night. And then in the morning, you're like, why am I writing a check to Brenda Z and sending it off to him? You are a chicken. You are a chicken. You are a chicken. Oh, an adult nighttime book. Oh. That would be a different channel. But you never know, I could always do that. It was funny, I was out, I went to a walk today and I was walking and someone was waiting to turn and I smiled and I waved and she rolled down her window and she goes, "Hasn't everyone told you you've got the sexiest smile?" And I'm like, "Stop." First, you're crawling up a wrong tree, but it was funny. Read the children's sheep book and count sheep to 100. Oh, I love that. We call for your name, come to me. All right. So thank you guys so much. I love you guys. All right. So Kat Marie, you're up. 524 46. Women hitting on me when I'm out walking. I am 6'4". Oh, stop. Like, stop, stop, stop. You love for women to hit on you, right? I just don't want women to hit me in their cars or anyone to hit me in their cars. I have to be careful when I'm walking around because sometimes, like, the light turns green, and the little walk thing comes on, and I always look because here comes cars flying through the red light. I'm like, I could have been killed, like, 10 times already. Oh, you strategize. You're funny. All right. So, Kat Marie, get a message from your brother. Oh, that's passed on. Yeah, it's his death anniversary, the 5th through the 7th. He went missing and drowned. That's why it's 5 7. Okay. Yeah. And I will pull from here let's pull from the Talking to Heaven deck here. There we go. And from this other messages from Spirit. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. So, to your brother on the other side, he's always with you. Just know that the moment he slipped out of his body, he was right by your side, and he will be, and all those loved ones at the same time. It's an amazing thing, that spirit, when we're on the other side, we're so powerful. It blows our mind, how we can be there. And so he's always around you. Do you ever feel like a that's funny that not a wet willy. He goes, "We don't have spit in heaven, but I can still give you a dry willy." Something about I don't want to say something about Willie, but is his name Will? So he's funny. So I will always point you in the right direction. I like that. Let's see what he brings in here for you here. He says, "Although I'm not God or an angel, I do have the ability to guide you. Keep in mind that I'm not privy to the all knowing wisdom of the universe. For that, you'd want to consult God, which you can do just by asking for help. However, I do have the benefit of all my earthly lessons, which taught me a lot. I also have a broader perspective on your circumstances from a heavenly vantage point. So you can think of me as a trustworthy confidant whom you can turn to for advice. And please know I'll do all I can to guide you toward what's best for you. I've learned how to get my own ego out of the way and focus upon helping you and others from a place of pure love. You'll notice the signs that I send to you through your feelings, your dreams, and other reminders to think of me." He will. He'll touch old memories out of nowhere, to let you know that he's there. He, will, do this, uh he'll actually, bring, like, bumper stickers and, music on the radio. They have a way to influence for you to, like, turn on the radio, turn on the radio, turn on the radio. If you turn on the radio and there's a song, then you're like, "Oh my god," and it's like, "I did that," you know? He has, so much ability to influence, to, bring, messages to you, to let you know that you're not alone and that he's with you, and then he will always point you in, the right direction. There's something about getting lost a lot, either you or them, and they're like, "I know, now I have better GPS." I don't know if he always didn't know which direction was the right, like, the right north, south, east, west. He used to always say, and you're like, "No, no, no, that's that way." And he's like, "I got better skills now to direct you." So I like that. Alright. So let's see what else we have here. We got from the spirit messages here as well. Okay, none of those. Would you like to say that? Okay. And you got believe, believe. It's funny how he says it here. The force that works through your soul, determining what's possible or impossible, the difference between success over failure, and above all, who you are, is the power of your belief. So, the message that he feels that is important for you right now, he prompts you to evaluate your beliefs and thought processes. This could be a time when self doubt and negative thoughts from past conditioning come to the surface and prevent you from moving forward. While some people believe in a higher power greater than themselves, others sadly believe they're alone, and that's all about survival. In the more severe cases, some individuals just walk aimlessly upon this planet with a defeatist attitude, accepting whatever comes their way. Your spiritual, emotional, and psychological well being, your present and future relationships, your work or career can all be affected by past conditioning. When issues remain omnipresent in your life, it's time to take a critical look at your own belief system. Certain beliefs combined with the energy of your thoughts could be major factors that influence your life. Change your perception and alter your negative thoughts to positive affirmations. By consciously acknowledging that spirit is running through you and that you're meant to live a happy, abundant life, you'll experience your days on earth the way you were meant to, as a divine being. So I love these energies for you. I feel like he's kind of doing a positive, you know, energy, trying to like kind of build you up in a way. And of course, because this is the time of that he's left. But I do feel like he's, saying that this, you know, he's so funny the way he comes through. He goes, "Sis, you know what you signed up for." He's like doing a little like a, "What are you, a gangsta?" You know what you signed up for. um, we knew this before we came down here, and of course you don't remember it now, but we knew that I was going to leave when I did, how I was going to leave for the purpose of my experiences and everyone else's. And now I'm in a place where I can support you, like I can guide you, I can give you perspectives, as you have in. He's talking about past lifetimes, saying that you guys have had past lifetimes where you were the one that bugged out early, he says. So I like that recognition of how you were there for me after you passed in another lifetime, another lifetimes, he says, that, I'm here for you in this lifetime. And I see why you enjoy doing it because, being able to connect to all of your thoughts all the way back to while you were in the womb, every emotion that you've had, every experience you've had, I understand you so much more clearly than I ever had before. And I see now why, you reacted the way at certain times and why you did what you did. I have no judgments. I have um, no blame, no shame, no nothing, but unconditional love for you. And so I'm always around you. And again, I'm going to show you tons of things. He was like, test me. He was going to say, test me, biatch. Come on, show me, ask me to show you something and I will. I will tell you, I will tell you and show you, that that I'm here and I'll prove it to you that I'm still around you. So I love that for you. So hopefully that helps Cat Marie. A little bit of howdy doody to you from your big brother. He is like, I'm big now on the other side. I am huge. Because I can be whatever size I want and whatever age I want in presenting this character of your brother to you. So I like that. Your fortune cookie has, yeah, the puppeteer energy coming in, which is explanations and apologies. Let's see what this is here for you. Soft curls of sawdust litter the floor, and the scent of wood shavings fills the air. Shelves, cupboards, and tabletops are covered with wooden figures, some half assembled, some not yet fully carved, each one lovingly made and tenderly painted. The puppeteer does not know the fear of being alone. When loneliness calls, they simply create their own company. But these puppets will never be the equal of human companionship. And though they will not admit to it themselves, the puppeteer will never be fully satisfied. Conjuring real social skills can be a challenge. He's being funny to you now. People have their own feelings and their own lives, and it's easy to say or do the wrong thing. You're not the only person to have made an embarrassing mistake in the past. So own up to it and smooth things over. An apology or an explanation is a small price to pay to maintain an important relationship. Reversed, this card is you may have made the first step towards apologizing, or perhaps you're still too afraid to speak up and admit that you were wrong. Whatever the situation, there is an element of resentment that it may not be possible to forgive or forget. Sometimes the best thing is to accept that things are irredeemable and move on separately. So I love that energy that he's presenting there for you. So hopefully that helps. And I love his energy. He is a hoot. Crazy, crazy. But that's what he has for you. So many blessings to you, Camry. Thank you again for your donation. And he is funny. I love the energy of people on the other side is just they're so hilarious because our natural state is joy, so everyone is joy on the other side. All right, let me catch up here on the chat. We're looking a bit longer tonight. Let me see here. Yeah, you're number 33, so I haven't gotten that far yet. And there's just one, right? I think there's this one on the list, and I'm about to start number 19. Whoops. Sorry, the looks like it just as it did that, it was like, here goes a little it's spinning. Oh no. So it's starting to spin again. What's happening? 10:38 at night. So hopefully we're okay here. Is it is it delaying on your guys' side too? Welcome back, Donna Marie. For the love of God. I think it's spinning again. think we are back. So let me know if it helped. You logged off and came back in, but I think it was acting up. So I think I am back now. In fact, maybe I will go out and come back in of my own uh, iPad here. Let's see, is this the right one? Yeah, let me refresh here. Yay! Tell you, something's going on. But we're gonna reboot the server tonight. That sounds so. We're gonna reboot the modem tonight, or in the morning, and then I'm gonna clear the caches on all our stuff. Could be just that they don't want us to know the secrets of avoiding the straight man. Yeah, that's right. It's the straight man. They're doing this, right? There you go. All right, but at least you didn't do it in the middle of a reading, so now we can reboot and start here again. Let me take a drink of this protein drink before it gets warm and gross. We're still drinking some caramel. All right. All right. Maybe we should drink a little coffee after that. It's kind of thick. All right. I think we are good to go. So we got Yada who is up 5:42:05. So Yada who, here is your timestamp. And you wanted to have a general. So thank you for your donation via the PayPal. Uh-oh. It started to do it again. What is going on? Yeah, let me delete this real quick here. This is driving me crazy. Crazy, I tell you. So it must be because I reconnected there. Maybe it is something going on with YouTube. Okay. It stopped for a minute, but it's good now. Try not to get, I'm not, let's calm our energy, Bredazzy. Look at the blue. What's all the blue things? Let's count all the blue things. All right. I think we're good. Well, we will step forward. All right. So I think we're okay. So let's go ahead and do it. 5:43:45. So here is this here. Oh, me. All right, so let's take a look here. So, a general reading, Yahoo. Thank you again, like I said, for your donation via Z PayPal. I have to remember to check all the timestamps. In fact, let me put that note up here. Otherwise, I'll forget. Because they will be off with all the delays and everything that had popped in here. All right. So let's see what we have here, Yahoo. So thank you again. Let's step into your energy. away from the energy of hating the internet right now. All right, we're all good to go. All right, so Yadahu, what is going on? What the spirit wants you to know right now? Got those and these and these. I want this one too. All right. Well, we got the magician on the bottom of the deck here. So, the magician is, of course, a powerful card because it's a reminder of that wherever we focus our energy is what grows and expands. We're the creators, we're the manifestors, we're not on an out of control drama train that's going to leap off the tracks and explode in a gorge. We're not kept in the trunk of a car being kidnapped by the universe, being drugged through our lives, and we're just like, "Oh god, what are they gonna bring next?" No, our energy is what's creating our life. We look at our yesterdays to see where we are today. We look at our energy of today that we're focusing on to see what our tomorrows bring. So, you know, the magician is all about getting awareness around the magic that happens with the story we put to things, the emotions we choose to go with things, the energy we put towards things, and our physical action that we take through things. That's all the four elements that are on the table of the magician. It's the four suits of the minor arcana, which represent the four different areas of our thought, emotion, energy, and action that we experience as a human. So once we realize and we have that power over those, different areas of our lives, we change our lives because we, instead of working on autopilot, based on old stories of what things mean and how we're supposed to feel and where we're supposed to put our energy and how we're supposed to act, we break free and we, instead of being on autopilot running subconsciously, we consciously choose the story, our emotions, our energy, and our actions. So I love this, that this is the underlying energy of your card. It's very a card of empowerment and realizing that once we see where we're at today, get a clear view of what are we at today? What are the stories and emotions, energy, and actions I'm taking today? Where do I want to go? And once I decide where I want to go, then I make my thoughts, my stories, my emotions, my energy, and my actions match that energy in order to get there. I can't expect to do energy and actions and all that going this way and reach there. I need to adjust it, right, to go and decide where I wanna go. That's how GPS works. We have to know where we're at and where we wanna go, and then it kicks in, and we route the most efficient route or alternate routes. Do we wanna take the freeway, get there fast, or do we wanna take the city and drive through the city, have different experiences, or do we wanna take the scenic route and enjoy a whole it takes longer to get there, but it's a more peaceful, energy as long as we don't hit deer on the way, right? Alright, so that's the underlying energy. Let's see what else you got here. You got the 6 of Pentacles, the 9 of Wands. I do feel like one of the big breakthroughs that you're having here with this 9 of Wands is realizing what has been holding you back is the 6 of Pentacles. It's the way, out of balance over giver rate of exchange that we learn when we're a child of how much we have to give in order to receive. One of my uh, favorite podcast is is my podcast. That's not what I was going to say. I was going to say one of my favorite episodes of my podcast. Yeah, my most favorite podcast is my own. Oh, I'm such a man. um, but what I was going to say is my most one of my favorite episodes is Abundance, where it be. If you're not watching right now, I'll also put it under your link under your timestamp in the pinned comment once I eventually get to doing that sometime this evening or in the wee hours of the morning. We'll put that out there. And but we talk about that rate of exchange because we can do our energy and have our energy bringing things to us, but if it's stuck in the outskirts of the city and we can't get it, you know, to come in to the city gates, then it's not gonna get to us, and so that blockade that is keeping things from our life, we can release that and bring it in, and I feel like that's part of this manifestation, that's part of this energy and this empowerment that's coming in. And then you have 4 cards. So some of it is about focusing on our joy with the 3 of cups, and, with the, 8 of pentacles, we got the putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears, allows us to move forward and allows us the fruit of our labor that can come in, you know, um, with it. But they are also mentioning here it's not so much about what we do, but the energy that we have behind it with the Queen of Wands. And we even have the Hierophant, which is about seeing things from a higher perspective, but it also is the master of change and transformation. And what I mean by it's not so much about what we do in life, it's about the energy we have behind it. It's like if I do I don't know, let's like my YouTube channel. So if I do this channel and I'm doing it from a place of "Ugh, I'm obligated to do this and spirit would be upset if I didn't do this, and God wants me to do this, and I guess I'll do it because that's what they want me to do. The channel would suck, and it would downward spiral because it's an energy of expectation, of lack, of, need, want, or if I was doing it just for try to get the money, the money, the money, all of that would be lower vibrational, which would suck the life out. But if the energy behind it is of love and sharing our heart and joy and laughter and play, which we try to do, you know, then it grows. It amplifies and everyone's energy joins together and it's like a party instead of every party has a pooper. That's why we invited you. It's the opposite, right? And that's the whole thing is it doesn't matter what we do in life, it's the energy behind what we do it that's gonna determine if it's gonna be high vibration and draw in abundance or lower vibration and draw in lack. And so I like that, awareness. If I choose joy, no matter what I do, I'm gonna enjoy it because that's the joy in joy, right? Um, versus not. So I like that energy. And then you also have the Seven of Wands. Yes, and the Page of Wands. It is time to take some action. And even, this is about the Seven of Wands here is about standing out, standing tall, being seen. It's like the sun. You don't dim your light. You don't ask permission to shine. You don't need to defend what you're wanting to do. This is your energy. This is your life. This is your adventure. All those expectations, all those things that we're trying to do to fit in, they're not true. They're all fear, opinion. And when you start to live your life, you start to live your life instead of exist. And I feel like this is the energy that they're bringing in here is that nothing's impossible. Underneath that, you have the Queen of Pentacles too, which is all about abundance and harvest, but it's about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and what is it for you? You've given so much of your life for everyone else to try to have them have the happiest life, and you're often the last person that you're the last person that gets your energy. At least that's the way it used to be. You've done a lot of inner work where you've changed a lot of that, but there's still more room. Um, but in comparison, you do take more time for you, but you can do more of that. You can make choices that are good for you and that other people can adapt to. Um, because it's important that you realize you didn't come here to be a wife or a spouse. You didn't come here to be a mother. You came here to express this beautiful love in your heart to the world in your own special, unique way. And that, spouses and children share your life, but they're not your life. I know, who knew? So there's this, wonderful freedom that comes in realizing you have a gift to share the world, and that is why you're here. The others are just, part of the side dishes that come with your entree of who you are. So I like that. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Yahoo. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And you've got the hunter, sure-footedness and predestination. Beautiful energy. Let's see what this brings in here. All right, there it is, page 94. All right. Sunlight. There you go. The sun, you're shining bright. That's coming in here, right? Sunlight dapples the forest floor, and from the shaded, ferny depths, a white stag emerges. Nearby, a shadowy figure pauses, and a bowstring draws back with a creak. Oh no! Run, Bambi, run! The hunter is a patient person capable of following their prey for days at a time, eyes always on the tracks before them. By not looking up, they never appreciate the beauty of the forest around them, but that doesn't matter so long as they reach their quarry, right? It says it's time to put your head down and block out all distractions. The forest may be beautiful, but stopping to admire the view won't get you any closer to your goal. You are the hunter right now. Your path is clear, your prey is within sight. No matter how tempting slowing down for a moment might seem, now is not the time to maintain. I'm sorry, now is not the time. Maintain your focus and determination to complete your task. I guess they don't want you to take it the scenic route. It's time to hit the freeway. Reversed, in this reverse position, the advice of the upright card still applies. However, this is a warning to keep an eye on the balance of things. If you only ever focus on your quarry, you'll spend your whole life unaware that the forest exists. You haven't stopped to appreciate your surroundings recently, so take a breather. I like that. So beautiful energies. Hopefully that helps right now. Yahoo. Thank you again for your donation. Appreciate you. What Chelsea, would you say, wait, what? We are still humans after procreating? I don't know. That's an interesting question. How many glasses of Chardonnay have you had? Cheers, cheers. Have another. All right. There we go. Oh, you mean like as a mother, you get to be human? I get you. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, that's the greatest gift you can give the world because you also teach your children that you that they get to choose themselves, right? Yeah, yeah. Wild concept. All right. So, Justine, you are up. Next, thank you for your donation. And so you wanna know your crush A's true feelings for you and future connection. Gosh. All right. So grateful that those cards did not go flying off the table here. Well, underlying energies, we do have the Knight of Cups, which, is a energy of movement of heart. There's some romance below the surface here. The bottom card is all about the underlying energy of your reading. So your crush's true feelings for you here. Yeah, they do have the 8 of Wands, which that's passion, that's attraction energy. The 3 of Swords, which is the fear of disappointment and heartbreak, though. that kinda keeps them from acting on this Knight of Cups. Even got the 5 of Swords underneath, which is a conflict between the head and the heart, which the head is like, "No, no, you move on that romance, you get your heart broken. Let's not do that again." So they're very tentative on moving on their emotions right away. They tend to move with their Wands energy coming in here. So, there is emotion below the surface, but you may not see that because of that fear of that, dis being a disappointment or rejection, right, from you, which it's not aimed at you, it's aimed at past experiences that are being projected forward into the future of like, "Oh god," you know, you open your heart, it gets stomped on. So let's state a passion for now. Um, Future of the connection here, you do have the Page of Pentacles. So there is future connection. That's pages is a new opportunity, a future opportunity. We do have the Knight of Swords, so there is communication, movement of thought, movement of, mind, and it's rules over communication energy as well. Um, yeah, and I feel like it starts off there, you know, there is this with the 5 of Pentacles, with the 10 of Cups. 10 of Cups is relationship energy, but what stands in the way of that is that 5 of Pentacles, which is the fear, again, of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough kind of energy. Again, kind of that, these are the 2 things that are keeping them from moving on emotion, which happened a lot when they were younger. And, what a difference this world would be if we had therapy in school, you know, mandatory therapy for all children, starting in elementary school all the way up through high school. What a difference we would be, what kind of society, if we were able to have clarity around our emotions. And there's so much that it feels like, because all that stuff happened to them when they were younger, and it just, before we do our inner work, we're already passing it on to our children. By the time we get old enough and we're doing it, we've already done the stuff, into, um, you know, pass on to the next generation, the next generation, the next generation. So I feel like there's at least going to be talking going on and communication. But it feels like for now that there's not a whole lot of, there might be like motion, not emotion, but motion, fire energy, not really water, emotional energy that would come in with them because they're not in a place to be able to share their heart, which seems to be a theme along a lot of men these days. And for a long time, it's getting better ish because people are taught to, look at their feelings, and there's therapy and a lot more than ever before. But um, it's still impacting. So your fortune cookie is breathe into your hands. This is a coping skill. Use your own body as a signal of safety. So cup your hands gently over your nose and mouth like this. Can you hear me? So do it like that. Inhale and exhale slowly, letting your breath warm your palms. Count 5 breaths, feeling the temperature shift. This is a reset energy, and you can anchor yourself with body warmth. So I love that. So little extra little thing when we're feeling a little bit of emotional energy getting out of control, we can bring ourselves back. So hopefully that helps a little bit there, Justine. I know. Where's all the healthy men in healthy relationships? No. Where are they? I used to say, "Oh, they're the gay men," but no, not there either. They're not anywhere. Where have all the boys gone? Where have all the healthy boys gone, right? Okay, we'll get back in here. So up next, we've got Honored. So Honored, we got 60442 for you. So thank you for your patience if you're still hanging out here. It's been a while. So thank you for your generous donations. I appreciate that. So we're going to dive deep in here. What are the problems rising between the two people on your mind? And then you're curious on what the problem is from each one's perspective and if the things are going to get better or if they'll lose interest with one another. There was a weird fight between our friend group not too long ago, and things have been good, but not like before. It's like the spark magic is going down. All right. So let's take a look here. So, what are the problems rising between the two people on your mind? So, let's just see if there's a joint problem, not meaning marijuana, but like what's the combined, like when you do the little circle, what's the common problem? Then we'll look at their individual problems. All right. So, that's the common problem. And then, so the problem from each one's perspective. So, person number one on the left, whoever you see that is, will be this individual. So, what's their problem? Okay, got that. And then person on the right, ding ding. And in this corner, weighing in at 165 pounds. All right, I think that's it there. And then we wanted to know if things are going to get better or if they'll lose interest in one another. Okay. All right. Let's take a sip here real quick. It's time for a throat lozenge. Yeah, we hit 6 hours. That's usually when it hits. So, hey. Right? You're sobbing from joy? I'm so glad. Yeah. All right. So first of all, well, the bottom of the deck, we got the Knight of Wands, so there's a lot of fire energy here, which, oh yeah, that. So there is this, both attraction energy, but also fire. So it can, become a heated passion, or it can be steam that burns, right? And so I kind of feel like it kind of goes both way. There's big fire between these two, right? Um, the combined, what's the problem rising between them? Oh, wow. Okay. So, we got the Lovers card here. So, I mean that's important relationship energy, but can be more. We got the Queen of Swords, which does tell me they're a lot alike, because the Queen of Swords is like people who are compatible, but it also can mean, and I haven't heard it mean this before, but it makes sense, that they could be a lot alike, that can also, it can be the things that we have a lot alike that bring us together, but also the things that can bring. And we did say they've got big fire between them. You got the Sun card here. The inner children energy that comes in with this too is coming into play here. And they play nice when they're not in fear, and they play not so nice when they're in fear, right? Fire. When they're reactive, that's what's causing the problem, as with all humans. But it's just being clear that they have this wonderful heat that comes in when they're not in fear, but then that becomes flamethrowers at each other when they go in. One goes into fear, reacts, the other one reacts to their reaction, and then it happens, right? So let's see what their individual perspectives are. So the one that you would perceive on the left, which we have the Ace of Cups and the Hierophant, and this one is someone that's more probably the more aware one out of the two, the one you would consider, you know, that can see things from a higher perspective, that has more self-love, that's more likely not to be the one to first react, but the one that would react to the other person's reaction. That they don't trigger an attack, they trigger from being attacked kind of energy. So maybe the more mature one. Emotionally mature one, right? Emotionally intelligent, let's say. And what's their problem? What's what's the problem from their perspective, right? Almost lost it again. We got the Chariot card, which rolls over all four horses. Action, action, go, go, go energy. Let's see what else we got here. We have the King of Pentacles. And we also have the Nine of Swords and the Nine of Pentacles. Okay. So this one has these, like the Nine of Pentacles is, and you got two nines here, which is the Hermit energy, but the Nine of Pentacles is, I like my alone time. I'm an introvert. And, you know, maybe more with this Nine of Swords, they've got this, it's like they keep their disappointments or they keep their fears of being a disappointment and letting people down, you know, to themselves more than projecting it outward. They more like they'll have an interaction, they would go home and then ponder it and journal it and bring it into their self rather than brah, right? So I feel like they're more of that kind of energy, and their their piece of the problem, right? Their perspective of the problem is that this other person brings it all out, you know, like, "Bruh," and they're just like, "Oh my god, no, you're supposed to keep it quiet, you're supposed to shrink, you're supposed to take it and deal with it yourself," kind of energy. Because I feel like they had, an upbringing where they weren't very supported, so they learned to deal with everything themselves, so they kinda pull back to deal with that, right? Um, and they don't like putting their business out in front of everyone kind of energy, right? Much less you don't call people out on, you know, faults or whatever. "No, you're wrong. You did da 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 da," that doesn't fare well, especially with this one, right? So, right? Yeah. So I feel like there's that kind of energy there. And then for the person on the right, what's their perspective? Oh yeah. Very emotional, right? Empress energy, 5 parts water, 1 part fire, 1 part air, 1 part, um, earth. And the moon card, Mother Moon. 2 heavy, heavy emotional energies. Um, so whenever this individual, um, I feel like very influenced by the moon, almost could be perceived as emotionally unstable. I know. 'Cause I've got a ton, even though I'm an Aquarius Sun, Capricorn rising, I've got my moon is Pisces, I got a stellium in Pisces of 5 planets. I've got other planets in water, but I got a grand water trine and a mini water trine that creates a kite, which is even more boom, boom, water energy. I thought I was going emotionally insane growing up because you feel everyone's emotions. and emotions are just like you feel like you're, you know, swimming in oceans of emotion all the time, and I kind of feel like that's where they're at, and they're very much influenced by the moon phases, and as the moon changes every 2 to 3 days, and that's why they kind of might appear emotionally unstable, and especially around fire moons, which happens 3 times a month as it goes through Aries, of course, and, Leo, and then Sagittarius. Um, 3 different tastes of fire, but when that fire hits, I feel like that's where this ignites, especially. Um, but I feel very influenced by the moon. What else do they got going on here? Sorry, crunch, crunch, crunch. We do have the Page of Swords, and I feel like with this one, their perception is, "I know better. I see things more clearly." Um, excuse me as I crunch my cough drop. And the 2 of Cups energy that comes in here, it's like there's this long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets with this Capricorn Saturn energy. So I'm just eat this thing. It's falling apart in my mouth. But especially around relationships. And, the 8 of Cups is about, you know, walking away from relationships and emotions that don't serve anymore. It's almost like they're kind of, again, reactive. They're quick to walk away, but then they return back. It's like they may be a little manipulative, and I don't feel like they're aware of this, but like they'll act sad to get people to do what they want. And if that doesn't work, they'll act angry and fiery. And if that doesn't get what they want, then they walk away and they shrink and use rejection, cold shoulder, not answering text, and then they'll come back sad about why didn't you try harder when they walked away, and then um angry again, and they'll keep doing it until they've, you know, try to get people to do what they want, kind of energy that comes in there. So, shaking like a chihuahua or little baby. Yeah, and kind of extremes, right? We're either living our dream or we're dead. There's like no in between, a black and white kind of world. It's, we're either up here living the dream or we're dead. There's we're gonna die. Oh, we're living our dream. It's just up and down. Almost kind of can come across as bipolar. I wouldn't be surprised if they're not a Pisces or have Pisces rising or Pisces heavy in their chart somewhere, because the Pisces can live in the light side of the pond or the dark side of the pond, but there's not like a medium. It's one or the other. They kind of can go where they can be thought of as bipolar, but it's just their emotional world that kind of happens with that kind of energy. Um, so I feel like their perspectives, like their perspective is, where the other one on the left, the younger one, like you said, they're about you keep things quiet, you deal with your own stuff alone. They're like, you share all your emotion because that's where you get attention, because that's how they grew up. And so they've got this reversal kind of energy coming in here where it does feel kind of extrovert, open, here's all my emotions, because that's how I do get attention, versus shrinking, no, 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 loudness, kind of energy that comes in. So, will things get better? Will they lose interest, or will they lose interest in one another? Let's take a look here and see what we got with these 4 cards. Yeah. Got the 5 of cups. It's kind of sorrow energy. We got the 4 of cups, stagnant energy, emotional energy. We got the judgment card, um, which is this, calling us, pulling away to see things like from a different perspective. We got the page of cups, which, is an energy of self-love, but this resurrection that can happen here, there is possibilities here that it can come back from that. Um, but it feels like it's on a countdown to self-love, because 5, 4, and then there's 3, 2, 1. And the page of cups is like the ace of cups in a way, but it's like this higher place. But it does feel here like I don't know, it's almost like it feels 50-50 with this 2 here, right? 2 extremes. And it's just like sometimes opposites do attract, sometimes opposites, if you can learn to balance, then it can happen. There is a way for this to be resurrected when if they both focus on their self-love, then that can bring balance, right? But I feel like the big piece is the person on the right with all that emotional energy, that they don't have a incentive to change because they get attention for doing what they do. So they don't have an incentive to do things differently, because if I got no attention from being, or less attention for being, outrageous, as someone might say, outspoken and sharing my emotions and, you know, doing that energy, then, um, you know, then, um then I would stop. I would do something else. But it's worked for me all my life, right? For her, in her energy. It's worked for me all my life. Why would I want to change? And the introvert might feel a little more comfortable expanding a little bit, like they're willing to open up a little bit and go, I want to be seen. I want to do this, but I've been taught I can't. But now maybe I will. Excuse me. Maybe I will show a little more of myself out there. But it's like extremes meeting in the middle. Like they'll come this way, but if they're not moving at all, they're still a great distance. It takes both kind of coming to the middle and understanding and kind of fluctuating and going back and forth to absorb the other. But I don't know, maybe even 50-50 is not the probability of, things working out or not. I kind of feel more 30% working out, 70% not, just because they're so different and such extremes that they're going to keep bumping heads over and over and over again. It's interesting with that Queen of Swords, how it was that they're a lot alike, and a lot of likeness has to do with, and we talk about avoidance and like anxious attachers, but this is different, that comes in here, right? They don't like themselves, but they like each other, right? Because it's the opposites. They're being who they wish they could be, right? And so that's where that comes in here, and that's something that they have in common, right? But the wound is the same. They just learned to express it in different ways. One shrank and bit quiet, the other expressive and loud, and they both, um, see it as the grass is greener on the other side. That's interesting. And we have the scholar, investigator, or investigation and research. Let's see what this brings in for your fortune cookie. See if this brings in anything here. We've got 80. Sunlight, here's that sun again. Sunlight streams through a window, illuminating a chaotic, crowded desk. Piles of books cast deep shadows, and dust motes float lazily through the air. The scholar is something of a hermit, there we go, preferring their scrolls and studies to the bustle of the outside world. That's that energy, the hierophant, right? Of the younger one. But there is one thing they're known for, their ability to work through any puzzle and come to the right conclusion. The scholar is a card of routine and perseverance. Right now, you may find yourself at a dead end with no immediate apparent solution, right? This is them. Take a step back and try approaching the problem from a different angle or asking someone their opinion. A fresh pair of eyes can work wonders. The reversal of the card says the reason why it seems as if there is no good solution to your current situation is that right now there is no solution to be found at all. Frustrating though it may not be to realize, there are no rewards to be gained for the work that you've put in. Take this chance to reevaluate what you're doing and focus your energy elsewhere. That's the reversal. But interesting with that hierophant teacher student energy, but also this energy of being the hermit and being more wanting to be, to themselves there. So, yeah, I just feel like and it feels like this fight may have brought energies to the surface that people weren't willing to talk about before. And I do feel like there's this change energy that kind of comes in there, with that people are like, they felt the uncomfortability in the group before, but the newness, the honeymoon stage of a group kind of energy. But now reality's kicking in that, we're an island of misfit toys and it's not always going to be, oh, happy days. Sometimes we all get to learn together as a group, like group therapy. So, welcome to your group therapy. All right. So that's what they have for that one. And then we do have another one for you, right? Yeah, number 30 and 31. We'll circle back around here as well. Yeah, so much fire. All right. All right. So Beatrice, we've got 4 coming up for you, and some of these are short little ones, so we'll get to those. And then Sean G will be up after that, and then back to Lady G. So cheers, cheers. Hang in there, everybody. All right. So Beatrice, we have 62808. So thank you again for all your multiple donations this eve. So has he checked if you've viewed his story or not? Let's take a look here. Anything else? Nope, none of this. All right. With this Knight of Swords on the bottom of the deck, that is movement of technology, movement of trying to gather, um, I don't know, trying to gather information. So it does feel as if that is like they did check to see who's viewed their story. And with the Page of Pentacles and the Two of Cups energy coming in here, I do feel like they did look at it to see if you had liked their story or not, or seen it, right? viewed, not liked, but viewed, the energy there. Um, so I do feel like they did check it out here. What is this Page of Pentacles? Because the Two of Cups is, you know, it isn't that you were an important relationship or an important, you know, individual in their life with the Two of Cups. Impactful, I would say, because the Page of Pentacles is abundance. And so they still care, even though they're not able to, they care in their own way, right? Like the fire carry. I didn't want to burn you. I didn't want to, like, do that, right? So I feel like, that they did with that energy. So hopefully that helps a little bit. Night, night, honored. Thank you. Yeah, please, the pinned comments. You'll be able to find your name with the timestamps on there, as well, right? If my voice stands out, it's trying to go away again. It'll clear up here in a sec. So sleep tight. We'll see ya. Thank you again so much for all your donations. Appreciate you. All right. And then let's see here. What fortune cookie comes in here for this too? Blink and name the room. What does that mean? Let's see what this is. So it says, when your mind races, re-enter the here and now. Blink slowly, look around, and name 3 objects you see. Say them out loud. I see a chair, a lamp, a window, and breathe as you speak. This is another reset energy, and you can use language to ground your awareness because we get caught up in our heads, right? So when we vibrate and we say things, our brain is focusing on what's being said because it hears something being said, so it focuses in on what's being said, and then it gets out of here and it's focusing on that instead. So interesting. But yeah, it does feel like he did view it. Um, he did check to see that if you viewed the story. And then for your next one here, we've got 63211. And this one is, and is he backing off because of my story I posted with the guy specifically, or is it just in general with not only your story? Okay. So what's the energy around them backing off because of that post directly? And then what about, is it in general? All right. Now we got the Page of Swords, which is seeking clarity. It is an energy of communication, of looking. So we'll see what that's about here, because we can do it a couple of different ways when we're trying to seek things and trying to see things clearly. Sometimes we back off because when we're in the midst of it, we need to be able to not be in it to understand it and to analyze it. Very Aquarian. We don't want to feel emotions or look at things until we've analyzed it. And then we're like, okay, I can feel that now, or I can, gain clarity that way. So, first, is he backing off because of your story you posted with the guy specifically? Well, we got the King of Cups, which is a balance between head and heart. The Seven of Swords energy that's coming in here. That feels more balanced energy, but the Seven of Swords energy feels like, is this a real photo? Is this something that was, you know, a setup? They're not sure with that Seven of Swords if it's true or not. So I don't feel like they were freaking out about that. because we got the Queen of Cups and the Two of Wands energy that's coming in here, which I feel like they kinda looked at it as the Queen of Cups being you, representing your energy, the big-hearted queen of the hearts, right? That this was a reaction from you, from them posting their, um, photos or posting, whatever they're doing, and so it feels kind of reactive, that they think you were being reactive, and they're not even sure if it's a real photo of a real person or if it was a, a setup kind of energy, That's interesting, and they have to play that game, right? So, are they just walking off? I mean, are they just backing off in general? Yeah, we got the 2 of Cups energy coming in here. We've got the 9 of Cups, King of Swords. Yeah, of course, the direct opposite of the Queen of Cups and the ruler or the master of the mind, and the 9 of Swords. Yeah, so we've got here, you know, a relationship of the emotional dream come true versus the King of Swords with all the fears of letting someone down. So it's more that they feel that they weren't gonna be able to live up and give you the emotional dream come true, the emotional relationship that you were wanting, and, so they're seeking clarity, try to understand with backing off, but I feel like they do feel like they're seeing things clearly that I can't give you what you're wanting. So that's why I'm, backing away because um, why, from their standpoint, right? They're questioning themselves is why would I want to do that to you? Why would I want to do that to me? It's best if I just back off and then you can go find your true, your dream come true, energy instead of, waiting around for me to try to change to become who you want me to be. And I don't even know if I'm capable of that. So hopefully that makes sense with that one. Let's see what your fortune cookie for that one is. This is what story? Oh, what's a story you're tired of telling? And it says, not all stories deserve to be on repeat. Ooh, I like this. So think of something you say often about your past, your pain, your limits. Is it still true? Is it still useful? Rewrite a new ending just for you. This is a reflection energy. Change the story, not the facts. Change the story. Hmm, I like that. We talk about that, right? So that's for that one. So sorry. I feel like I got a frog in my throat. All right. So Beatrice, for your next one here, thank you again. 63812. And this one is, or does he have the Instagram Plus or whatever where you pay $3 and you can preview people's stories without showing you viewed them? Ooh, let's find out if he is actually viewing them, right? Okay. So does he have that preview? 5 of Swords. That feels like a block energy there. My goodness. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't feel we have the 7 of Wands, which is me being true to myself and, being me. I don't need to, hide kind of energy, at least in that case. We got the Knight of Swords, the 3 of Wands. If he wanted to see it, he has other ways to see it with the 3 of Wands. Like if I wanted to view it with that Knight of Swords, I could have a friend view it. um, you know, kind of thing. I could create a fake account, but I don't feel like he does that. I feel like with that 7 of wands, it's like, here I am. If I want to see it, I'm gonna see it. And I don't feel like he's like I don't know if it feels like he's a game player, um, in that way anyway, right? He plays games in his mind, but not he doesn't like, you know, worry about those other things. Um, I feel like in some ways he tries to be authentic, at least in that case, it feels like he is. So I don't feel like he does that. Let's see what the fortune cookie for that one is. What are you avoiding? So this says avoidance feels safe until it shapes your life. What task, truth, or feeling are you postponing? What's the cost of avoiding it? And what could be your first small, brave step? It's a reflection energy which says face what's holding you back. I like that. And it's interesting. I didn't even think about that before until this card that, we're talking about them being avoidance, but that's a mirror for us when we recognize it. And what are we avoiding about in ourselves? In, it's not the same energy, but, it's what are we avoiding in ourselves? Interesting. All right. And then for your, I think this might be your last one, right, Petrus? Maybe. Yes. So this is your last one. So 64121 is for yours here. And is he avoiding my stories for himself, or is he doing it so that you don't see he watched it? Like ego validation to show that I'm still interested in viewing his stuff. This is our only way to see what the other is doing, so it's the main source of communication, if you will. You look like I myself have ADHD by doing these one at a time. I just kept thinking of new ones. You're fine. You're so funny. All right. You do get all those little individual coping skill cards, so that helps, right? So is he avoiding stories for himself? Okay, that's the energy. Or is he doing it so that you don't see that he watched it? Because he wants to his little ego thing, right? All right. So is he doing it for himself? We got the Page of Wands, the Tower. Yeah, there's this energy with the Page of Wands, which is the energy of the Tower. You know, if I've called it off, I've called it off, right? So I'm cutting it off for myself. Is he also cutting it off for the other here? In a way, it's like I'm trying to let go of I'm trying to eliminate expectations or hope that there would be something different, like there's gonna be a change that's coming in here. Um, and so I feel like in a way it is for you, but it's like they feel like if I keep watching your stuff that it gives you hope that there could be, some sort of relationship energy in the future. But they're like, if I've backed off, it's not fair for me, and I'm ending this, right? It's not fair for me to give you false hope or give you any indications that there's, you know, a desire for more kind of energy. It's, this I'm moving, in that's why I'm stepping away, to give you the freedom to go you go do you, and I need to just mind my business and let you have your business kind of energy. So I feel like that's kind of what that is about here. My stomach growling. Brow, brow. All right. What role do you always play? Interesting. It says, are you the helper, the fixer, the silent one? Think of 3 situations where you show up the same way. And then ask, is that role still serving you or just familiar? And then who would you be without that script? Powerful, right? So the reflection energy says you're more than the part that you play. These are deep questions. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again so much for all of your love, support. Like I said, your vulnerability in sharing these things. It definitely helps so many people, you know. And of course, I appreciate all the donations and all your love and support too. So hang in there, my dear. We're all going to get through this together. We're all going to be in healthy relationships. Well, I'll be a hermit, but I will enjoy watching all of you experience beautiful relationships. And then you'll be asking about, so tell me about my children, conversations and, what's next with this and with that. It's not going to be about, you know, these men. All right. So that's what they got for you. And I don't mind doing that. I don't want to make it sound like I was gonna sound bad. I was gonna say, I don't mind entering men's energy, and then I was like, "Be careful." But I love you, Beatrice. You hang in there. All right, we'll continue on here. So Sean G, you're up. 64601. Coming in here. So Sean, here is your timestamp. Thank you for your donation. And you want to know, how will the Parks Department like your website? Will they set up a meeting? All right, let's see here. First of all, how would they like your website? You got the devil card. And there is this energy. I mean, this is Capricorn Saturn energy, organized. I know I'm Capricorn rising, organized, efficient, easy to navigate. So I feel like they like the way it's set up with that energy there. Um, will they set up the meeting with you here? Okay, we got here Ace of Wands. It's an action energy, so there is movement energy that comes in with that. So I would say that is a yes. How will the virtual meeting go based on current energies? We've got the Nine of Swords. It's important to let go of expectations of supposed to be's, should be's, need to be's, have to be's. If you do that, we have the Seven of Cups. I feel like there's a lot of different personalities there. If you can see all the little cups coming in there, there's like all these different people in there. I feel like there's a wide variety, and I feel like there are people that, you know, try to like stand out. You know how you have like people who are like, look at me. And so they'll bring up questions and stuff just to be seen. And they're questions that are not relevant or repetitious or unnecessary. So be prepared kind of for that, the unexpected like things, because I know you're like me, I feel anyway, that your face doesn't hide anything. You'd be like, what? um, yeah, here's that Seven of Wands, people that just want to stand out to be seen. But I like this here. I feel like you're able to take something that feels like it's gonna blow up, and you're actually able to take it from choppy waters to calmer waters, because you know how to put on the schmooze, and you can tell that there's tensions maybe between a couple people that are on the virtual, meeting, and I feel like if you'll say, "That's a really good question, I'm glad you asked that." That helps, like, calm things down. Like, I feel like you're able to, like, smooth things out a bit, and keep it from feeling like it turns into a like the meeting blows up kind of energy. And then will you close the deal and get the contract for your arch program? So let's take a look here. Based on current energies, will you close the deal? We got the moon card. Let's see what that is here. That's a fruition energy. You got the ace of pentacles. So that's a good sign coming in here. 'cause I do get full moon energy, which is fruition. Yeah, and you got the star card and the ace of swords too. So a lot of good clarity, a dream come true energy that comes in here. So I do feel like you do close the deal and you get the contract here because this is Ace of Swords is also new written things. So I feel like that's a new written contract based on the current energies. I like that. So that is what they got. We'll grab your fortune cookie. Whoops, almost just put these back in backwards. Hold on. Sorry, there was a lot of cards. It's like, wow. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. All right. And then your fortune cookie is from the 54 coping skills card deck. Let's see what you're getting here. So you can help you cope in the meeting. Name your anchor. I like it. It says choose one grounding strategy to keep close. Think of a card or skill that has helped you recently. Give it a short name, the breath card, the window trick, the cold spoon. Say, this is my anchor. I can reach for it anytime. Write it down or place the card somewhere visible and let it be your go-to during stress. This is a toolkit. So your anchor is yours. Use it again. Like they're talking about these cards, right? But whatever you use to help anchor you, keep that close. Make sure you're anchoring yourself a lot, especially during the meeting, right? Things anchor yourself before you start the meeting, anything you can do to keep yourself grounded and anchored during the meeting. Because, like I said, I feel like it kind of goes haywire a little bit with people, what about this? What about that? Ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-da-da. And you're just like, wow, everyone's trying to show that they're the one that knows everything. I feel like there's especially two personalities, but um, so, I feel like that's what's coming in there. All right. So thank you again so much, Sean, for your donation, and shout out to your grandma. All right, many blessings. All right, and then we got Lady J, 65204, coming in for your additional donation. Thank you again so much. And yeah, that that reading made you think of a second one. So it has FJ ever thought of you as potentially too good to be true. It won't hurt my feelings if he didn't. All right, let's take a look here. So it has, okay. What else? Anything else? Behind that one. All right. Bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of cups, which is like, it's usually a rainbow. I mean, it is a rainbow up there, you know, somewhere over rainbow, way up high, right? Where dreams come true. Almost like, too good to be true, right? I feel like that is a yes. Let's see what else they have here. We got the 4 of Pentacles, the Knight of Cups. Yeah, I mean, here is this, you know, uh, romantic energy that's here. And, the 4 of Pentacles is a solid foundation energy. Let's see what these 2 cards are underneath him here. Yeah, the Fool card, the Justice card. You know, there is this because the Justice card is the balancing of the scales and Libra energy that rolls over the house of relationships. And the Fool card is, a new beginning, free of expectations, full of possibilities. And I do feel like, you know, when we feel like you're too good to be true in a positive way, right? Which is what that phrase is intended, right? That it's like something can be feel so too good to be true that I don't deserve it. Like, I can't meet up to that. That's what this Justice card, this Full card is. I need to have no expectations. But it's like in their mind, It's like someone who is all this deserves like deserves to be like high maintenance in a way. In their own unique kind of way, that's not a bad thing for them. They're like, "You deserve to have so much, but I don't think I can give that to you," you know? If something, you know, like a very fancy equipped car, not that people are cars, but they're like there's a high price for them and there's high maintenance and, you take it to the service center, it has to have special oil and special gas, you gotta get the ultra premium gas and, you can't change the oil yourself, they have to service it there, special air filter, special oil, all that stuff. And I feel like they're like, "I can't afford that." And I think that's a lot that we talked about, right? And this is that too good to be true kind of energy. What else we have here? Yeah, we have the 5 of swords. So there is that conflict that comes in the 6 of swords. Like they're like, I would have to change mindsets to be able to move from choppy waters to calmer waters, Even this 2 of wands, I would need to change from one direction to another direction to be able and it's like that I think you were here when we read it earlier. If not, let me read it again real quick here because I think I still have it up. Oh, maybe not. I just clicked out of it. Here it is. Okay, it says, "I once read that man is not rejecting you, he's rejecting the man he has to become to be with you." Let me say that again. I didn't read that very well because of the thing in the middle. Maybe if I do this. How do you turn off just the volume? Maybe not. Okay, so it says, "I once read that man is not rejecting you. He's rejecting the man he has to become to be with you," right? And suddenly it all made sense. It wasn't my worth he walked away from. It was the weight of his own becoming. Because love asks for growth, it asks for presence, for accountability, for the courage to step into discomfort. And not everyone is ready for that. Some would rather cling to the familiar than rise into the version of themselves real love requires. And here's the truth, that's not rejection, that's redirection toward the kind of love that doesn't fear the work, the kind of love that doesn't run from growth, the kind of love that's not afraid to rise with you. Isn't that amazing? So I feel like that's very fitting for what we were just talking about, right? So hopefully that helps, Lady J. Let's get you a fortune cookie here too. Let me just put these cards away here. So definitely, I do feel like they thought, wow, but then they're like, I can't be the man that you need, that you deserve in a way, right? Oh, sorry. Thank you, Twin Flame. That was from, it's on Instagram. It's from Frankie's Therapy, Frankies Therapy. If you reach out to me in my Instagram, which is down in the description area, and you DM me there, I can send it to you, and you can follow. They have a lot of great stuff that's in there too. Isn't that amazing? Boom, a boom. I have to say. So, oh, fortune cookie. So, for this one, what are you moving toward? Which says, healing is more than fixing, it's choosing. Name one thing you want more of in your life: peace, connection, clarity, whatever. And then what's one tiny step toward that today? Not perfect, just honest. I like it. So reflection energy, intention is a form of movement. Wow. So I love that. Right. So that's what they got for you, Lady Jane. I think that was it for you for tonight so far. So that's what they got. So many blessings to you. Gonna print it and put it in your class for all your teenage girls that cry over boys. Hallelujah, right? I love it. Helping change those young ladies' lives. All right, let me take a quick sip here. Up next, we have Anna, and then we'll jump to Maria P. Honored times two, back to Anna, and then Crystal Ray, and then we got Twin Flame. You'll be up after that. And then two for Mama Sitia. That's where we're at on donations tonight. I know it took us a while to get here, but we're headed there. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Such beautiful awarenesses. I love it. All right. So Anna, you're at 7 hours and 27 seconds. All right. And just a reminder, next week, starting next Wednesday, I will be stopping at midnight. I won't go into like 8-hour, 9-hour sessions. I'll stop like right after midnight. Whatever I don't finish during the session, I'll come back in the morning and finish those up. I'm just trying to balance things more. So just a heads up, I'm going to just mention it here and there throughout the weekend so everyone's prepared for that change. All right. So, Anna, reading on car buying 2.0. You're so funny. Today, you test drove two vehicles, a 2021 and a 2024, an energy reading on both vehicles. Value, maintenance, longevity, and your neighbor significantly more than you can afford. I know, right? All right. So, 2021. What is the energy on that one? Longevity, because you want to know longevity. Oh, sorry, vehicles. Value, maintenance, and longevity. Okay, I got those. Boom, boom, boom. And then the energy around the 2024. And then again with value, maintenance, longevity. All right. So 2021, the energy overall around it. You got the Sun card. That's a pretty bright energy there. Got the Four of Swords. You know, some good peace of mind energy coming in there. And the Moon card. We'll see what that means there. That could mean something unseen in there. We'll take a look at these other ones. So the value, you got the Two of Pentacles, balanced, yeah, you know, it seems good for the value there. But maintenance, you do have the Page of Cups. I feel like you'd be happy with the maintenance that would be on there. Um, and then longevity, they have the Ace of Wands energy, which is an action energy. It's a positive energy, the Ace of Wands by itself. I'm just trying to feel the energy into longevity. Is that it ends fast? Let's see what this hidden thing is with the Moon real quick here. Seven of Wands. Yeah, I don't feel like there's anything here that's you get what you see. So you have a friend or you have someone that can look at the engine and look at things before you buy it. I would do that if you end up choosing that one, that Seven of Wands with that Moon card. There may be some things there may be something that you don't see that they'll point out and go, "Yeah, but that needs to be replaced, so that's gonna cost you, like, $500." So, they can either replace it before you buy it or reduce the price, right? So, I feel like there might be something like that with that 2021. The 2024 energy, we do have the Empress, so another abundance energy that comes in. You have the 10 of Wands and the 9 of Wands. So there is a lot of energy. And the 9 of Wands or something. What is this block? But we moved beyond the block. the 9 of wands to the 10 of wands. Let's see what this is about. Let's see what these other cards are here. What's the value? We've got the chariot. It's a victory energy, so that seems fair there. Maintenance energy. We have the 10 of swords. There's a little bit of letting go of expectations around that. Um, there's something about what is this? If there's like a maintenance agreement, because it feels like there's something written, something that can be released, but it's almost like they are saying, I don't know if they like, well, we have an agreement that we can transfer over to you, but I feel like might be this block with this 9 of wands to move to the 10 of wands or something that I don't know. There might be difficulty with that. I feel like they have to get someone to approve it or something, which I feel like they're able to, but I would want to, make sure that's in place if that's part of the dealio before it happens. And then longevity. Yeah, we have the judgment card, resurrection from the dead. um, it's a positive card. It's, seeing things from a higher perspective, kind of energy coming in here. Let me just pull one more card on that judgment card here. That seems mysterious. We got the 6 of swords. So that is choppy waters to calmer waters. There might be here with maintenance or longevity. There might be something where you experience something with that 2024, which is interesting. But there might be something that, kind of breaks down once, but after that, then it's like it's resurrected from the dead. But there is something, that does break down. Is it super expensive or medium or low? The Emperor. Hmm. That Emperor energy is like one of the big honchos. So feel like it's like with that 2024, there might be something that it's expensive that it replaces, but then you don't have really any trouble after it. But it does feel like it's a pretty expensive item with it being, a major arcana means it's a major dealio, right? I don't know. I don't like these for you, Anna. I'm honest with you. Like the energy I'm picking up, I feel like these we had the 3 of swords on the bottom of the deck earlier, which I didn't show you yet, because I shuffled again, but that kind of that's the kind of energy I kind of feel like they won't be giving you what your other card did, 300,000 miles or whatever. I feel like these are a little bit, I don't know, just not up to par. Um, but of course, you already and you are an adult, so you will have someone look at it before you buy it, especially if you're spending money on it, right? It doesn't hurt to have it, have a mechanic at your shop if they'll take a look at it and inspect it before you actually purchase it, kind of energy. So that's for your number one. Your number two here your number 32. So we'll be around in a moment for that. Let me see here. Let me find this other one. So we did that one. It must be this one. Yeah, here it is. All right. So up next, we do have Maria, your 70849. So Maria, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. All right. Thank you, Twin Flame. I will take a look at that either tonight or tomorrow in the morning. So, Maria, we've got here Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. So let's take a look here. We've got the Ace of Cups. Yeah, so there's this joyful energy today. A little bit of into the internal, focusing on self love a little bit here too. but, I feel like they're in that's kind of a happy energy. Um, yeah, I don't feel anything, too big or small in that. I feel like they're just kind of in this happiness energy, but they're really, looking in their own heart right now too. What's coming up for you guys this Saturday? You got the Four Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune. You guys are gonna watch Wheel of Fortune at home. No, I was kidding. But the Four Pentacles is kinda hanging out at home. It's home energy, the 4 walls of home, and the Wheel of Fortune, it is, an abundant energy, and it just feels like it's a good day to just be with each other and focus on what you feel is happening for you rather than, the other. So it could be a day, it definitely is for you what's unfolding. So, if you look at it that whatever's happening is for me in some way, somehow, I can find the gift in the moments for me, or not, right? So I like it. So nothing, kind of something kind of stable, nothing really big, but you can make the best of it kind of energy. A message from Wally. You got the Six of Pentacles. Yeah, we got this balancing energy, this, you know, over giving energy. I feel like they're saying you don't have to overdo things. We can just, let it be equal, give and receive. You don't have to like give and give and give, because then that, you know, uh, they like to give too. But if you're always giving and over giving, feels like what they have to give isn't anything, because you go, I give this and they gave me, like, I gave them my heart and they gave me a pen. It's from a movie. I think it's Say Anything is the movie, but, I feel like that's kind of their message there. Dr. Laura's thoughts on you today. Got the Two of Pentacles. Yeah, balanced energy. Nothing big, nothing small. Just kind of like, okay, everything feels like things have kind of leveled out a bit. What's coming for you at work tomorrow and Saturday? Tomorrow, you got the Nine of Pentacles, kind of some independent working there. Um, it's like you're really to yourself, you know. And then Saturday, you've got the Four of Wands, which is joyful celebration. Feels like a gathering. Are you guys doing some sort of partying or something? But it feels very joyful energy that's coming in there for you on Saturday. And then you meant, why didn't you get, let's see, why didn't you get invited? Oh, why didn't you get invited to the baseball with everyone else? Oh, Eight of Swords. Yeah, I don't know here. With this Eight of Swords, you weren't invited. Eight of Swords is about, what is this? Because this is about letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you. This energy feels like this is why, the big why is for you to face a belief to let go of, this thought and belief and mindset that their actions mean something about me, and I get to release that. I get to change the story. Why the humans didn't invite you to the baseball. I feel like here we've got the Five of Swords, conflict energy. So it almost feels like someone felt there was conflict, to avoid conflict, or there was a conflict, like they thought there was a conflict, like you weren't going to be at work, or is this a, because we've got this moon energy and the chariot, which is action energy, power of choice energy. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like someone made a choice because of conflict not to invite you. Either personal. Is it personal? I'll ask real quick here. Is it personal? Eight of Pentacles. No, it has to do with the work kind of energy. It's not personal, it's work related, which can be like they only had so many or something, but I don't know. I'm not getting a real clear energy on that one there for you. It feels like it was a conscious choice and that had to do with a conflict. But they're not telling me and it had to do with a conflict work related. Um, so I don't know. It's a good question to ask whoever was doing the inviting, right? And then what's coming for you? Queen of Swords. This opportunity to balance your head and your heart. There's this energy that's coming in here with this. I feel like balance is important for you with what's coming up and getting out of just being in your head and allow you to be in your heart, but not just be in your heart, also getting into your head. It's important, to have that balance energy in there. So I know some of these weren't very clear for you tonight, but I feel it's because we have like 3 or 4 or 5 different subjects. We might in the future. I'm going to be like heading off into, um, you know, um, looking at, you know, a $1 donation is like one subject. So if we can kind of keep it to one subject, um, kind of energies, because otherwise we're not really diving deep into a whole lot and we're just kind of skipping along the top. So I'll be looking at that going forward, and some of the stuff I'm changing up. But I feel like that's the kind of confusion that comes in with all these. We're like, we don't get to dive deep into a whole lot, just to get a little quick look at it, right? Your fortune cookie is push against a wall, and this is release built up tension before it snowballs. Stand near a solid wall, push your palms up against it with firm pressure. Keep breathing as you do it for 15 seconds. Let your muscles tighten, then release. Notice how your body feels afterward. Tension, release, or relief. So, reset energy, it helps you channel tension into movement. All right. So, hopefully that helps a little bit there, Maria. So, many blessings to you. All right, and we've got Lee. Hey, Lee, you were wondering for a question. Sure, if you want to make a donation, you can get on the donation list. I've got 3, 6, 7 ahead, and then you'll be ahead of the free readings. Free readings, you'll be number 19. So if you want a free reading, just put your question out there or ask for a general reading. I'll get you on there. If you make a donation, then obviously I know you're making a donation. So that's how that works. So please feel free. All right. So up next we have Honored at 71750. So thank you for your additional donation. You're welcome, Lee. Glad to have you. So you want to get a look into your ex. You'd like to know if she wants to end the no communication. If she misses you, does she have any plans in mind, etc. Whatever we can dig into. Big bro. All right. Cheers, cheers. And then you have another one coming up after this too. All right. So first of all, we'll ask your specific questions, right? So you'd like to know if she wants to end the no communication policy. Does she want to end the communication? No communication, meaning does she want to communicate? So we'll look at that first. I'm going to do these two. That one there. Oh, not there. All right, we'll look at that first here. So we've got these here. Yeah, we've got the Three of Cups. Got the joy and celebration energy. This feels like friends group energy. The Lover's card and the Four of Wands coming in here. I do feel here there's something about like, I don't know if you guys have a friends group and you have mutual friends, but that 3 of Cups brings that in where it's like someone's getting married or there's a big celebration energy, and I feel like they don't want it to be awkward, and they with that Lovers card in the middle, like, they wanna start at least, you know, to be, friends at least, like, let's open up communication again. So, I do feel that. Let's see what else we got here too. Yeah, we have the King of Swords, which is the master of communication, and the 3 of Wands. I just feel like they don't wanna communicate like they've done before. They want a different type of communication between the 2 of you. What does that mean? Yeah, we've got the Hermit and the Temperance card. Like, not like leap into it, but slowly, because they still wanna be alone for now, and they want that to kind of be understood, right? That I wanna communicate, not necessarily get back together and everything. I just wanna begin to talk, and let's just take it slow, and let's just, you know, talk things out kind of energy. So, I like that. Um, so does she miss you? Let's take a look at that. Okay, I do want that. I do want this one, and I do want this one, and I do want this one. These 2. All right. Well, they do miss the good times with the 10 of cups, right, on the bottom. So, they do miss the those good times that we've had together, right? The joyful times. Um, yeah, and I would say here with the Death card and the 5 of Pentacles, uh, that this is the ending energy, right? The 5 of Pentacles is that feeling of abandonment, being left behind, left out in the cold, not having enough, not being enough kind of energy. And we do have, oops, sorry, the Page of Wands too, which is an energy of, the passion, of course. Whoa, they miss the passion. Um, and they do feel an emptiness in their life, so that it would be a missing energy with the 5 of Pentacles and the King of Wands and the Knight of Wands. Yeah, a lot around pa Page of Wands, the got 3 of the royalty of the wands out of, you know, the, 4 of the royals. So it does feel here that a lot of they miss the actions, the energy, the attraction, and all of that. So it definitely feels missing energy there. Does she have any plans in mind? Take a look here, see what we got with that. Any plans? This one. All right. Ooh, okay. The bottom of the deck, we have the 9 of Swords, which is an expectations uh, energy. The 9 of Swords is like nightmare and insomnia. It brings in an energy of like, I don't want to feel pressure. I don't want to feel like have to, supposed to be, should be. So I don't want to just kind of live up to expectations. I want to, not feel like there's this and I'm failing. I just want no expectations and I just want gratitude and abundance energy that comes in. Sorry, falling off my chair. So that's regarding plans, right? Um, yeah, I mean, it's like they're walking away from the dream that they thought should be, coming in there. It's like they're letting go of this, the dream come true energy. They've kind of I feel like their plan is that they've walked away from that, that's the walking away from this idea of what a relationship or what your guys' relationship should be. Energy there. Yeah. It's like they're trying to go rebuild after the tower burns down. The Three of Pentacles is about creativity and rebuilding something. Um, and they have the Two of Cups. So I feel like they're working on plans, but again, there's this energy, and even have the Libra Justice card energy, which is trying to figure out on both ends of the scale, what is it that you are expecting? What am I expecting? And finding out what it is we both want. And I feel like that's like the communication that if they wanted to start talking, that it's this energy of what, without being in a relationship, we can talk about things without expectations, right? So it's like, I want to understand, you know, what, um, I want to understand where you're coming from. What's your perception? What is it that you know, what is it that a relationship looks like to you? Where is it that you would like a relationship to go? And just get curious with one another about what we're each wanting and, those kind of things coming in there, right? So I feel like they kind of want to, before we do anything, before we even consider, it's like, I just want to talk things out. I just want to understand where you're coming from, where you fear the challenges were in the relationship, you know, what's your perception of things? I feel like she wants to get curious about what's going on over there and to see if you're get curious about what was going on inside of her without casting blame on each other and all that blah blah blah, right? So I like that. All right, and let's see what else here. But I feel like she's planning and she's thinking about that, but we can say that right here, right? So let's take a look. I was wondering where the Queen of Wands was because you had all the others. Here comes the Queen of Wands because you had the Knight and the Page and the King. And I was like, where's the Queen? And sure enough, she came flying out of the deck because she's wondering if you're missing her. It's always interesting with the energy of missingness is what do you feel it you're missing? What do you feel that you don't have inside of you already that you would find with her? That's a good reflective energy. What do you feel is not present inside of you that you will find outside of you, right? Bottom of the deck for this last portion, you got the Two of Cups, you got the Four of Wands, the Marriage card underneath there, kind of energy. So I do feel like this energy, or that could be that party or whatever that they were coming up here. Let's see what we got, because we got the Queen of Wands. She came out here, so here she is. And she brings in this energy. Whatever she focuses her energy on, she does evolve. She does bring up. She does, you know, um, get out of her way. Right when she puts her mind to something, get out of her way. Just here we go. Unless you want to be met with force, right? But I like that energy. I feel like, that's something that you appreciate about her is her fire and her go-getter energy. But that fire, if it's not brought in with emotion, if you don't bring in emotion with the fire, then it burns. It doesn't turn to steam that you can use for a steam engine for progress. It burns up the locomotive instead, right? So I feel like that's important energy. The devil card is, questioning our expectations. Like she was talking about, it's these long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets about what you feel is in a relationship. This is good reflective energy for you right now. You can write down what you think they're supposed to be, how the relationship and not her specifically, you can just like in a relationship, what do you feel that other person is supposed to be? What are they supposed to bring to the relationship? How is a relationship supposed to start, progress, and unfold? And what is the ending, um, like the outcome? What is it supposed to bring you? And what are you supposed to be bringing into the relationship, right? And when you dissect that, you start to realize your thoughts and beliefs that this isn't what I want, this is what I think is I'm supposed to want. And then you just really get to determine what it is you really want, because that's important. Because that's going to be one of her questions. What is it that you want from a relationship? Truly, not what you think you're supposed to want, but what do you want? Good reflection, right? Yeah. 'Cause we have the 10 of cups and the, you know, expectations equal disappointment, and that's something to be aware of in a relationship, right? That if you focus in on all those expectations, we end up focusing on what's not happening, and then we get more of not happening, that's what sucks the life out of a relationship. When we do focus on gratitude for who someone is and what something is, not focusing on what it's not, then it grows and it grows and it grows. And so something you can do too is, write down the things you felt you're grateful for them and who they are and what they've done and what you enjoyed about the relationship, what you feel it brought in that. You've got the world card and you've got the 9 of swords. Yeah. So this is again letting go of expectations energy coming in. It's victory energy when we end an old cycle, we begin a new adventure without expectations, full of possibilities and gratitude. And it transforms things. And can you imagine a relationship where all you did is focus in on what you're grateful for in each other and not nitpicking or nagging each other about what they're not doing and how they're doing things and whatever, but just like, I love, what I appreciated one of the big things I appreciated for you, about you today is the specific, sincere, not made up, we'll see right through it, right? Sincere, specific, um, you know, something that you're grateful for and what they did that day. And if we do that every day, can you imagine what kind of relationship we could build, right? Um, and that might be one way if you reach out with communication, if you make a little gratitude journal about the things and send it to her, right? Wow. Yeah, you have the 9 of pentacles. There is this again, I feel like this is hermit energy, 9 of pentacles being alone. We have the 8 of cups, walking away from a relationship that doesn't serve. Um, and we've got the page of wands. So this is that energy. Actually, I feel like these are from the last reading we all had with her. And again, I feel like you know, it's understanding one that if I can't be happy alone, I can't be happy in a relationship. That's an important thing. The 8 of cups, it's important to let go of emotions from way before that don't serve us. Any emotions that were happening between us that don't serve us, let's let that go. But this is pointing more back to the emotions that you had when you were like not 8, but 7 years old and younger, um, that we pushed down, those that weren't we able to feel anger and sadness. So there's some old emotions that are taking up emotional energy, and the more you focus in on releasing those, then the more emotional energy you have to put into the relationship too. We talk a lot about these things in my podcast series, The Easier Path. So I encourage you, if you haven't checked it out, it's free. The link is down in the description area of the video, or if you click on my name at the very top, it's up there, The Easier Path. And then you also have the Page of Wands, which is realizing, whatever you focus on is what you grow and expand. So, like when we were talking about, if you focus in on what's not happening, you're focusing on what the need and the want and the fears, we grow those. But when we end up focusing our energy in on, unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and gratitude, then, we draw that in as well. Um, yeah, I feel like they're saying it's all, you can't, with these cards here, you can't control what's going on over there. You can only control what's going on in here, right? The, the King of Wands is you clear the throne room of all this noise of the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be. And that allows the Hierophant to come in and make change. And when we realize that every conflict that growing pains are a part of a relationship, they're never perfect. Well, they're always perfect, but they're never without conflict because we grow through conflict. When we have a disagreement, we have a choice to fight, or we have a choice to have a conversation and grow from it. Fighting, we grow from it, but in a different way. It's not as productive as when we join together. And I feel like that this energy is, kind of pointing back to you get to focus in on your energy. The more you raise your love vibration by getting rid of thoughts and beliefs and expectations that don't serve you anymore, emotions that don't serve you anymore, energy that doesn't serve you anymore, physical things that don't serve you anymore, that raises your vibration. It speeds things up. It draws something to you. If it's her that's supposed to be with you, she'll be drawn to you. If not, then you'll draw someone else that is in alignment with that energy for you. So hopefully that helps a little bit. And then your fortune cookie for this one, you have the pathless, difficult decisions, lack of direction. So I feel like that energy of really deciding what it is that you want in life, in a relationship, not what you think you're supposed to. Like if you had to really say, what is it that you want from a relationship? What does it look like? Got to have an answer. All right. The street is busy, alive with the shouting of voices and the sound of boots on cobbles. But one pair of feet seems to have no destination, walking in circles, meandering and lost. This poor soul is the pathless, who hesitated on many decisions and rushed into too many others. They are the product of indecision and misdirection, lacking confidence in themselves and trusting too much in people who would misguide them. It feels like progress on whatever you've been working towards has ground to a halt. Others might give you unsolicited advice, but you know yourself better than anyone else. Take a step back and consider a new direction, but don't keep stubbornly moving forward if it's not getting you anywhere. The reversal of the card, the pathless doesn't lack direction because of stubbornness, rather because of an impulsive energy that's driving them in multiple directions at once. You know what you want, but you lack the valuable experience needed to organize and plan to actually get there. Consider that you might need a little more time before you're in a position to pursue this particular path. And that is the time to work on yourself, right? To transform. All right. So that's for that one. We'll circle back around here for your next one here in lickety split. Let me just grab this here. Just scroll down. All right. So Lee, thank you. I got your question here. Yes, you'll be number 19 on the free readings. And based on timing, I might end up doing those in the morning because my energy's kind of waning tonight. And I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 more donations to do, and it's 7:38. Kinda wanna I had almost a 10-hour session last night, and I did 2 hours this morning too. Kinda tired. I think I might wait until the morning so I'm refreshed to do the free readings. Otherwise, I'll feel like I'm just rushing to get them done, and I wanna honor, those readings. So, um, I know you guys will understand, and you prefer that. Alright. So, honored, your next one here is 73907. There we go. Yeah, and the same questions that were Lauren had inspired, right? All right, let's take a look here. So, how is your ex and their current relationship? Let's take a look here. So, they're in a current relationship? Let's take a look here. And then, are they happy? And will it be long term? Let's take a look here. All right. Yeah, I mean, I got the full card on the bottom, right? It's like they did want something without expectation, without supposed to be, should be's, need to be's, have to be's. So it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of intention that they're having with this new relationship. Let's see what's going on here. So what yeah, how is their ex in the new relationship here? Yeah, but I feel like here's Mother Nature, Mother Nurture really caring for herself. The Judgment card is trying to see things from a higher perspective, so it feels very much central focused here. Yeah, it almost feels like it's with this Page of Cups energy, the Two of Cups, sorry, the Page of Wands, that there's fire energy there, but it doesn't feel, at least even though the Two of Cups is right there, it doesn't feel like there's emotional connection. Let me see what these other cards are here because we were wondering, are they happy? No, Four of Cups, kind of stagnant emotional energy. So that makes sense that it just feels like there's not a whole lot of emotion. It's more this energy of, with the full card, there's no expectation. So let's say this is what they give in a relationship and there's expectations, right? What they feel is the lack, not this abundance of who this is, right? So when they're here and the expectations are here, they just feel this emptiness and not this. When they're in a new relationship or with someone that has no expectations, what they feel is all this abundance. We don't feel any abundance when there's expectations till we get up to here, or we get up to zero. This is in the negative. When you get rid of those, you're in the positive immediately. And I feel like that is what a draw is when we feel like we're not meeting up to someone's expectations, whether that's in here or it's verbalized from someone else. I feel like there's that kind of energy, but there is not whole lot of emotional connection here. Yeah, it does feel like Seven of Swords is deceit, lying, um, kind of energy that's going on here. Yeah, we've got the Knight of Cups, Three of Pentacles. It's like I was deceiving myself to think that there was gonna be this romance, this knight in shining armor, that there was gonna be this creation of things here with this Three of Pentacles, that I was gonna be able to be true to my authentic self and have all this, and I feel like that energy is like, um, I don't feel like this is gonna be long term. I feel like they're gonna realize this isn't what, you know again, someone's not able to give things that the other person thought they could, and I feel like that's kind of what kind of crumbles here, with that. So I don't feel like it's gonna be long term. I feel like there might be some, dishonesty that's gonna come in here, and, they're gonna realize there might even end up being a third party involved that comes in that it doesn't fare well here because someone's wanting emotional connection and all they feel like they're getting is fire, fire, fire energy that's coming in. So I don't feel like that. Timing, we can pull a timing card to see. So let's see what we got here. I got these little timing oracle based on current energies. Do we know when this ending might occur here. Oh, next fall. Not too far away. Fall is September 20th through December 20th, right? The fall equinox. So it's not too far away. It's August 7th already, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit. Let's get your other fortune cookie here, see what we got here. The captain taking command and teamwork. Page 64. So a friendly call, a grin, a warm handshake. The captain passes in the street with their men, the playful jostling of armored guardsmen, reminiscent of a tussling pack of littermates. In the center of it all, the captain commands their followers with ease, confident in their position, well aware of the loyalty and love they inspire. They have earned this position through the hard work and camaraderie. Excuse me. Let me take a sip here. So sorry. All right. It says, it may feel safer to attempt a task alone, but some things are easier with a little teamwork. Don't ignore your talents of those around you. You need the experience and diversity of others to accomplish your goal. Be the driving force that needs to get things done, but make sure to acknowledge the value that each person brings to the table. Reversed is there is a fracture in the bonds of those around you, causing competition and squabbling amongst people who should be supporting one another. Be the one to reach out and resolve this before your team falls apart. So I like that energy of support and realizing you're not in this alone. But again, I feel like this energy is pointing you inward so you can kind of look at what it is that, you know, you're wanting to transform yourself into, because that's all you can control. You can't control anything out there, right? Just your own stories, your own emotions, your own actions, your own energy. And as you do that, that feels like to be the focus that will give you the most um, movement for your life. So hopefully that helps. That's what they got for you, Honored. Thank you again for all your donations and good to see you. All right. And then Anna, we're circling back around for number 2 for you. 74728. I think these are going to be off because we had so many weird things going on with the internet tonight. So, Anna, for entertainment purposes only, that's right. Tomorrow AM is your initial doctor's appointment with Dr. K. So how will the visit go? Right. Thank you. And the outcome. Will she address the issues with your sacred tubius and operator internus by providing an injection? All right, we'll see what unfolds there. All right. Well, it looks the overall energy of the King of Cups, which is a good balance between head and heart energy. So that seems like a good energy on the bottom to start off. How will the visit go overall? I got the King of Wands, the Sun card. So the Sun card is a very abundant card, a very big abundance card. So that overall it looks really good. The King of Wands, of course, is your energy. How big of a sun it is. Is it a small, tiny sun, or is it a big, gigantic sun, right? Uh, Whatever you focus on. So if you go in with energy of gratitude for what you have in your life, what you have experienced, and then it opens things up. If you go in with need and want energy, lack energy, or any fear energy, any supposed to be or expectation energy, that sucks the life out of it, makes it a smaller sun. So I like it that it's in your hands, how big it will be. Um, and then what will be the outcome? You got the Four of Swords, the Page of Wands. You know, there is action energy with the Page of Wands, and the Four of Swords is an energy of rest, peace of mind energy that comes in here. So that's good. Again, but the Page of Wands has to do with your energy. You know, how much action, how much calmness is all dependent upon what you're putting out with the stories in your head and the emotional choices you're making and the energy you're putting forward. And of course, the energy behind your physical actions too. Can't fake energy. It's who are we being? Are we being a being of gratitude or a being of tasks and expectations, right? When we're in that, sucks the life out of it. When we're in gratitude and surrender, whoosh, beautifulness, right? So I like that for you. Um, and then will she address the issues with your stuff that you said by providing an injection? So I feel like that is a choice that can happen here with the Chariot card. It is a possibility. It is a victory energy. The Justice card is balancing of the scales. It is, you know, seeing things from a higher perspective. Again, there's this repetitive energy of cutting away thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve, expectations that don't serve. And that's like, I'm letting go of trying to control things and I'm surrendering and um, letting spirit and creator balance things out. Even underneath your king of cups. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. All right. So you've got the first of all, it was the Eight of Swords, which is letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and expectations that don't serve you anymore. The Ten of Swords, which is letting all expectations go. You have the Three of Swords, which is expectations equal disappointment. And we draw in that's the disappointment comes in by having expectations. And the Six of Swords is seeing things from a higher perspective, letting old things go to move into choppy waters. I mean, from choppy waters to calmer waters. So you have the Three of Swords, but then you have the Six, the Eight, the 10, which is flowing, letting go. And I know that's hard. We always talk about that, right? That being in the medical field and having so much knowledge, you have these already predetermined stories in your head that, oh, this can't happen. It has to happen this way. This is the restrictions. And I'm restricting the universe by trying to control the how instead of your responsibility is focusing in on what and why, and then release the how and with who and when to the creator. Uh, and then that's when things flow. So I like that. All right. So hopefully that helps. There's your fortune cookie. And it says there's trace something with your finger, not that finger, the pointer finger. It says when your mind is racing, touch can slow things down. So choose an object, your mug, a coin, a pen. Use one finger to trace its edges slowly. Follow every curve or angle and breathe as you go. This is a sensing energy, and you can return to now through touch. So it's really focusing in on, even if it's like a crystal and you're just focusing as you focus on the shape, it takes you out of that mind and into this, into the now, out of the future, out of the past, into the now, right? All right. So hopefully that helps, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And Crystal Ray, you are up 7:53:35. Here's your timestamp, and your question is in here. I do believe. I think you're this one here. Yep, you sure are. All right. You crack me up when you call me your eighth love. Appreciate it. So, yeah, three questions. The first one, so Tim came over today and we had a decent conversation. And when he hugged me, um, he enjoyed the hug very much. What are Tim's thoughts? Edited for YouTube. his thoughts. What's going on in there? All right. And then Bernard's thoughts of you. Okay, got those. And then Corey's mother, Sharon's thoughts. So let's see if what thoughts are in her mind today. So, Tim's thoughts here. Yeah, well, of course we thought. So we got the Six of Wands, which is movement of fire and passion, victory energy, what he believes is mutual attraction. Of course, we got to have the Magician card with the magic wand energy here, right? So very much this energy that's flowing that they're just like, wow, because they got the Queen of Swords too. They got this energy of like, wow, you're just everything. You're so compatible. Queen of Swords is like a beautiful balance between head and heart. And, you've got this, it's like compatibility. You're just like everything that just fits me like a glove. It's like, wow. So they've got all this energy that's built up, this physical, energetic, passionate attraction, but they also feel like of mind and heart, like just like, wow, kind of energy. So, they have that there. That's the way they perceive things currently, with that. So that explains their reaction there. And then Bernard's thoughts of you, the hanged man, they're kind of hanging, seeing things from a higher perspective. It is like a cocooning, seeing how things progress, seeing how things unfold. Page of Pentacles, they are hoping for another opportunity with that Page of Pentacles to get together. The Ace of Pentacles, even to start new. Yeah, even the Full card. Start without expectations and without intentions, and just, you know, at least have another chance to start over. Can I have a do-over? And with honesty and um again, no expectations, just full of possibilities, and just see where things go, kind of go with the flow and see, what's there. So don't feel like they're like, I don't feel like they have a lot of swords energy. They don't have all these expectations. There's not emotional energy there either yet. But I don't feel like there's any, like, I don't feel like they got really, they're not invested right now. They're just like, "We'll see what happens," "I hope we can, but I'm not," I don't feel like they're upset. I just feel like they're like, "All right, we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll get together. Maybe we won't. We'll see what happens." I'm okay with whatever happens. I feel like they're kinda going with the flow kind of energy. And then Corey's mother, totally opposite. Yeah. It's like, "Whoa." Um Yeah, I kind of feel like her thoughts towards you, she's like, "Oh," she feels like you're abandoned, you're left alone, you're out in the cold, you're feeling rejected. She's like, it's almost like a Jewish grandmother, "Oh, have you eaten?" Or a Italian, grandmother or mother, like, "Have you eaten? You need to eat. Here, let's get you something to eat," kind of energy that comes in. Um, and I feel like, you know, she sees that things have been going slow here, and she kind of would like to see things sped up here. We got Mother Moon energy behind the Chariot card, but this rolls over all four, and I kind of feel like, that she would like, things to, for you to take action, for you to choose, and to go, 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 go. She kind of feels like you've been, I don't know, it's kinda, again, I get this energy of like a Jewish or Italian grandmother, someone, the grandmother's kind of energy, which I don't think she's a grandmother, but she kinda has that energy of, "You've been single for too long, you need to get married, you need to have children, you need to do things, You're alone. You shouldn't be alone. It has like the old um mother belief energy, you know, of, that women should be married and they should have children, and you're not living your life. Why are you alone? You need to eat more. You're so skinny, there's all this there's all that kind of energy, like from, big fat Greek wedding, you know, he's vegetarian. It's okay. We'll have lamb, It's that kind of like, wow. So hopefully that helps, Crystal. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you, right? Shouldn't, right? So let the wave pass, which is emotions are weather, not identity. I love that. So say, this is a wave. It won't last forever. Visualize it rising, peaking, and passing. Breathe through it like you'd breathe through wind. And this is a soothing energy, which says, trust in emotional impermanence. Yeah, emotions don't last forever. I like it. All right, so that's what they have for you, Crystal. So many blessings to you. All right. And we did have Beatrice. Hey, Beatrice. Get you on there. You'll be number 37 on here. And you were asleep and just woke up. So let's take a look here. There is your timestamp. We'll give that a love and like. All right. Yeah, right, Twin Flame. It says it sounds like your mother. Yeah, I was gonna say Italian or Hispanic or Jewish. They have all those. You need to eat, and all these rules, right? Well, actually, up next, let me take a quick sip here. So we got Twin Flame, and then two for Mama C, and then Beatrice should be up after that. And then I'm going to be shutting down for the night after that. I know only probably an 8.5 hour session. You know what? I know I'm tired. But I'll get to the free readings in the morning when I wake up. And yeah, so I appreciate you guys' patience, because otherwise I don't feel like I'd put the energy into them that they deserve. So I want to be refreshed for the morning for those. So cheers. All right. So Twin Flame 80225 is for yours. Oh, Mexican. Yep. Oh, not to eat, that you gained weight, right? Your mom told you today. You look you look pretty. The men are probably after you. Imagine when you get prettier. That's such a mom. Such a mom. And you're so respectful. Otherwise, you'd say, "Well, look, you got someone. I don't need to get any prettier." But a bunch. All right. So you want to know, did Alex's parents lose their business or retire? All right. Let me split those out. So look at that first. So did they lose their business or did they retire? All right, let's look at that. So we've got the Three of Wands, the King of Cups, the Judgment card, and the King of Pentacles. Yeah, they retired. Because King of Pentacles is abundance energy. So that's not losing a business, that would be selling a business. The Judgment card is a calling being pulled away. We have the King of Cups too, a balance, wanting a balanced life between head and heart, and them choosing to go a direction with the Three of Wands. So that would be the energy of retiring, not losing their business. Did their house get put in Alex's name? All right, thank you. Anything else with that one here? Okay. Page of Pentacles, that would be an affirmative energy there. Let's see what else we've got here. 10 of Wands, Queen of Pentacles. Does he have a sister too? Or does he have another sibling? Because the 10 of Wands, it's like burden to abundance. And this Queen of Pentacles energy, you know, feels like there's a feminine energy. He has a sister. I feel like they put it in both their names. And a brother? Okay. Maybe that's the middle. Is he a high energy individual? Because I feel like we've got, you know, the young, the Page of Pentacles, is a young individual, and then we have the Queen of Pentacles, an older individual. That could be like an older sister, younger brother, and then maybe Alex is the 10 of Wands, right? Oh, they both have houses? Yeah. But I feel like he was the only one that didn't. I feel like it might have been more put into a trust than it was put into Alex's name, just because they didn't want the house to be lost if Alex didn't end up, you know, being able to keep it up and, just because of the addictions and energy there. So it feels like they did that because it feels like the brother and sister and them, like they're the um or the sister might be the trustee kind of energy because she feels like the responsible one with the Queen of Pentacles. Um so, we have that kind of energy that's coming in here, right? Yeah. Um yeah. Well, when you act like a child, you get treated like a child, but if you treat someone like a child, it makes it easier for them to act like a child, but it goes both ways, right? You act like a baby, you get treated like one. Yeah. 6 of Cups, what do you want? Oh, are they gonna grow up? No. 6 of Cups, child energy. Nope, it doesn't. It wouldn't make them grow up either. It doesn't feel like here. They would still act like a child. That's the 6 of Cups. All right. So that one's there. And then why does Brandon remind you of Alex? Let's take a look here. Yeah, maybe he looks like him too. Yeah. King of Swords. This has to do with communication or talking. Almost like their voice and the words they use almost with this King of Swords. But the World card. What's this World card? Because the World card is like an ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, you know, free of expectations, not wanting a whole lot of expectations, you know, kind of energy. It's haunting. Got the Knight of Swords. Yeah, communication, and works hard, So they've got this communication, this hard work. Um, but it has to do with their how they see things in their quest for seeing things differently and seeking truth and, you know, the mind, it really feels like the mind quite a bit as well, you know, uh, has them look at that. But the Eight of Pentacles is that the hard work, um, oh, the transformation, you know, maybe, but also, and this is something that you're transforming yourself, but you because of your energy, especially Aquarius energy, you're a sucker for lost causes and, um a sucker for lost causes. What's the other thing? Sucker, what are they saying? You're a sucker, well, Aquarians, right? Sucker for lost causes and the undertrodden or those going through difficult times, right? Mm-mm. Right, yeah, yeah. But I feel like there's something within you that's drawing in, the people that are going through things, that you're drawn to that, and I kind of feel like that's something that reminds you of Brandon and Alex too, in addition to this and that, but there's this draw that you're drawn to, people that are going through tough things, right? Really a sucker. Yeah. So I kind of feel like that is what they have there. Hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. And you have the fate accepting help and guidance. Ooh. The reversal, da da da. So let's see here. Page 32. So the court gardens stretch out before you, alive with the sound of bird song. A couple passes in the distance, their laughter faint and cheerful. The sun, encompassed in its blue sky, warms the world around you. All is peaceful, and yet you feel as though you're being watched. The fate sees everyone, sees their lives like shining threads weaving the tapestry of life. The fate sees each person's beginning and when and where their stories end. They're sworn not to interfere with those threads. Sorry, when those threads get tangled, but they can still offer some insight here and there. So for you, some unexpected help is due to come your way. You may not be able to see what causes your struggles or know of those who plot against you, but others can, and they won't let you face it uninformed. This guidance may come from an unexpected source, so look out for signs that will guide you in the right direction. The reversal is you have assumed the role of fate, keenly aware of the tangled lives of those around you. Where you can see others struggling, now is the time to help them, even in a small way. Everyone's lives exist in the same tapestry, and by helping them, you may also be helping yourself. I like that. That's what. All right. So that is that one there for you. All right. And just let everyone know, starting next week, next Wednesday, I'm only going to be on 7 hours at a time. So I'll be shutting down at midnight. So some of us that are here, after the wee hours of the morning, just know that starting next Wednesday, I'm going to shut down at midnight, my time. And then whatever I don't finish, I will finish in the morning, including donations. So I just have to balance because it's getting to be like I had a 9, almost 10-hour session last night. So I need to kind of balance it out more. So, yeah, absolutely. Just giving everyone a heads up and trying to mention it a few times during each session as I remember. I'm going to put out some sort of announcement and video around it all too, just to let everyone know. Going to maybe look at making some other minor adjustments and stuff too, just to kind of balance stuff out. But good stuff. All right. So Mama C, we have two for you. So this one, 81346 is for this one. So thank you for your additional donations. Oops, I didn't. Let's give that a love and a like here, Twin Flame. And you'll be number 38 up here after Beatrice. Oh, no, I didn't do that right. Let's try that again. There we are. Much better. And yeah, they're encouraging you to be a sucker. I know, that's the reversal. I still go with the other one. All right. So, Mama C, your two additional questions for this donation, then you have another one coming up right after. What was Greg's energy when I reached out to help, asking if he can help Scorpio with the job? All right, let's take a look here. Gregor's energy. And then, will Greg help Scorpio land a job at Applied Materials? Yeah, see, the other energy we had, he wasn't going to get one there, right? Let's see if anything has changed here, maybe with your intervention. So, what was Greg's energy when he reached out asking if he can help? All right. Yeah. Yeah, of course. We have the 9 of swords. Expectations, 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 nightmare and insomnia card, but they were like, um, you know, it's like they're like you're expecting them to help and they kind of felt this. Well, the reason I laughed is because we got here's your bold energy of the strength card, Leo energy, and the Queen of Wands. Here she comes. Look out. Um, he kind of it's like there's this energy of it's almost I don't know why they had this energy, felt like you were demanding with this energy here because, it's like, what are you acting like a queen? Like and doesn't I feel like you approached it with with the niceties and the words and stuff, but I kind of feel like they know your energy and they're like, you're trying to boss me around. You're trying to make me do what you want to have happen." And they're like, "Well," not that you're pulling your weight, but it kind of feels like it had to do with the mood that they were in, because I feel like they picked up on this energy that was here, right? So let's see here. Will Greg help them land a job at, that there? We have the 6 of Pentacles. Let's see what else we got here. We got the 3 of Swords. Here's that expectations equal disappointment energy. Because I feel like they're going to, try a bit there. Um, yeah, and it's interesting that we got the Hermit energy because we even got the 9 of Pentacles on the bottom, which is like the Hermit energy that's coming in here. And we got the stars and the moon and the stars. It's almost like the things don't align, the moon and the stars don't align, and he's kinda left out there. So I don't feel like they do. This kinda matches that energy that we had in your first reading where we didn't get it at the Applied Materials. It was Amazon that they got, right? Um, the kind of energy that's there. So I feel like for those, I don't feel like they're able to make it happen. It's just like the stars aren't in alignment. It just, I wasn't able to make it happen kind of energy. But I also feel like they didn't like do it either. Like they didn't put themselves at risk. They were just like, well, I did what I could, you know. Um, And from your standpoint, you might say, "Well, you could have done better because of your expectations and that energy," right? That's funny how that comes through. But let's take a look here. What's your fortune cookie for that one? And then we'll go on to your next one here. You've got the adventurer, responsibility and expectations equal erupting volcano. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. At the gates of the citadel, a small group has gathered with horses, carts, bags laden with supplies. It's clear that they intend to be gone for a long time, but one figure gazes back at the citadel as though they fear they'll never see it again. They must step out of their safe zone, become a part of something larger, but are they ready? The adventurer never wanted more than their small life, and the fear of failure is crippling. Wow. Somehow you've ended up in a position in which the weight of expectation is heavier than you wanted. Unwanted responsibility is a heavy burden, and there are plenty of people waiting for you to fail, but there are just as many waiting to catch and help you. Don't try to face it alone, ask for help, break the task down into smaller parts, take it day by day or even hour by hour if you need to. There's no greater achievement than proving your naysayers wrong. And the reversal is the pressure that's on your that's oh, I'm sorry, the pressure that's on you right now has you rooted to the spot, crippled by anxiety and fear. Though it may feel safer to stay where you are, you may not realize that your indecision is also stopping others from progressing. Your actions, or in this case, inaction, have repercussions. I feel like this is Greg's energy, not like yours or the Scorpios, right? So interesting because of all those feeling expectations and feeling like a lot of burden on them trying to make something happen, right? So that's for that one. And then for your last one here, we've got 82046. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And so, one more question. Will my company make the deadline to respond to the court regarding your petition? The deadline was today and they did not make it. But the final deadline is Monday, August 10th. If no response, you win. All right. So, will your company, make the deadline to respond to the court regarding your petition? Right. So, based on current energies, of course, disclaimer down in the description box, right? All future predictions are not guaranteed. And of course, I'm no um, professional lawyer or consultant. Tarot is for fun and entertainment purposes. All right, there we go. So, will they end up making it? And what else can we know, right? All right, let's take a look here. Well, we've got 9 of Cups and Ace of Cups, which is like a dream come true energy. Let's see what else we got here. Got the 10 of Wands, the 8 of Swords, the Tower. You know, it does feel here there's something that's happening here. You got the Moon card on the bottom, which is the hidden and the unknown come to surface here. We've got the Wheel of Fortune under that, though, which is an abundance energy. Let's take a look here because, we've got this endings and beginning energy, of the 10 of Swords. Not 10 of Swords, sorry, 10 of Wands and the Tower. I was thinking 8 of Swords that I had in my hand here, because this is letting go of thoughts, beliefs, and mindsets that have made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And so there is the lightning strikes, the Tower falls. The 10 of Wands is a change of energy from burden to abundance that comes in. And this Moon card, this can be fruition, fullness. Like a full moon brings in abundance and release energy. And with the 10 of the Wheel of Fortune, that's endings and beginnings energy. Right now it feels like, at first I thought, well, they'll just get it in tomorrow. But let me just dig a little deeper here because I want to know. What is this Moon card? What's this hidden thing? What can we know about it here? We have Temperance. Yeah, I saw that. It's the cycles of the moon, which is full moon to new moon. We've got the 9 of Swords. Here's again letting go of expectations, energy. Got the Ace of Swords, clarity coming in. This is not helping me. We have the Lover's card. Just emotional choice energy. What is happening here? Let's see. feel like I wanna put all these back in and just ask, "Oh, hey, mamacita." Mama C, I know. What's this moon? What's this moon energy? What is this? Because it feels like it's pointing to endings and beginnings, which would mean you win, right? So I wanna put all these cards and see what we get here, because that's what I'm feeling, but I wanna be sure. I want more surety. All right, let's see here. What can we know, please? Are we able to know? Are you just being mysterious because the moon is the unknown and we just have to wait? I feel like here, here's the emperor, which is the judge, right? So we got the judge, we've got the knight of cups, movement of emotion. So yeah, I see that. What about? What about this? Tell me more. Tell me more. Okay. So 10 of pentacles, that's better, right? Ah, there you go. Well, here's the 10 of pentacles under the judge, the mandated payout, right? Yeah, I feel like it does take a little bit of time. I don't know if they file for an extension, but yeah, I mean, we've got Knight of Pentacles, which is, a little bit of timing on the payout, perhaps. But the Four of Wands, yeah, you heard me yawning, didn't you? I was trying to not show it. I'm getting tired. Um, they can't file for an extension. Great. I just feel like the payout, they give them time to actually make the payout, but the Four of Wands is a happiness, is a victory, happy energy, celebration, 10 of Pentacles. I feel like someone's dropping the ball, with this energy. Yeah, I even got the Sun card, which is the big, abundant energy. So it's looking good. So hopefully this energy that I'm feeling based on today's energy is good. So gratitude, gratitude, surrender it, stay away from expectations, right? Surrender it. Thank you, Creator. I'm so grateful that you've been with me all along. I hand this to you and I appreciate it. Let them bring in the abundance, right? And for your fortune cookie for this one, listen for the quietest sound, which says, noise distracts, stillness reveals. Sit down, take a breath. What's the faintest sound you can hear? A clock? A breeze? Keep listening and let it pull you deeper into the moment. This is a sensory card. So anchor attention with gentle sound. I like this energy for you. But looking good, Mama C. So hopefully, maybe. Yeah, right. I like that. So you may give them a little bit of time to actually make, the payout. I don't know. A few months seems like a lot. I feel like I almost feel like 30 days kind of energy, but maybe they give it more, but it just feels like, you know, not tomorrow. Like you have to I need a cashier's check by the end of today, It's like we give you 30 days to do a payout or something like that kind of energy, that comes in there. But it feels like doesn't feel like a few months, which is 3 or more. Anything, it would be 60 days, but I feel like it's less, um, kind of energy since there's no extensions or pay, so I like that. Yeah, let me be free. I love that. So that's what they got for you, Mama C. Thank you again so much for your donations. Hang in there and enjoy your adventures. All right, and Beatrice, we're circling back around for you, 82918. Thank you for your additional donation. You're very welcome, my friend. So you were asleep and you woke up to listen to your questions. You're like, and then so he thinks your story from Saturday was fake. I want to dive into that more because it interests me. Okay, bed again. Good night. All right. So, with that, it's they're not sure. It's like they don't believe 100%. They're just like they're questioning it. Like, could it be? Is it really real? I don't even know if it's real or not. Why am I freaking out about it? Because it could be staged. It could be, something else just to get back at me or to get my goat. Why does he have a goat? No, I'm just kidding. To goad you on, right? I mean, to goad him on. But let's take a look here and see what's underneath here. Yeah, because we got the 5 of Wands, energy that's there, which is conflicting energy, which they're conflicted, um, and that's why I feel like they don't know around that specifically. There's kinda like, I don't know, I feel like they're like, something just doesn't sit right with me with that, right? Um, yeah, and they've got the Hermit, they've got the 9 of Wands, so they've got their own, I'm being alone energy, I'm all by myself kind of energy, and there's a little bit of energy, where that thought would come from within them is that they're like, they didn't see you as someone that would move on fast. They're like, "That was fast." They felt like you would wanna spend time alone, you know, um, thinking about things, thinking over things, reflecting and that kind of thing, and he was like, "Wow." And that's what, I feel like is a little shocking to him that, like, "Wow, you moved fast," you know? He didn't think that that was who you were kind of energy. Yeah, the 6 of swords is, yeah, moving, transitioning, leaving something behind, moving fast kind of energy, moving from choppy waters to calmer waters are like, "Wow, you weren't in a rowboat, you were in a speedboat." You moved fast from choppy waters to calmer waters, like, "Wow, you got over that fast," and, and there that kind of course, rubs their ego a little bit, but they also had this thought that that's not who you were. Um, yeah, they felt like you would be more contemplative, like that 4 of Cups person sitting there. And the Justice card, which is taking time to ponder and balance and look at things and look into the relationship energy. That's kinda happening there, and so I feel like they were like, this just doesn't seem like you." It seems like you would have been more, but, I mean, you were done doing ton of reflection while you were spending time, with these individuals, right? You were still doing reflection, you were still looking at things, um, and, so I don't feel like they, um Can it's like they didn't, like, see it as that you can do both, you know? You're a multitasker. They thought it was either one or the other. You're either a hermit or you're dating, but you can only reflect when you're being a hermit, not when you're dating someone or going out with someone. So interesting, right? We have the 10 of Wands, but it feels here they did something that turned it from burden to abundance because we have 4 cards. One on this side is the 10 of Wands, which can be burden. You can look at that as, they're usually carrying 10 wands, which can be a burden, or you can look at, wow, look how much abundance they have. And then on the other side, we have the Wheel of Fortune. We're like, oh, this is for me. This is for the best. It's for the best that you found someone. That's good, kind of energy. In between, what do we have here? Yeah, we have the Hanged Man. and also the, 2 of Pentacles, which is juggling energy, which I feel like they kind of just said, "Well, maybe you can juggle cocooning while, dating someone or hanging out with someone too." So, it kind of feels like there's, nothing nefarious around this. I just feel like they thought it was again, it's that suspicious kind of energy a little bit of, "You got over that fast," and they thought about that kind of energy that's there, and they were like, "I don't even know," like I said, "I don't even know if that's real, and why do I care?" You know? And I feel like that's part of that, when they went off on your other reading where they were thought about stuff, but I feel like they kind of resolved that inner conflict with that 5 of Wands by bringing it back around going, "You know what? It's for the best anyway," and I bet they could balance it, they're capable of doing both of that. Um, I feel like they've realized it's maybe their opinion, like, I can't, do that. If I need to reflect, I need to be alone to be able to do that. I can't do those 2 things at the same time. And you're like, "Obviously." No reflection. Do you even know what reflection is, right? To them, not to you. Alright, so that's what they have for that. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. So let's see what we got here. This one here. And you've got the Smith, overthinking, taking action. The blacksmith, right? The smithing, the creating something. Let's see what we got here. Page 110. The coal glow heat of the forge is a sharp contrast to the cold of the streets outside. In the gloom of the smithy, a hammer strikes iron. Something new and beautiful is created beneath a shower of sparks. There is a rhythm to the hammer and anvil, and in their work, the smith can turn their mind away from the rest of the world and focus solely on the task at hand. They know the value of working out a plan of action before heating the metal, but they also know that overthinking it will not benefit them. The time to strike is when the iron is hot. It's an interesting energy, because that's kind of like their change of mindset, thinking that, oh, you know, it's best to plan it all out, but sometimes you just got to strike when the iron is hot. And I kind of feel like that's what they think you did. You're smithing. Whoa. It says there's something on your mind that you've been planning for a long time. And though it may be easier to keep putting it off, the time for action is here. By continuing to overthink things, you're going to miss your opportunity. Seize the day and get to it. You'll feel so much lighter afterwards. That's the power of Beatrice. Reversed says you're currently stuck in a situation that you caused yourself by rushing in without suitable preparation beforehand. The consequences of your impulsive actions are starting to catch up with you, but you can't blame others for them. It's time to admit that you're at fault here and learn from this for next time. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. I like the power of Beatrice, which is, if you want to know, ask, because otherwise you'll never know. And we wait around for people. No way. So I'm on your side. All right, Beatrice, that is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Thank you again so much for all your donations. I'm very grateful. All right. And then Twin Flame. All right, everyone. This will be my last one for tonight. I do need to go and rest. I'll be back in the morning to finish out all the free readings, but this will be my last one here. So, Twin Flame, thank you for all your donations too. Can you tell me everything about Brandon and myself if you were a couple? Everything? Not everything. I can tell you some. How's that? His signs, his intentions. All right. Um, let's start with that. Can we know what his sign is? Got the 7 of Pentacles. So definitely, this is an energy of, um, sorry, my buttons are falling asleep. I've been sitting here for like 4 hours again. Um, we've got uh, Earth elemental energy. Let me see if we can find it in this deck here, because it'll break it down even more usually. Um, but definitely an Earth element. So it could be Capricorn or Virgo or Taurus, right? But let's see here. Let's look at the 7 of Pentacles and these other cards here, because they will give us. I know here it is right here. Taurus. There you go. Because it's Saturn in Taurus, which makes sense because Saturn rules over Capricorn. But yeah, I feel like that's the kind of energies. And again, patient energy, which makes so much sense. 7 of Pentacles, right? They're take it slow, no rushing to get into anything. Yeah, patience, perseverance, diligence, kind of energy coming in here, right? Yeah. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. And then what are their intentions? We have the 10 of Wands. So there's a lot of fire, passion, energy that's there. And let's see here about if you guys were a couple, what kind of energy would there be between the two of you there, right? Yeah, he'll rush later. He's giving you time. Take your time, take your time. But later it's like, all right, woman, come on. You're taking too long. Let's see here. What does your relationship look like? If you were a couple, what kind of energies would be there? We got that and that there. And we'll do that too. Yeah, we've got this peaceful energy, the 4 of Swords, It almost looks like that doesn't look peaceful. That looks like murder. They're supposed to be a resting. They're not murdered. You're going to end up killing them. um, so, but peace of mind kind of energy that comes in here. He doesn't know, right? We got the Hierophant. It's more of a, this is my, the energy. They're the master of stepping stones and growth and growing pains. I don't feel like this would be a long-term relationship. Yeah, you'd have the 3 of Swords. It just feels like there's some um, disappointment, of course, that comes in here. We've got a lot of we've got this a lot of expectations, a lot of long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that they believe a perfect person is, and that can be on both sides too. But there seems like there's a lot of expectations that suck the life out of the relationship, that comes in here. Yeah. We even got the Ace of Swords. Brings a lot of clarity, the relationship does. Um, but yeah, it eventually, you know, we've got the 7 of Swords here, which is lies, deceit, not telling the whole truth, kind of energy that comes in here. Something about the 6 of Cups, energy, um, and that's an interesting, because it's past life energy, but it's child and someone coming back from the past energy. I don't think he tells you that he buried her in the pet cemetery and she's actually still alive, but she acts like a cat. I'm just kidding. You saw a video like that. The lady was asked that if she thought be a divorce after 60 years. She said, "Divorce, no murder, yes, every day." Oh yeah, I saw that one. That's hilarious. Yeah. Have you ever thought about divorce? No, never, never, ever. Oh, really? No. Murder, yes. Divorce, no. It was hilarious. I liked it. But I don't feel like there's. I don't feel like there's honesty here, towards the end, and that doesn't necessarily mean cheating or that, but I feel like, you know, the expectations of not wanting to disappoint, so not telling you how I really feel, um, but I do feel like there's a lot of swords energy here, lot of thinking, you know, expectations energy. And based on current energy, that does feel like it does suck the life out of the relationship, that ends there, so I know, I know. Are these dating sites? You would have to teach him? Yeah, good luck. You think Aquarians are stubborn, so are Taurians. Yeah. I encourage you to, go do the stuff that you love and that you'll meet someone while you're doing what you love and you guys have that in common and something sparks from it rather than, um, yeah. Oh, that's right. You were married to one. So there you go. But, to do that rather than dating sites are like trying to hire someone for a position and it just feels like work. I feel like you're going to find something, doing something you love, and that someone else is doing something they love, and it's the same thing. And then you guys have that in common. For your fortune cookie, it says, "What's something you never say out loud?" And it says, "Secrets shape us, even the ones we don't notice." It says, "Finish this sentence. If people really knew me, they'd know, dot, dot, dot. Or I never say this, but, dot, dot, dot. You can whisper it or write it, but let it out." Because this is a reflection energy. Honesty is a form of self acceptance, right? Well, not a straight man. Oh, you want a straight man? Oh, well, that makes a difference. But I feel like, yeah, that's a interesting, perspective. A lot of men, yeah, but, like, if you learning to cook Italian, you know, pottery, painting, there's different expressions that, different people do different things, um, but, yeah, watching football, yeah, if you enjoy doing that, if you enjoy watching football, then yeah. If there's a sport you like watching, go to a sports bar, and you do like football, you can go do those things that you can have those in common, right? But I feel like that's where you meet someone, not someone on a dating site, because it feels like when people are trying to interview for a job, they'll make shit up, right? They rely on their resume, they exaggerate their resume, um, and there's that, um always putting on their best behavior because they know they're trying to make an impression. When you go by yourself and you go and enjoy it or you don't have to go by yourself, you can go have fun. Um, but you get to experience someone seeing them in action, right? That's why when you go somewhere and you see who people really are, they're 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 focused on what they're enjoying, they're not focused in on impressing you, right? Yeah, organically. Yeah, they can be, I know, but alright. I'm done trying to convince you to do that, and I'm tired, so I'm gonna go to bed because 'cause I'm starting to get defensive, I don't know why. I feel like you're getting defensive, and I'm like, "No, you can do whatever you want. This is just energy from spirit," right? I think it's because 'cause I'm getting tired. But I'm gonna head off, and, for everyone, if you haven't checked out my podcast, you have a free podcast if you'd like to check out for more, here is your timestamp, And, there's I will be back in the morning to complete all the free readings, that I did not get to tonight, so I will pop in tomorrow and we'll complete those, and then I'll be back tomorrow night. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday nights, so, um, yeah, so I'll see you guys when I see you. Until then, remember, every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So sleep tight, enjoy, and we'll see you guys as well. Hey, Jason, let me grab you real quick here. Are you not on the list already? Oh, that was last night. Yeah. So just a general reading there, Jason, as before. Oh, yep. There's your question. Uh, okay, sounds good. Got you on there. Absolutely, Twin Flame will get you on there. So, Jason, you'll be number 20 tomorrow when I come back on, and Twin Flame, you'll be number 21. You got in just as the elevator doors were threw in the piece of paper. Here. All right. Forever 21. That's right. All right, everybody. So I'm out. Many blessings too. Yeah, just in the nick of time. I mean, literally, mouse was on its way to ending the stream. All right. So many blessings, guys. We'll see you tomorrow or whenever. And sleep tight and enjoy. I'm going to head to bed. So have a good night.